I witnessed a desperate end of the world. And in this chaos, I unexpectedly inherited hundreds of billions of wealth and even awakened a mysterious spatial ability. In order to gain a foothold in this cruel world, I frantically stockpiled endless food and weapons. However, my wealth and resources soon became coveted by others. But I am not worried because I have a large arsenal in my hands, which is my biggest trump card in this doomsday world. Next, our battle for the end of the world has just begun, and more challenges and dangers are approaching. Hi everyone, I'm glad you guys are back on my channel. Today, we continue to explore the second part of the novel, Before the End of the World. I inherited hundreds of billions of wealth and hoarded guns crazily. If you missed the first part, don't worry, there is a link to the previous episode in the description below the video so you can watch it at any time. So please like and subscribe to my channel, and I will jump right into part 2. Duan Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although most of the people gathered together were old, weak, sick, and disabled, she knew very well that the power of the entire building was still of great value as long as it was used properly. At the very least, we can strengthen our defenses and ensure our own safety by pooling our limited resources. Late at night, most people in Fengyun community have fallen asleep, but Building 24 is still brightly lit. Except for the dead or disabled residents, everyone gathered in room 01 on the 18th floor. Only Tang Qing was absent, but no one cared about her absence. Duan Xian's house was larger and could barely accommodate these people. Someone asked directly, "What should we do next?" Duan Xian sneered, "Of course the whole building should unite to resist the threats from other buildings. We must first gather everyone's supplies and distribute them uniformly. As long as everyone is not worried about survival, we can work together." "Who are you listening to?" someone questioned. "Supplies are not much to begin with. If they are concentrated, it will be easier to use them up. How can we resist then?" Duan Xian answered without hesitation, "Listen to me. As long as we unite, we can just go and grab the supplies from other buildings." "Do you think you are Li Bin?" Someone was dissatisfied. "You are a woman. Who can you control? Besides, we don't have guns, and there are few young and strong men in the building. How can we fight against other buildings?" Duan Xian's expression turned cold. She slowly walked towards the man, suddenly grabbed his hair, and slammed his head against the table. Before the other party could react, Duan Xian quickly pulled out a dagger and stabbed him in the temple. The man died on the spot. The others were terrified when they saw this. Duan Xian pulled out her dagger, blood splattered everywhere, and she glanced at everyone coldly. "Just because I'm a woman, can't I lead you?" Her eyes were as cold as ice, making everyone present dare not say a word. Although Duan Xian was afraid in her heart, she knew that she had to be so decisive, otherwise she, a woman, would not be able to survive in this ice and snow apocalypse. Seeing that no one objected, Duan Xian was secretly delighted. It turns out that only strength and violence can subdue these weak people. Duan Xian continued, "Since you are all silent, that means you have accepted me as the leader. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I will not treat you unfairly, nor will I let you worry about your survival supplies." "It's all right to listen to you," someone said, "but how do you guarantee that people from other buildings won't attack us? And how do you ensure that everyone has enough supplies?" Duan Xian smiled and said, "It's very simple. Just take the initiative. The news of Li Bin's murder has not yet spread, and people in other buildings are still afraid of us. If we keep hiding in Building 24, we will be exposed sooner or later. It is better to take the initiative to attack under the banner of Li Bin, which will not only deter people in other buildings, but also make them think that Li Bin is still leading us. In this case, they will definitely not attack us easily. As long as we kill the people in other buildings, their supplies will naturally become ours. And we must act as soon as possible, otherwise the supplies will be consumed and useless." Duan Xian's plan caught everyone's attention and they all expressed their approval. Duan Xian nodded, her eyes becoming even colder. "Since you agree, let me be frank. My team doesn't need cowards. Once I give the order to attack, everyone must participate. If anyone retreats, he will end up like this person." She inserted the dagger into the neck of the man she had just killed, and blood gushed out, making everyone's heart tighten. "Also, in order to prevent the news from leaking, everyone, including your family members, must hand over their cell phones. This is not a lack of trust, but for safety. If the news leaks, we will all die." Duan Xian continued. Duan Xian's request was quickly recognized by everyone, who handed in their phones and went home to get their families' phones. From that moment on, the people in Building 24, under Duan Xian's leadership, gave it their all and prepared to do a big job. At about 3 a.m., Duan Xian led the group to set off, aiming for Building 23. It was late at night and quiet, a good time to attack unexpectedly. People from Building 24 sneaked into Building 23 from the underground garage with weapons such as kitchen knives, shovels, and steel pipes, and started to break into the doors of each floor from the first floor. When they cleared the third floor, they finally alerted the entire building. Building 23 was in chaos. Although some people shouted to fight back, they were no match for Building 24 because they were in a hurry. Duan Xian led his men to sweep all the way to the top floor, killing all the hundreds of people in Building 23. Although more than a dozen people in Building 24 were killed and more than 20 were injured, this was the smallest price they paid as they took the initiative. Duan Xian ordered all supplies in Building 23 to be looted and the bodies to be carried out of the building. Then he ordered people to shout. The people in Building 23 actually dared to refuse our boss Li Bin's surrender. They really deserve to die. Chapter 67. This shout was deliberately heard throughout the entire community so that residents of several nearby buildings could hear it clearly. Especially when they saw the corpses piled in the snow, they couldn't help but shudder. Ever since Li Bin had a conflict with Su Yang, Li Bin seemed to have become quiet, and everyone thought he was lying in wait. Unexpectedly, this move was so powerful that it killed all the people in Building 23. The means were cruel and inhumane. The news quickly spread throughout Fengyun community, causing panic among all parties. Chun Mingjing from Building 17 was very glad when he heard about this. He was secretly glad that he only intended to deal with Li Bin but did not really take action. Otherwise, it would be the people on the 17th floor who would die. Chun Mingjing couldn't help but sigh. Compared with Li Bin, I am just like a child playing house, destroying an entire building without leaving anyone alive. Chen Mingjing immediately ordered his men not to provoke the people in Building 24, or even to harass the people in the nearby buildings. Under Duan Xian's command, the notoriety of Building 24 quickly spread throughout the community, and everyone believed that it was Li Bin's work. Only Su Yang knew that Duan Xian had to do all this to protect herself, but he did not reveal anything to the outside world. For him, as long as the other party did not provoke him, he would not interfere in the chaotic situation in the community. Su Yang's attention was focused on the properties of Building 2. These property management staff had been hiding, but after a few days, they finally took action. They organized all the residents of Building 2, forcibly collected supplies, killed those who disobeyed, and soon unified the entire building. During this period, these property staff had a conflict with Ning Kaidai, and the conflict ended after she injured several people. Although these property staff were equipped with explosion-proof equipment, and there were many strong men among them, they were still unable to resist Ning Kaidai. In order not to expose their own strength, these property staff temporarily gave up chasing Ning Kaidai, thinking that Ning Kaidai would ask them for help sooner or later, and then they would force her to join, which would greatly enhance the team's combat effectiveness. However, the people in Building 2 overlooked a key point. Ning Kaidai and Su Yang knew each other. As they expected, Ning Katie's supplies were running out, but she did not ask the property staff for help. Instead, she called Su Yang and said, "Su Yang, can you lend me some survival supplies? I know this is too much to ask, but I really have no other choice." Su Yang smiled and responded, "Since you have reminded me many times, I can give you some food." Su Yang decided to take this opportunity to repay the favor, so he said, "However, this can only be provided once, as a way of repaying your favor. If you need supplies in the future, you will have to exchange them for something." Ning Kaidai nodded to show her understanding. "Thank you for helping me at this time." Su Yang then informed her to get the supplies from the door of his basement. Su Yang took out a box of instant noodles, several packs of bread, and 4 or 5 bottles of mineral water from the system space and placed them outside the basement door. Although these supplies were insignificant to Su Yang, he still generously provided them all at once, believing that this was the most cost-effective way to repay the favor, especially when water and power were about to be cut off, and water resources would become extremely precious. After receiving the notice, Ning Kaidai immediately got ready and went to Su Yang's villa with a steel pipe. Along the way, Ning Kaidai saw bloodstains everywhere, and she became more certain that Su Yang's strength should not be underestimated. Ning Kaidai secretly wondered whether this villa was built as a safe fortress during its decoration, because there were obvious bullet holes on the walls and pillars, indicating that Su Yang not only had guns, but also a wide variety of them, ranging from AK-47s to submachine guns. Ning Kaidai couldn't help but think, did Su Yang make his fortune by smuggling arms? In a country like Daxia, how could ordinary people have the opportunity to come into contact with so many weapons? Su Yang saw Ning Kaidai approaching the villa through the surveillance screen. A smile appeared on his lips, but he didn't say much. Soon, Ning Kaidai found the supplies that Su Yang had placed there. Looking at the full box of instant noodles, several packs of bread, and several bottles of mineral water, she was grateful. Su Yang is really generous. I thought I could only borrow supplies for a few days, but I didn't expect him to give me so much. Thank you, Su Yang. Ning Kaidai thanked loudly towards the door of the basement. Seeing no response, she left with the supplies. After returning home, Ning Kaidai sent a message of thanks to Su Yang, but Su Yang did not reply. He just lived a comfortable life in his own safe fortress. Time passed day by day, and in a blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the ice and snow apocalypse, June 15th. The day had been peaceful, but at 6 p.m., the power suddenly went out, causing many people to fall into a deeper panic. Under the continued low temperature, although the air conditioning heating effect is poor, it can at least provide some warmth. The cold is even more biting after the power outage. The subsequent water outage caught many people off guard, and they were unable to even cook without water. Some people took snow from their balconies, melted it, and used it to cook. Life in the doomsday became increasingly difficult. Chapter 68. Those who used snow water to cook had no idea what they would face next. After eating these meals, many people's bodies changed and they fell to the ground in pain. Their screams spread throughout the Fengyun community. It was not until this moment that everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. The snow was highly poisonous. However, it was too late. Some of those who ate food made from snow water had sores all over their bodies, some fell into a coma, and some even died in agony with blood coming out of all their orifices. Before, when the water and electricity supply was normal, people had never tried to use snow water to cook food, and naturally they did not know that snow contained such a poison. The first group of people who were poisoned sounded the alarm for the rest of the people, and everyone's expressions instantly turned into panic. At this time, the concern is no longer just about food shortages, but about water shortages. Water is the source of life, and without water, no matter how much food you have, it will be useless. People who realized the crisis launched an attack overnight. The unsuspecting residents were slaughtered, and the purified water stored in their homes was looted. Some people are even crazy enough to drain the blood from corpses and store it. Throughout the night, bloody fights continued in dozens of buildings in Fengyun community. The bodies that had been drained of blood were everywhere, and the tragic scene was heart-wrenching. In this chaotic situation, some people noticed that Su Yang's house was still brightly lit, especially the bright sunroom and the full swimming pool, which made them wonder, how can Su Yang's house have electricity? Some people even saw the clear water in the koi pond and showed greed in their eyes. Of course, there was no water or electricity outage in Su Yang's home. At the moment of power outage, Su Yang started the silent generator in the basement and connected the water pipes to the water storage equipment prepared in advance. With the amount of water Su Yang has stored, it would take him several lifetimes to use it up, so he doesn't need to worry about these things at all. 2 hours after the water and power outage, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu called him via video, reminding him with worried faces, "Boss, the snow is highly poisonous. Don't drink it. Many people in our community have died from it." Su Yang smiled and comforted them. "Don't worry, I have stored enough water, so you don't need to drink snow water at all." Hearing Su Yang so calm, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief, chatted with him for a few words, and then hung up the phone. That night, Su Yang still slept soundly, while the outside world had fallen into madness. The next morning, Su Yang was awakened by the sound of fighting coming from outside. This chaos lasted for half a month. The ice and snow apocalypse has lasted for a whole month. Of the original 7,000 or 8,000 residents in Fengyun community, there are now only more than 2,000 people left, and the rest have died in the infighting. During this period, Wang Ping's girlfriend Tang Qing came to Su Yang many times to ask for supplies. Every time after meeting Su Yang's physiological needs, Tang Qing would leave with the supplies, satisfied. However, as time went on, the supplies Su Yang gave her gradually decreased, with only 2 days' supply provided each time, and only enough for one person. From Tang Qing, Su Yang learned that Wang Ping's family had all starved to death, and now she was the only one left in the family, and was often harassed by Duan Qian's men. Tang Qing had begged Su Yang to take her in many times, but he refused every time. Su Yang believed that Tang Qing was useless other than satisfying his physiological needs, and keeping her would only increase his anxiety. Every time, Su Yang would remind her, "Protect your body. If someone else touches you, I won't want you anymore." He could clearly see all of Tang Qing's actions through the surveillance, so he naturally knew whether she had been violated. Not long after Tang Qing left, Ning Kaidai also came to the door of Su Yang's basement and said shyly, "Su Yang, I have finished my food and I have no more water. Do you think you can?" She was too embarrassed to continue. Su-young asked bluntly, "What do you want to exchange?" Ning Kaidai gritted her teeth, gave up all her insistence, and whispered, I will use my body." In order to survive, she decided to give up her dignity. Instead of giving advantage to others, she would rather give advantage to the principled Su-young. Su-young agreed without hesitation. Okay. He was not a hypocrite, and since the other party was so direct, he didn't have to hesitate. The door of the basement opened automatically. Ning Kaidai walked in. Feeling the warmth in the room, she quickly took off her heavy down jacket. Su-yang's voice came from the end of the corridor. "Since you have taken off all your clothes, just take them off." Although he agreed to the deal, he remained vigilant and asked Ning Kaidai to take off all her clothes to check whether she was carrying any weapons. Ning Kaidai blushed and began to take off her warm clothes. Suddenly, with a bang, a wrench fell to the floor. Su-young immediately became alert and pointed his gun at her. Ning Kaidai hurriedly explained, "Don't be nervous, this is just for self-defense." She threw the wrench at Su-young. After Su-young took the wrench, he said coldly, "Keep taking it off." Ning Kaidai had no choice but to take off all her clothes and turned around. "Look, I really have nothing on me." After Su-young confirmed that everything was correct, he felt relieved and took her to the first floor. He said calmly, "Go take a shower first." Half an hour later, Ning Kaidai was wrapped in pajamas, with wet hair scattered on her shoulders. Su-young couldn't help but look at her charming figure and perfect proportions. Taking a deep breath, Su-young asked, "Should we start directly or go through the process first?" Ning Katie's cheeks flushed, and she said softly, "It's up to you. I'm ready." Su-young smiled and said, "Then let's go with the process. I like to take it slow. It's more romantic this way." Ning Kaidai had an excellent physique, and the experience she brought to Su-young was far better than Tang Qing's. After 3 full hours, the two of them finished, and by then Ning Katie's stomach was already growling with hunger. Su-young asked her to take out the vegetables and meat from the refrigerator by herself, and only threw her an apron. "Put it on, and cook as much as you eat." Ning Kaidai rolled her eyes at him, tied on her apron helplessly, and started cooking with her tired body. Ning Kaidai, naked and busy in the kitchen, looks particularly attractive, but in this ice and snow apocalypse, the most important thing is to fill your stomach. Chapter 69. Although Ning Kaidai was physically and mentally exhausted, the temptation of food made her endure the pain and start to get busy. Since the end of the world, Ning Kaidai has never eaten fresh vegetables and meat again. Su-yang's place has everything, even fresh fruits. Ning Kaidai spent more than 2 hours eating this meal, until she finally lay down on the sofa in satisfaction. Ning Kaidai felt the comfortable environment of Su-yang's home, and her heart was filled with envy. She even didn't want to leave, but reason prevailed in the end. She took a short rest, and then stood up to say goodbye. Su-young looked at her back and sighed in his heart. Ning Kaidai is really smart. Although she is capable and principled, he does not plan to keep her by his side for the time being. Before Ning Kaidai left, Su-young gave her half a box of instant noodles, 2 packs of sausages, and several bottles of purified water, and half-jokingly said, "The instant noodles are a fair trade, and the bread and water are extra rewards for your good experience." Ning Kaidai blushed after hearing this. She hurriedly took her things and ran back to the basement, put on her clothes and left. Su-young rested for a while, until after dinner, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and the pain between his eyebrows was unbearable, as if he was pricked by a needle. He felt a force from all parts of his body gathering to his eyebrows, and then a bright light emanated from his eyebrows. This lasted for half an hour, and Su-young finally felt the pain eased, and was replaced by unprecedented strength in his body. "Am I a different person?" Su-young wondered, and walked to the mirror to check himself. In the mirror, he had clear lines and strong muscles, as if he had become a different person. Su-young noticed that the pain between his eyebrows was still there. With a light touch, his consciousness was pulled into the depths of his eyebrows by a force. Su-young saw a bronze crystal core appearing between his eyebrows. The crystal core emitted a faint light, and a horizontal bar appeared at the bottom. Although he didn't know what this meant, Su-young knew that he might have become a superpower. With a burst of joy in his heart, he began to try to mobilize the energy in the crystal core, and the energy quickly spread throughout his body. A space door suddenly appeared in front of Su-young, which was farther than the previous distance, reaching 10 meters. After taking back the space gate, Su-young was pleasantly surprised to find that he could control the power of space. In a flash, the power of space formed a barrier around him. To verify, Su-young found an automatic launcher and discovered that the barrier could block the attack. He named this skill Space Barrier. After repeated experiments, Su Yang discovered two more abilities. One is space refraction, which can open a space door around the body, absorb the enemy's attack, and release it in another place, with an attack range of up to 200 meters. Another ability is spatial perception. He can construct a three-dimensional map of a 200-meter radius in his mind and clearly perceive all movements inside and outside the building. These discoveries made Su Yang extremely excited, but he soon realized that he might have awakened more than just space-related abilities. When Su Yang observed a solid wooden table in the living room, he found dense cracks faintly appearing in the middle of the table. When he withdrew his supernatural powers, the cracks disappeared. Su Yang walked to the table and slapped it lightly. The solid wood table actually cracked in the middle, and the crack extended to all sides, just as he had seen before. Have I awakened other superpowers? Su Yang frowned and tried again. He did not mobilize the space power, but the crystal core between his eyebrows still released a beam of energy that gathered into his eyes. Su Yang looked at the cup in his hand and instantly saw the weakest point of the cup. He gently squeezed it and the cup shattered. After testing other objects, Su Yang found that no matter what the object was, he could easily find its weakness. Su Yang named this skill Eye of Truth, which is specifically used to sense the weaknesses of objects and enemies. Afterwards, Su Yang tried to combine this ability with the Special Forces fighting skills and found that the power was greatly increased and his proficiency was better than before. In the end, Su Yang confirmed that the second superpower he awakened was martial arts. This discovery made Su Yang ecstatic. He concluded that the space-related abilities include space barrier, space refraction, and space perception, while the martial arts-related abilities include Eye of True Knowledge and Shadowless Fist. At the same time, Su Yang's physical strength also increased significantly. Despite the joy, Su Yang also had a deep worry in his heart. I have awakened my superpowers, but what about others? Su Yang pondered. I can't be the only one awakened, so have others awakened as well? What are the conditions for awakening? Will the munitions I stockpiled still be effective against those with superpowers? These questions lingered in Su Yang's mind. If he was the only one who awakened his superpowers, then with his own stockpiled munitions and built war fortresses, he would be almost invincible in the apocalypse, and no enemy would be a threat to him. But if there are more and more people with special abilities, Su Yang's advantage will gradually weaken. Chapter 70. Therefore, Su Yang is currently considering how to deal with these possible threats. What puzzled Su Yang was that, now that his powers had been awakened, how could he enhance them? It was impossible for them to remain at their current level, right? Su Yang thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't find the answer. So he decided to put these questions aside for the time being, take a break, and prepare to continue researching tomorrow. The next morning, Su Yang got up early and released the small aircraft. Thousands of small aircraft instantly covered the sky above the entire Fengyun community, and he could see everything that was happening. Su Yang discovered that many people in Fengyun community had fallen ill. Duan Qian had a high fever and was unconscious, as did Ning Kaidai. There were 5 other people in similar situations. Those who had taken the snow water but did not die gradually woke up from their coma, with obvious fluctuations of supernatural powers on their bodies, while those who did not wake up completely lost their vital signs. It seems that awakening superpowers still requires some innate conditions. Perhaps the body must endure some kind of pain. Su Yang guessed secretly. Afterwards, Su Yang discovered that among the remaining 2,000 people in Fengyun community, hundreds of people with special abilities suddenly emerged, and the proportion of awakening was quite high. Just as Su Yang continued to observe, Li Feng in Building 17 was the first to wake up from coma. He seemed to have realized that he had awakened his special powers. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he stood up and walked towards the floor where Chen Mingjing was. Li Feng, you're awake. Chen Mingjing was surprised to see Li Feng. I thought you were poisoned to death by the snow water. Since you're not dead, then work hard for me. We're going to attack Building 18 today, and you'll be the vanguard. If you don't make any contribution, you won't get any food. As Chen Mingjing said this, he hugged Li Feng's wife and touched her all over without any care, not taking Li Feng seriously at all. In this end-time environment, the law of the jungle has long become the norm. Chen Mingjing originally thought that Li Feng was dead, so he dared to possess his wife. Now, even if Li Feng is still alive, he is still unscrupulous. Chen Mingjing, take your dirty hands off my wife, Li Feng said coldly, with a chill in his eyes. Bang! Chen Mingjing slammed the table angrily, grabbed a machete and pointed it at Li Feng. Are you looking for death? You dare to yell at me? Do you think you can call me by my name? Li Feng showed no fear and said in a deep voice, It's you who doesn't want to live. Looking for death. Chun Mingjing was furious and slashed at Li Feng's neck with a knife. However, a sound of metal clashing was heard, causing Chun Mingjing's arm to go numb. The machete hit Li Feng's neck, but did not cause any harm to him. Li Feng's neck actually had a metallic luster. How is it possible? Chun Mingjing was stunned. This scene was beyond his understanding. He couldn't believe it. How could a person's neck turn into metal? Li Feng did not give him more time to react. He snatched the knife from Chun Mingjing, easily twisted it into a twist in his hand, then threw it on the ground and slowly approached Chun Mingjing. Everyone, come together and kill him. Chun Mingjing shouted in fear, but no one dared to step forward. The power displayed by Li Feng frightened them, and no one was willing to die. Li Feng grabbed Chun Mingjing, sneered and stretched his finger towards his chest. His finger instantly turned into a sharp thorn and pierced directly into Chun Mingjing's heart. Chun Mingjing fell straight to the ground and lost his life. Li Feng's wife knelt down in front of him, crying and saying, "You're okay, that's great. I didn't follow Chun Mingjing on my own initiative. He forced me to do it." Li Feng looked at her coldly. His fingers turned into sharp swords, and she fell to the ground with a sharp sound. Li Feng sneered in his heart. "No matter whether you did it voluntarily or not, you deserve to die if you betray me." After killing his wife, Li Feng glanced at everyone present with a cold gaze. "Now that Chun Mingjing is dead, I will be the boss of Building 17. Who is in favor and who is against?" Everyone present bowed their heads and silently accepted his position. At this moment, a voice rang out, "I object." Li Feng frowned and saw Qianlu walking in. Qianlu was also Li Feng's neighbor. He had eaten the meal made with snow water before. Although he didn't die, he might have awakened his supernatural powers. "I also want to be the boss of Building 17, Qianlu said calmly. "What do you think we should do?" Li Feng responded coldly, "Then let's fight. Whoever wins will be the boss. How about that?" "Okay." Qianlu nodded in agreement, then waved his hand and a fireball flew towards Li Feng. The fireball was extremely hot and fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Li Feng and hit him directly. The clothes burned quickly, but Li Feng felt nothing. When the flames went out, his whole body was covered with metal. His hands turned into two big swords, and he rushed towards Qianlu. Although Qianli's fireball was extremely powerful, it still could not cause any substantial damage to Li Feng. Seeing this scene, Qianlu felt unwilling and summoned 3 fireballs again. But Li Feng easily chopped up the fireballs and continued to approach with a sneer. Qianlu roared, "I'm going to fight you." He opened his mouth and spit out a flame. This flame was hotter and more violent than the previous one, and it sprayed directly towards Li Feng. However, although Li Feng's metal body was heated, it still did not melt. When Qianli's supernatural power was exhausted, Li Feng put a knife on his neck. Qianli looked unhappy and unwilling, but he still lowered his head and said, "From now on, you are the boss of Building 17? Li Feng nodded with satisfaction, retracted the blade, and his body returned to normal. Li Feng asked someone to find him a set of clothes to put on, and then said to everyone, "From now on, I am the boss of Building 17. Qianlu is the second brother. Everyone say hello to the second brother." "Hello, second brother," everyone shouted in unison. Su Yang witnessed the battle between the superpowers through a small aircraft. He was shocked, but did not feel threatened. He possessed 2 powerful superpowers, enough to cope with any challenge. At this time, Li Feng said to Qianlu, "Take a break first, recover your abilities, then gather some people and take down Su Yang's villa. From now on, this will be our base." Chapter 71. After the power transfer of Building 17 was completed, other buildings in Fengyun community also underwent similar changes. The original leaders were replaced one after another by newly awakened psychics. Some buildings were the weakest at the beginning, but suddenly became the strongest due to the awakening of many people with special powers. In Building 24, Su Yang's old neighbors saw Duan Qian was still unconscious, and some of them gradually had evil thoughts in their hearts. Duan Qian's beauty had long made them covetous, and when she fell into a coma, they decided to take the opportunity to violate her. However, just as they were about to act, Duan Qian suddenly woke up. She waved her hand coldly, and 4 or 5 men were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Her cold voice echoed in the room, "Gather everyone and come to my place for a meeting." Soon after, all the people in Building 24 arrived. Duan Qian checked and found that besides herself, there were 3 other people in the building who also awakened their superpowers. These people still obeyed her orders, which made Duan Qian very satisfied, and her ambitions were ignited in her heart. She ordered everyone, "Early tomorrow morning, We will attack Su Yang's villa and take away his supplies first. At the same time, the awakened people in Building 2 also began to act. In addition to Ning Kaidai, they also awakened 6 people with special abilities, which greatly increased their confidence. The original strategy of hiding their strength and cleaning up the mess at the end was abandoned, and they decided to attack Su Yang's villa together early tomorrow morning. Su Yang used the monitoring system to count the awakening status of the entire Fengyan community. He found that among the remaining more than 2,000 people, 125 people had awakened their superpowers. There are many kinds of superpowers. Some are turned into metal, some can control fire, some are extremely fast and leave a trail of afterimages behind them, some can control ice and snow like Duanqian, and some even have infinite strength. However, Su Yang discovered that although there were many awakened people, no one possessed dual powers, and no one's power was as magical as his spatial power. Although these awakened ones targeted Su Yang, he was not worried at all. After all, everyone had just awakened their special powers. Although their abilities had been enhanced, Su Yang firmly believed that they would not be able to resist his powerful firepower output. Su Yang never considered leaving his villa, even after awakening his superpowers. He knew that he had enough weapons in his arsenal to deal with these people. He didn't think these superpowers could withstand the power of a missile. Su Yang looked at those awakened people who were full of confidence, with an inexplicable smile on his face. "Come on, it's a good opportunity to use you as an experiment," he said. Afterwards, Su Yang directly activated the villa's defense system and monitoring system, and sent out hundreds of electronic dogs, hiding in the snow outside the villa, and made preparations in advance. The next morning, Su Yang got up early, and after dinner, he watered the flowers and fed the koi in the sunroom. Soon, the monitoring radar sounded an alarm. Su Yang turned on the screen and saw more than 1,000 people heading towards his villa. Although these people came from different buildings and belonged to different forces, they had a common goal: to deal with Su Yang and snatch supplies. For this goal, they temporarily united and prepared to kill Su Yang first and then divide the supplies equally. When these people arrived outside the yard of Su Yang's villa, they saw him wearing pajamas and feeding fish leisurely, and they were immediately furious. "Su Yang, seeing so many of us coming here, don't you have anything to say?" Li Feng asked with a bad look. Li Feng looked at the flowers blooming in Su Yang's sunroom, and his heart was filled with jealousy. The temperature where they lived was -50 to 60 degrees Celsius all year round. Especially after the power outage, the environment was even worse. Even though he has awakened his supernatural powers and can withstand the severe cold, Li Feng cannot be exposed to the outside for a long time. Who can live such a comfortable life in the ice and snow apocalypse like Su Yang? Not only Li Feng, but others were also jealous. They couldn't wait to rush into the villa and occupy this warm home. Su Yang calmly put down the fish food in his hand, turned to the table, took out a bottle of red wine, poured a glass, and took a sip. Then Su Yang said to everyone, "Come if you want. What does it have to do with me? We are not familiar with each other. Do you still want me to feed you?" His words made all the superpowers furious, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Li Feng said coldly, "Don't think that we can't do anything to you just because your villa is strong. We are no longer ordinary people now. Your guns have no effect on us. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being rude." "How do you mean rude?" Su Yang sneered. "If you want to fight, just fight. Why waste your words?" He turned his gaze to Duanqian and the people in Building 24 and asked, "Are you here to cause trouble for me too? It seems that Li Bin's death did not teach you a lesson." Duanqian responded coldly, "Li Bin deserves to die, but you deserve to die even more." She gritted her teeth and said, "However, I can give you a chance. If you give up the villa and hand over all the supplies, I can consider sparing your life. It seems like you have me in your hands." Su Yang smiled slightly, his eyes sweeping over everyone. "Don't think you can show off in front of me just because you have more people. Many people have tried to take advantage of me before, but they are all dead. Su Yang, you know nothing about power." Duanqian looked at him with contempt. "Things are different now. In the past, you had a gun in your hand and could deal with ordinary people, but now we are not something you can deal with. I advise you to leave the villa obediently, otherwise—" "Otherwise what?" Su Yang interrupted her nonchalantly. "Since you are not afraid of me and are full of confidence, what are you waiting for? Do you want me to treat you to a meal?" As he spoke, Su Yang lit a cigar and smoked it leisurely, not paying any attention to the group of enemies in front of him. Chapter 72. Everyone could no longer tolerate Su Yang's arrogant attitude, and all the superpowers gave an order: "Go, break the glass in front and catch Su Yang. From now on, the supplies inside will be ours." More than 1,000 people immediately responded to the order, holding various instruments, and rushed towards the glass of Su Yang's villa. However, despite their best efforts, the glass did not budge at all. No matter how hard they smashed it, not even a scratch was left on it. Su Yang looked at the futile attacks of this group of people, sneered, exhaled a puff of smoke, then turned and walked into the living room and activated the counterattack system. A Gatling gun rose from the basement of the sunroom, the muzzle of the gun piercing through the opening in the glass and opening fire instantly. Da-da-da. The Gatling machine gun sprayed out blue flames, and dense bullets poured out like raindrops. More than 300 people in the front row were shot and fell to the ground immediately. The scene was like harvesting leeks, and everyone was instantly in a panic. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people were terrified. Although they knew Su Yang had a gun, they never thought that he had such a powerful weapon. Those ordinary people were simply unable to resist and turned around and fled, ignoring the threat of the superpower behind them. "Want to run? Can you run?" Su Yang sneered. Instantly, countless holes appeared on the glass around the villa, rows of guns appeared, and the counterattack system began to carry out comprehensive firepower coverage. The gunshots were deafening, and dense bullets were fired rapidly in all directions, giving people a feeling of being on a battlefield. Under such powerful firepower, the more than 1,000 ordinary people were almost all slaughtered. The blood dyed the snow on the ground red, and the bodies were scattered everywhere. If it weren't for the cold weather that caused the blood to coagulate quickly, the outside of the villa would have become a sea of blood. The surviving psychics gasped as they watched their men fall one by one. Even though they had realized how powerful Su Yang was, they had never expected that he possessed such terrifying firepower. In the previous battle, before they awakened their superpowers, they were lucky enough to escape. But now that they have awakened their superpowers, they are still afraid of Su Yang's firepower. Faced with the overwhelming bullets, the psychics activated their own superpowers and tried to resist or shoot down the bullets. However, some people's supernatural powers were not suitable for defense, and they were ultimately unable to withstand Su Yang's firepower. They were riddled with bullets and fell in a pool of blood. Qian Lu, brought by Li Feng, was one of them. His fireball ability could not completely defend against him, and he was eventually shot through the forehead by a bullet, killing him instantly. Li Feng witnessed his companions being killed, and was so angry that his whole body was metallized, and he rushed to the villa under the bullets. He yelled, "Su Yang, I'm going to cut you into pieces." Seeing this, the other psychics no longer hesitated and launched a charge, determined to take down Su Yang in one go. However, as they approached the glass, an ominous feeling arose. There was a buzzing sound in their ears, and they looked up, only to see hundreds of drones flying out from the fourth floor of the villa, each equipped with weapons. Su Yang's voice came out from the loudspeaker, saying coldly, "So what if you have awakened your superpowers? You will still die in front of my firepower." Hundreds of drones opened fire at the same time, and bullets swept down again. Combined with the Gatling guns and guns extending from the glass, the intensity of firepower reached an astonishing level. At this moment, the psychics were facing unprecedented pressure. Some of those with weaker psychics began to be unable to hold on. Their psychics were exhausted, and they fell one after another in the hail of bullets. Those psychics who were preparing to retreat were attacked from both sides, with no way to escape. The intelligent electronic dog that Su Yang had hidden earlier also began to move at this time, emerging from the snow and opening fire without hesitation. In just a few minutes, more than 20 psychics fell to the ground and died. The team originally had 125 psychics, but now only had less than 80 people left. Duan Xian saw that the situation was not good, so she waved her hand and summoned a huge snow curtain, temporarily blocking the incoming bullets, and shouted, "The enemy's firepower is too strong. Let's retreat first." Duan Xian used her icing ability to temporarily freeze the electronic dogs while leading the survivors to retreat quickly. Although Li Feng was unwilling, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and retreat. At the moment they retreated, Su Yang had already walked onto the balcony on the third floor of the villa, raised the Barrett sniper rifle with a sneer. Bang! A flame came out from the muzzle of Barrett's gun, and a bullet flew out like lightning. Feeling bad, the psychic tried to use his powers to defend himself, but the bullet easily penetrated his barrier and hit him directly. Half of the psychic's body was blown to pieces, and he fell to the ground, dead instantly. Duan Xian's heart trembled, and she thought to herself, "This weapon is so powerful." It was not until the man died that the sound of the sniper rifle reached her ears. "It's a large-caliber sniper rifle." Someone reacted and shouted hurriedly, "Hurry up and find cover." However, Su Yang's villa was located in an open space in Fengyun community, and there was almost no shelter around. Even if the psychic was fast, he could not avoid the bullets of the Barrett sniper rifle. Su Yang continued to pull the trigger and fired 10 shots in a row. Each bullet hit the target accurately. The chests of the 10 psychics were blown through by bullets, leaving only a big hole. They fell to the ground with their eyes open. Seeing this scene, Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. His Barrett sniper rifle can not only fire single shots, but also fire continuously. Combined with his sharpshooter ability and spatial perception ability, it is like the coming of the god of death, and each shot can take a person's life. Chapter 73. During the escape, Su Yang continued to use the Barrett sniper rifle and accurately killed more than a dozen psychics. There were originally more than 80 people left, but now there are only about 60 people left. Although these people have awakened their special powers and are much stronger than ordinary people, they still find it difficult to survive the powerful firepower of the Barrett sniper rifle. The remaining people watched their companions fall one by one, sweating profusely, and they all used their special abilities to the fullest, trying their best to escape. However, there was no cover in front of the villa, so they could only watch Su Yang continue sniping until they ran to the green belt of the community 1,000 meters away and found a place to hide. Those surviving psychics hid behind green belts or behind trees frozen to death by the low temperature, and finally managed to temporarily avoid Su Yang's sniping. They finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially Duan Qian. Although her ability could control ice and snow, which was very powerful in such an environment, it could not completely block the bullets from the Barrett sniper rifle. Duan Qian was filled with regret at this moment. She shouldn't have provoked Su Yang. She thought she could take revenge after awakening her superpowers, but she didn't expect Su Yang to make her fall into despair with a sniper rifle. The other superpowers also felt extremely regretful and terrified. When they saw Duan Qian being shot in the head and a big hole appeared on the concrete wall, their hearts sank to the bottom. However, they still did not dare to act rashly because the speed of the bullet was too fast. They could not even judge when Su Yang fired the shot. The gunshot did not reach their ears until Duan Qian fell down for a few seconds. They had a fluke in their hearts, thinking that Su Yang's sniping might be just an accident, and they didn't believe that he could accurately aim through the green belts and bunkers. However, their hopes were soon shattered. Su Yang could not only clearly see their every move, but also accurately lock onto the target through high-precision sights, infrared assistance, and thermal imagers. The Barrett sniper rifle has a range of up to 2,500 meters. The green belt where these people are hiding is only 1,000 meters away from Su Yang, so they have nowhere to escape. Su Yang took aim again and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet pierced through the frozen trees like lightning and shot directly through the waist of a mutant, cutting his body in half. The man screamed miserably and struggled in pain on the ground. His internal organs scattered all over the floor, but no one dared to step forward to rescue him. Soon, the man died from excessive blood loss. The psychics at the scene all turned pale, and their inner fear reached its peak. Su Yang was like a cat teasing a mouse, constantly sniping those who tried to hide. After shooting 5 times in a row and killing the 5 psychics hiding behind the trees, Su Yang felt a little bored, so he shouted to the surviving psychics through the loudspeaker, "Li Feng, listen, come out and surrender obediently, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, all of you will die." The surviving superpowers turned their attention to Li Feng. His superpower was to turn his whole body into metal, which gave him extremely strong defense. Before, Li Feng had endured intensive shooting from an AK-47 at close range, with only some slight bullet marks left on his body, so he had some confidence in the power of the Barrett sniper rifle. Li Feng believed that Su Yang might not have enough ammunition, otherwise he would have continued shooting instead of calling for surrender. Li Feng said to everyone, "Su Yang may be running out of ammunition. As long as we don't show our heads, he can't do anything to us. Let's fight him for a while, and then we can attack his villa at night. I don't believe he doesn't need to sleep at night." Li Feng's proposal was agreed by everyone present. Everyone lay on the ground, using the green belts and trees as cover. Li Feng shouted at Su Yang, "Su Yang, don't waste your time. We will not surrender. If you have the guts, come out of the villa and have a fair fight. It's no use just using a gun." Su Yang listened to Li Feng's shouting, smiled slightly, put down the Barrett sniper rifle, took out the RPG rocket launcher from the space equipment, loaded it with shells, and carried it on his shoulder. Su Yang said coldly through the loudspeaker, "Since you refuse to surrender, don't blame me for killing you all. I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be killed with one shot." One shot hits the target. Li Feng and the others were startled and secretly felt uneasy, but before they could react, Su Yang had already pulled the trigger of the RPG rocket launcher without hesitation. Boom! With a loud bang, a rocket was fired from the RPG launcher, carrying destructive power, and flew straight towards the green belt 1,000 meters away. In the silence of Fengyun community, the loud noise echoed in everyone's ears, as if the end of the world had come. Chapter 74. When Li Feng heard the deafening sound, his heart tightened and he shouted, "Oh no! Run away!" He was the first to jump out from his original place. The other psychics reacted just as fast as he did, and they all started running away as soon as the sound was heard. However, some people were still a step slower. The RPG missile drew a fiery trail in the air, trailing flames, and landed precisely in the green belt. With a loud bang, the explosion shook the earth, and the area within a radius of 10 meters was razed to the ground. Flames rose into the sky, and 5 psychics were blown to pieces on the spot. Only 5 crystal cores emitting green light were left on the ground. The powerful airflow suddenly hit the other escapees. Even if they used their full powers, they could not resist it completely and were blown away by the airflow. In fact, for such a missile, the impact force of the explosion is not the most deadly. The steel balls inside the missile and the fragments scattered during the explosion are the greater threat. These steel balls and fragments flew everywhere at an alarming speed. Even those who were not directly hit by the explosion had their bodies riddled with holes under the attack of the flying steel balls and fragments. More than 20 people screamed and fell to the ground, losing their lives. Although Li Feng reacted quickly and fled the explosion area at the first moment, he could not escape the impact of the missile. After his whole body was turned into metal, Li Feng had extremely strong defense. Steel balls and fragments hit him, making clanging sounds, but they could not hurt him at all. However, when Li Feng looked back, he found that there were only more than 20 psychic subordinates he brought with him, all of whom were in low spirits and were fleeing for their lives. The green belt was flattened by missiles, and with no place to hide, the psychics could only flee frantically, trying to escape Su Yang's range. Seeing them fleeing frantically, Su Yang showed a cold smile. Su Yang realized that the RPG rocket launcher was not suitable for the already scattered enemies, so he replaced the rocket launcher and took out a larger sniper rifle, the Angio Monster anti-material sniper rifle. This gun can almost be called a sniper gun. It is loaded with 20mm caliber anti-material shells, which can easily penetrate armored vehicles and tanks, with a range of up to 4.5 kilometers. Su Yang aimed at a fleeing mutant and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet passed through several frozen trees and accurately hit the mutant. The man was instantly shattered by the bullet, and his body was torn into pieces. However, the bullet did not stop and continued to penetrate 3 more people before finally exploding in the 5th person, blowing him to pieces, leaving only a crystal core that fell to the ground. This scene made the surviving psychics stand there in a daze, their legs going weak and their eyes filled with fear. Is Su Yang still a human being? This is the common question in everyone's mind. Which ordinary person can hoard so many guns and ammunition? Su Yang's arsenal seemed to be tailor-made for the end of the world. They couldn't help but wonder whether Su Yang had already known about the coming of the end of the world and had made preparations in advance. Although they were terrified, they all understood that running would mean death, so it would be better to try to surrender and perhaps save their lives. Su Yang watched them stop running and once again said jokingly through the loudspeaker, "Why don't you run? I still want to continue practicing sniping. Otherwise, I'll give you another chance. If you can dodge my bullets, I won't kill you. How about that?" Su Yang's words were full of ridicule. He had no intention of letting these people go. Since the other party had the intention to kill him, he would not let them live. If these people with special abilities become stronger in the future, they may pose a threat to Su Yang. He knows very well that if you don't get rid of the roots, there will be endless troubles. However, the remaining superpowers all shook their heads, thinking to themselves, "We won't run, even if you kill us. If we run, we will die. If we don't run and surrender, we still have a chance of survival." Just when everyone was ready to surrender completely, Li Feng stood up and roared loudly, "Su Yang, you want us to surrender? No way. They are afraid of you, but I am not. Even if you have a sniper rifle and a rocket launcher, what can you do to me? I am no longer an ordinary person. As long as you let me attack your villa, I will cut you into pieces and let you taste what fear feels like. You are so stubborn and are looking for death." Su Yang snorted coldly, picked up the Angio Monster anti-material sniper rifle, aimed at Li Feng, and fired a bullet instantly. Li Feng felt extremely dangerous, and his whole body immediately turned into metal. He condensed a thick metal shield in his hand to block himself. However, The bullet penetrated his large metal shield unhindered and continued to shoot towards Li Feng's body. Li Feng was shocked when he saw this and quickly took off his shield. He turned his hands into two sharp swords and slashed forward, accidentally cutting the bullet into two halves. Boom! The bullet exploded, and the powerful impact force blew Li Feng away. The shell that was cut in half still had no power left and continued to fly, penetrating the heads of the two psychics and smashing their heads to pieces. When other psychics saw this scene, they were furious and turned their eyes to Li Feng. Su Yang had just said that if they surrendered, they would not be killed, but Li Feng's provocative behavior directly put them to death again. The extremely angry psychics took advantage of the confrontation between Li Feng and Su Yang and ran away, leaving Li Feng alone. Su Yang looked at Li Feng's metal body and sneered, "I didn't expect you to be able to block my attack, but you won't be so lucky this time." Su Yang reloaded a special bullet into the angio monster. This bullet was different from the previous one, and the sound of liquid flowing inside could be heard when loading. Bang! The gunshot rang out again. Li Feng sensed the danger again and used all his strength to condense a thicker metal shield. However, the bullet penetrated the shield again and went straight towards Li Feng. Li Feng chopped with all his might, and the bullet was cut in half, but it did not explode. Instead, a large amount of liquid splashed out. Just when Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, he found that his metal body began to emit green smoke and severe corrosion began. Even if he used his supernatural powers at full power, it was useless. His body was being corroded at an alarming speed. Damn it, this is high-concentration sulfuric acid. Li Feng looked angrily in the direction of Su Yang's villa and said with gritted teeth, "Su Yang, you despicable bastard, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Before he finished speaking, Li Feng's body had been completely corroded by sulfuric acid into residue, leaving only a crystal core that flickered with a faint light. Chapter 75, Absorbing Superpowers. "You little brat, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" After killing Li Feng, Su Yang sneered. Even if the opponent could turn his entire body into metal, he would still be vulnerable to his anti-material sniper rifle. It was just a coincidence that the opponent was able to block the two sniper shells from the angio monster. In fact, with Li Feng's current supernatural power strength, he cannot be stopped at all. Su Yang just didn't want to waste any more bullets, so he replaced them with sniper shells containing high concentrations of sulfuric acid. Once the high concentration of sulfuric acid inside explodes, even the strongest tank armor will be unable to withstand the corrosion. And Su Yang has more than one way to deal with Li Feng. Li Feng died, and his death was extremely unwilling. The entire body was corroded by the high concentration of sulfuric acid, leaving nothing behind. However, the remaining 12 psychics took advantage of this time to run back to their respective homes. Su Yang didn't care about that. Be prepared to deal with those people after cleaning up the battlefield. The electronic dog that was previously frozen by Duan Qian using her icy power. It was not damaged and could move freely after Duan Qian's death. Under Su Yang's control, the drone and the smart electronic dog act together. All the dead bodies around the villa were cleared away. He even cleared the blood-stained snow outside the villa. The traces of the previous battle were once again covered by heavy snow. The scene returned to being exactly the same as before, as if no battle had ever taken place here. Drones lifted thousands of bodies and piled them all up in the square of Fengyun community. Then return. The more than 100 corpses of psychics and the crystal cores that fell on the ground were all collected by Su Yang. There were originally 125 psychics attacking him, but now only 12 are dead. A total of 113 people with special abilities were killed by Su Yang. Some people even had their bodies broken into pieces. Only the crystal core is left. Su Yang plans to study these people with special abilities carefully. See if you can absorb the other party's supernatural powers. Su Yang grabbed a crystal core. I was just about to take a closer look. Suddenly he realized that all the energy in the crystal core had entered his body. Su Yang just felt warm all over. After the energy of the crystal core in his hand disappeared, it turned into powder and disappeared without a trace. The opponent's energy circulates within his body once. Let his physical strength continue to increase. Finally, all of them gathered in the crystal core between the eyebrows. Su Yang felt that the strength of his supernatural powers had increased a lot. There was another line on the crystal core that was glowing green. It changed from 1 to 2. Did I advance? Su Yang asked doubtfully, does the growth of my superpowers require the absorption of superpowers from other people's crystal cores? Thinking of this, Su Yang checked several of his skills and found that his physical strength had been greatly enhanced. The energy of the supernatural power is twice as strong as before. However, the strength or range of the skill has not increased. Maybe it hasn't reached a critical point yet, Su Yang murmured. He picked up another crystal core with his hand. The moment his hand touched the crystal core, just like before, all the energy in the crystal core entered his body. Finally, it gathers into the crystal core between the eyebrows. The third bar appears on the crystal core. His body became stronger again, and the energy in the crystal core increased again. After the crystal core in his hand lost its energy, it turned into ashes. Su Yang finally confirmed that the way for psychics to enhance their abilities is to absorb the energy from the crystal cores of other psychics. This not only allows the person who absorbs the superpower to continuously increase their energy and become stronger, it can also enhance physical fitness, and once a certain amount is absorbed, it may even allow people to evolve. After figuring it out, Su Yang absorbed 6 crystal cores again. At this time, 9 bars have appeared on the green crystal core between the eyebrows. Su Yang felt the rich energy within the crystal core. But I feel that I haven't reached my limit yet. Prepare to absorb further. Take out a dagger from the space. Prepare to dig out the crystal cores from those corpses. But the moment his hand touched the corpse, the other party's energy entered his body. When the opponent's ability is absorbed, Su Yang clearly noticed that the other person's brow was cracked. The crystal core inside disappeared without a trace. Is this possible? Su Yang was shocked. It turns out that you don't need to touch the crystal core directly. You can absorb the supernatural power just by touching the other person's body. After absorbing another supernatural power, Su Yang found that the energy between his eyebrows was only more intense. The strength of the body is also increasing. There was no more bar on the crystal core. If you don't notice any obvious changes in your body, Su Yang thought he had reached his limit. Once again, he touched the corpse of a mutant with his hand. The opponent's supernatural power was absorbed, and no extra line appeared on the crystal core. Su Yang was unwilling to give up and touched a corpse again. After absorbing the supernatural power, the strength of the body increased again, and the energy in the crystal core also increased. Yet there has been no qualitative change. After the crystal core reached 9 bars, Su Yang once again devoured the supernatural powers of 9 people. They all increased the strength of one's own body and superpowers. Until after devouring the superpowers of the 10th person, Su Yang finally discovered that there were changes in the crystal core. The entire crystal core emits dazzling light. There were 2 huge energies in the light. One is the energy emitted by the space-related supernatural power, and the other is the energy emitted by the martial arts-related supernatural power. And his body was getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole person seems to have evolved, including the bones, internal organs, blood, and cells in the body. All kept climbing. It's like a leap in life. Su Yang discovered that his physical strength had become unprecedentedly strong. One punch can kill an elephant. The brain becomes extremely active and thinking becomes very fast. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his supernatural powers had undergone earth-shaking changes. This is evolving to another level. The crystal core between the eyebrows originally emitted a green light. Suddenly it turned silver-white. Even the crystal core turned silver-white. After the evolution, a bar also appeared on the silver-white light. Is this the level at which one's own abilities grow to each stage? Su Yang frowned, his brain constantly thinking. The blue light emitted by the crystal core before should be the initial stage after awakening the superpowers. 1 bar represents 1 level. 9 bars mean 9 levels. Just like the bronze rank in League of Legends. The crystal core that emits silver light corresponds to the silver rank. To advance from bronze level 9 to silver level 1, one needs to absorb 10 bronze level 1 abilities. Of course, this is just a preliminary classification of strength made by Su Yang himself. The purpose is to make it easier to distinguish one's own strength from that of other psychics. There is also a critical line for the growth of one's own supernatural powers. How much does one need to absorb for each level up in the silver rank? Su Yang did not stop at all and began to absorb the supernatural power again. He discovered that to advance to the silver rank, he needed to absorb 10 bronze rank, 1 abilities. Chapter 76, Rapid Improvement of Strength. It seems that for each level up in the silver level, the amount of energy absorbed must be 10 times the previous amount. After learning all this, Su Yang couldn't wait to check the skills of his 2 major superpowers. I discovered that this guy with spatial and martial arts abilities had awakened a skill. The awakened skill of the space system is Space Blade. The power of space can be condensed into an invisible sharp blade. The maximum distance can reach 100 meters. Ignore any defenses. He gathered his supernatural powers in his hands and chopped at an apple on the table. Nothing has changed on the outside of apple. When he picked up the apple, Everything inside was chopped into pieces. Very powerful. Moreover, the space blade can not only cut the inside, but also severely damage the outside. Even molecules can be cut. It is simply an invisible weapon that kills people and is hard to guard against. As for martial arts-related superpowers, the one that is awakened is the shadowless knife. When a sword is swung out, a sword shadow will be created, and the speed is extremely fast. The power is equally strong. At the same time, the several superpowers that were awakened before were also enhanced to varying degrees. The space door can now be opened to 20 meters away from the body. The range of space refraction counterattack has been increased to 300 meters. The distance of spatial perception has also increased to 300 meters. The function of the Eye of Truth has also become more powerful, with an effective range of 230 meters. The speed of the shadowless fist became faster and more bizarre. He can throw hundreds of punches in a moment, and each punch has the same force. This discovery made Su Yang very happy. Although he may not be able to use his superpowers, at least the power of his superpowers will be his trump card to save his life in the future. If one day all the superpowers evolve to the point where they are not afraid of thermal weapons, while not afraid of weapons of mass destruction, he still has 2 superpowers that can save his life. Moreover, when no one else knows that he has superpowers, just like today, he will definitely be extremely proud of himself. When the opponent is careless, that is the time for you to attack. It would be strange if these people are not killed. Su Yang calculated that after he was promoted from Bronze Level 1 to Silver Level 2, he had absorbed a total of 28 supernatural powers. At this time, there are still 85 superpowers that have not been swallowed. He pulled the bodies of those psychics over without hesitation. Put your hands on the body. Energy rushed into the body frantically. Silver Level 3, Silver Level 4, Silver Level 5. After directly absorbing 70 superpowers, Su Yang's level reached Silver Level 9. After reaching Silver Level 9, he still did not stop. Then absorb all the remaining 15 supernatural powers. But it did not allow him to evolve again. Still stuck at Silver Level 9. It's just that the supernatural powers in the body have become stronger, and the physical strength has become stronger again. Having had the experience of evolving from bronze to silver, Su Yang speculated that to advance from silver level to the next level, one would still need 100 bronze level abilities. Faced with such a huge supernatural power, Su Yang was not discouraged. Everyone has just awakened their special powers and haven't figured it out yet. Maybe they don't even know how to upgrade their own abilities. I have already been promoted to Silver Level 9. It's already a big step ahead of everything. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am the strongest at the moment. To verify my own ideas, Su Yang opened his phone and checked the forum. As expected, there are many people who have awakened superpowers, including all kinds of superpowers. But no one on the forum talked about how to increase superpowers. They just discussed the line on the cyan crystal core, and some speculated that it might represent the current level. Su Yang took a look and smiled. There are still many smart people. No one who has survived to this day is a fool, even if they have discovered that they can devour the killed mutants to strengthen themselves. Those people won't say it either, because once they do, their advantages will be gone. It is better to develop quietly, become the strongest one in the future, and dominate the world. After browsing the forum, Su Yang began to think about how to kill the 12 escaped psychics. How dare you to cause trouble to yourself? Do you think you will be safe if you run back? You think too little of yourself. Su Yang sneered. Then hundreds of drones were directly arranged and set off carrying smart electronic dogs. At present, these people have just awakened their special powers, unlike him who has already evolved. I have never absorbed other people's supernatural powers. Under the extremely strong firepower attack, it can still be killed easily. And in order to deal with the different superpowers of these people, the weapons installed on the drones and smart electronic dogs sent out by Su Yang are also different. Some were equipped with laser weapons, and others carried launchers with highly concentrated sulfuric acid. Some are equipped with electric shotguns. Anyway, there are all kinds of them. The purpose is to kill all the 12 people with superpowers. Moreover, Su Yang directly ordered hundreds of drones to take off in the heavy snow at night. One of the main features is surprise. After the 12 psychics escaped back, they did not return to their own floors. Instead, they all came to the 40th building. There was no other reason, just because they were scared by Su Yang. This building is far away from Su Yang's villa. They feel safer, and if we stick together, we can better deal with emergencies. Su Yang is such a terrifying person. He actually has so many powerful weapons. A man was eating bread. With a lingering fear on his face, he said, "We had more than 100 awakened superpowers, and he killed only these two. What should we do in the future? His words caused everyone to fall into silence. After waiting for a while, another person said, "Why don't we leave Fengyun community? This is Su Yang's territory. Even though we have escaped, the other party will definitely not let us go. If the enemy attacks us with heavy weapons, we won't be able to stop them." Escape? How to escape? Someone asked back. The temperature outside is so low and the snow has not stopped. Even though we have all awakened our special powers and have a good resistance to cold, we cannot be exposed to low temperatures for a long time. What's more, there may not be food outside. What will we do once our food runs out? Isn't this easy? The man who suggested leaving just now sneered. We have collected a lot of supplies in each building before. They are still placed in every building. Can't we just take them back? And if we search the supplies in the hands of ordinary people again, there will be enough for the 12 of us to eat for a long time. As long as we leave here, Su Yang will be helpless against us, right? His words were recognized by half of the people, but some people still objected, saying, "This is not right. If we can awaken our superpowers, then people outside can't? There must be more people with special abilities out there. Can 12 of us defeat them? In the end, it's still death. Then what do you think we should do?" The person who had made the suggestion earlier complained. "Stay here." The man who opposed said firmly. Although Su Yang has a sniper, a rocket launcher, and various guns and ammunition, he can only use their power in the villa. Judging from the 1 month since the end of the world, this person has never left the villa. It shows that he is also afraid of death. Chapter 77. Every tree and grass seems like an enemy. The analysis of the psychic made everyone's eyes light up. The other party continued. As long as Su Yang doesn't come out of the villa, even if he has such strong firepower, what can he do to us? If he really dares to come out, he won't be able to harm us even without his superpowers. Besides, his weapons are of no use in these buildings. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can kill him in one fell swoop. A cold light flashed in that man's eyes. "Okay, then we won't leave," everyone agreed. At this moment, a very loud noise suddenly came from outside the window. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the 12 psychics heard this voice, their faces suddenly changed. It's a drone. Su Yang sent a drone here. They had heard this kind of sound before when they attacked the enemy's villa. At that time, many of our comrades died under the firepower of these drones. And judging from the sounds, there are more drones this time than last time. "Retreat!" someone shouted. The 12 people got up and ran outside. At this time, hundreds of drones opened fire together. The barrel of the gun was like a flame, lighting up the night sky. Bullets fired from outside the balcony. "Get up!" A person with special abilities who can control objects waved his hand. A sofa flew into the air, standing in front of everyone. Before they could be happy for a moment, the entire sofa was smashed to pieces. The psychic was just about to gather his superpowers to control the high-speed bullet. However, the bullets were too dense and the opponent could only control a part of them. It was riddled with bullets. Fell to the ground. When others saw this, they quickly opened the door of the room and rushed out. The people who fell behind suddenly heard a sound of something falling to the ground. Before they could react, with a bang, there was a sound of explosion and the whole room turned into a sea of fire. "Damn, it's a grenade." The 3 psychics who were left at the end cursed loudly. The body was killed by the force of the explosion and the flying shrapnel. He fell straight outside the door of the room. Almost ran out. The whole building started shaking as soon as the grenade exploded. Even the stairs had cracks. The remaining 8 psychics were filled with fear. He ran downstairs without stopping. But how could they possibly outrun the drones? Even if they were in the corridor, the drone could not shoot directly at them. But it can be seen clearly by the infrared installed on it. A drone slowly fired an armor-piercing bullet at the Bagua mutant who was running in the corridor. Armor-piercing bullets can even penetrate steel fortresses like tanks, not to mention the walls. A large hole appeared in the concrete wall. The armor-piercing bullet passed through without any hindrance, penetrates through several walls in a row, goes straight towards the 8 psychics. The 8 psychics suddenly felt their hair stand on end. An even stronger sense of fear rose in my heart. He activated his supernatural powers all over his body, running down while defending himself. At this moment, the armor-piercing bullet caught up. It went straight through the stairs and attacked the 8 people. The 5 people in front didn't know what this thing was. But the moment the danger arose, he jumped down the stairs. Boom. The armor-piercing bullets hit the remaining 3 people directly. The 3 people's abilities were like paper, and their entire bodies were blown to pieces. Under the huge, powerful explosion, the upper part of the entire building was shaken and collapsed. All the stairs collapsed. Keep smashing down. The 5 people who jumped down dodged quickly, so that I was not buried by the fallen objects. At this time, the 5 people were all trapped on the first floor. There is no door to heaven and no way to earth. And I don't dare go out. He was afraid of being killed by the drone sent by Su Yang. They were also afraid that the whole building would collapse and bury them all underneath. Su Yang looked at the 5 people on the screen with an amused look on his face, as they saw enemies everywhere. They were even frightened out of their wits when they heard the sound of falling earth and rocks. Is this the psychic who has awakened his superpowers? Nothing more than this. Su Yang sneered. Suddenly someone shouted, Su Yang, I know you can hear us, we surrender. You said that as long as we surrender, you will not kill us. The man's shouting caused the entire building to shake again. The other 4 people were so scared that they covered his mouth. At this time, hundreds of drones slowly descended. The voice came from a drone. What were you doing earlier? It's too late to surrender now. The moment you developed the murderous intention towards me, your fate was already sealed. Give up struggling and accept death peacefully. Su Yang's words made the 5 people look desperate. Fuck, why did we provoke him in the first place? One person complained angrily, if we hadn't provoked him, we would still be bullying the common people. He just awakened his superpowers, and before he had time to enjoy them, he died. What's the point of complaining now? Another person said irritably, we can't even see Su Yang, and we're almost killed by his high-tech weapons. What do you think we should do now? The last 3 people looked at the 2 men and asked, we can't just wait here to die. The other side can afford to waste time, but we can't. What else can we do? Get out. The 2 men said at the same time, we might still have a chance to survive if we give it a try. After we rush out, we will run north and west. Whether we can survive depends on our luck. Listening to the 5 people's words, Su Yang thought to himself, run. Can you run away? Without waiting for the 5 people to rush out, the drone frantically threw grenades inside. Boom, boom. The roar of explosions continued. The entire building could no longer hold up, and the entire structure fell apart and collapsed. The 5 people were blown to pieces. After the remaining 12 psychics were all killed, the drone dropped the smart electronic dock. Let them search for the crystal cores of 12 people. After all the crystal cores are searched out from the ruins, was taken back. The crystal core was absorbed by Su Yang without hesitation. Just as he thought, if he wanted to evolve again, he would need to absorb more superpowers. After absorbing the superpowers of 12 people again, Su Yang calculated that perhaps it might be possible only if he absorbed the superpowers of 73 bronze-level psychics. But Su Yang was not worried about anything. After absorbing it, I took a hot bath and went to bed. For several days, Su Yang was practicing how to use his supernatural powers. Gradually, I became proficient in its use. You may not be able to use the stuff that superpowers have, but you can't live without it. So Su Yang is still very serious. Su Yang observes the situation of the entire Fengyan community every day. At this time, Ning Kaidai had already woken up and had also awakened her special powers. As expected, her special ability is related to martial arts. Apart from eating and sleeping every day, I practice how to use my supernatural powers. After the battle in Fengyan community a few days ago, there were only 500 or 600 people left in the entire community. None of these people have awakened their special powers. But because Su Yang killed all the previous psychics, their subordinates also died. So these people are doing pretty well for now. Chapter 78 3 Rules. After all the psychics in the entire Fengyan community were eliminated, Su Yang became very free. During this period, no one came to provoke him or cause trouble for him. Only Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing would come to his villa from time to settle some survival supplies on a daily basis. Sometimes one person leaves and another arrives right after. Because Su Yang had absorbed too much before, physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. The original 2 hours was extended to 4 hours. Tang Qing and Ning Kaidai were miserable. Especially Tang Qing, she has not awakened her superpowers. Ordinary people can't bear it at all. It's like a puddle of mud every time. It's like going to war, and your physical strength is seriously overdrawn. When it is serious, I can't even walk and my whole body aches. There was even one time when he fainted. Su Yang locked her directly in a room in the basement. Wait until the other party recovers before letting him leave. Even Ning Kaidai has good physical fitness and has awakened special powers. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to deal with him. Seeing that he was as strong as a calf, I felt scared every time he came over. In order to reduce the burden on the two, Su Yang very considerately thought of a good idea. Just let two people come together every time. Let both of you share the burden. This made the situation a little better. Although he loosened the soil every day and worked day and night, Su Yang didn't feel his body was drained at all. And I feel refreshed every time. Even happier to do so. Sometimes I even want to take the twin sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu over with me. No, he still has a lot to do. The two sisters were relatively safe for the time being, so they did not take immediate action, but busy doing other things. Nowadays, many people have awakened their supernatural powers in the extreme weather conditions of the ice and snow apocalypse, and more. For safety reasons, Su Yang planned to place landmines around the villa. As the first line of defense of the villa, anyone with special abilities who dares to step in will be killed by the landmine. Even his villa could not be approached. He has plenty of these things, and he must use them to their maximum power while those psychics are not yet very strong. Otherwise, it would be a waste. In this way, Su Yang sent out smart electronic dogs every day to bury mines around the villa. There are thousands of trees buried within a 200-meter radius of the villa. Only then did he relax. I called Tang Qing and Ning Kaidai again and asked them to come in and relax. This is not the first time the two have experienced this. No shame whatsoever. Familiar with the process and good coordination. Naturally, he received Su Yang's praise and substantial rewards. Thank you, boss. The two were naturally happy looking at the bottled mineral water and food in front of them. These things are enough for the two of them to eat for a long time. But both of them tacitly took only one day's worth of food and water and prepared to leave. Su Yang looked at the two people's behavior with a puzzled look on his face, somewhat confused. Ning Kaidai smiled and said, "It's not convenient for us to carry so many things, so why not leave them with you first? It's safe anyway. The temperature outside is so low, it will be difficult to handle if you take it out because it will freeze. At worst, we can come back tomorrow. With your personality, you will definitely ask us to come again tomorrow. So why should we go through all this trouble? It would be better to keep these things with you first." At the same time, Tang Qing nodded, and it seemed that she thought so too. Su Yang smiled helplessly. "It seems that you are relying on me." Tang Qing, who has always been timid, was more open than Ning Kaidai this time and replied, "It's not that we are dependent on you, but we all have needs, and fair trade is normal. And my sister Ning and I also like this feeling." Damn, it looks like the two of them were subdued by sleep. Su Yang thought to himself. A sense of pride suddenly appeared on his face. The two women were indeed just as he thought. Although in the eyes of the two women, Su Yang's abilities were too abnormal. I always feel a little scared before coming here, but I'm still very much looking forward to it. Doing this kind of thing is painful, but it is also happy, and happiness and pleasure prevail. In that case, you guys should stay here from now on. Su Yang's words made the two girls' eyes light up. Before the two could cheer, Su Yang changed the subject. "Although I can let you stay, there must be 3 rules. The two looked at him seriously. She nodded and let him continue. "First, you must always remember that you must always obey my orders. My words are greater than anything else. Whatever I tell you to do, you must not disobey me. Secondly, you cannot show any hostility towards me. Once I find out, your fate will not be as simple as being kicked out of here, but death. Third, without my permission, you can only move around on the 3rd underground floor and the living room, these 4 floors. Without my permission, you are not allowed to set foot on the 2nd to 4th floors. Of course, without my permission, you can't go anywhere in this villa." Su Yang said this and waved his hand, and all the internal mechanisms of the villa opened. The 1st floor is completely isolated from the underground part and the 2nd floor. Even the elevator and stairs are inaccessible. As the two women were extremely shocked, Su Yang waved his hand again. The mechanism was shut down and the villa returned to normal. Although he knew that the two women had already surrendered in their hearts, he still felt it necessary to shock them. In his heart, there is no absolute loyalty in this world, especially in this apocalypse where there is no future in sight. Loyalty can't even be exchanged for a packet of instant noodles. Between people, there is only strength that is strong enough to shock the other party so that they dare not betray. Su Yang looked at the two again and asked, "Can you do these 3 things?" "No problem." Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing answered in unison. "You recognized us, and we have already recognized you. Maybe you don't believe in loyalty between people, but we still want to say that no matter what the circumstances, we will never betray you." "Well, let's wait and see." Su Yang smiled and said, "To be honest, your loyalty or not is of no importance to me. Because I am strong enough to not be afraid of any betrayal. After Su Yang finished speaking, a powerful energy emanated from his body. A majestic atmosphere enveloped the entire villa. Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing suddenly felt a huge pressure. It feels like a mountain pressing down on me. Especially Tang Qing, who couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground with weak legs. Ning Kaidai was struggling to hold on, and just when she was about to give up, Su Yang withdrew his aura. Ning Kaidai felt the pressure on her body dissipate, and she let out a long sigh. Why are you so powerful? Ning Kaidai asked puzzledly. You will know later. Su Yang smiled and didn't explain anything. He bent down and helped Tang Qing up. Chapter 79. Landmine Array. Although Tang Qing already knew that someone had awakened superpowers and became extremely powerful, it has surpassed ordinary people. However, when he first saw Su Yang's intimidating aura, he was still quite frightened. It took me a while to react. I became more determined to follow the other person's ideas. With such people protecting us, we not only have enough food and drink in this cold apocalypse, but we are also very safe. Why not? Although the other party is very domineering, he is not like others and is reasonable. I won't force myself to do anything. It's all fair trade. What else could Tang Qing ask for from such a person? After figuring this out, Tang Qing became much more cheerful, also accepted his own fate. That night, Su Yang let himself go. It was not until very late that he fell asleep in the arms of the two of them. When Su Yang woke up early the next morning, Tang Qing and Ning Kaidai have already prepared the meal. They called him up and someone helped him dress. One person washed him. It is really a wonderful life to have food and clothes provided for you. However, after dinner, Su Yang prepared to send the electronic dog to plant mines again. You still have landmines? Ning Kaidai asked after seeing them. Where did you get so many powerful weapons? Most people in the country can't get them. Su Yang, you don't need to worry about this. He didn't explain anything. Instead, he looked at Ning Kaidai and asked, you were a special forces soldier before, so you must be familiar with landmines, right? Ning Kaidai nodded. As a special forces soldier, it would be abnormal if he was not familiar with landmines. Look, how can we bury these mines more reasonably? Su Yang pointed at the mines carried by the smart electronic dog. Although he had subdued Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing, he did not tell them what superpowers he had awakened. Whenever the smart electronic dog is released from the space, it will go to the 4th floor of the villa. Both of them thought that the other had placed the electronic dog and weapons on the 4th floor. So the moment the electronic dog appeared, Ning Kaidai saw it. What do you want them to do? Ning Kaidai did not answer directly, but asked, also, how many mines do you have, and what are they like? Let them become the first line of defense for the villa. Su Yang thought for a while and said, if a superpower appears, they will be blown to death. Prevent the other party from reaching the villa at all. I have a lot of this stuff, as much as you want, and there are all kinds of models. That's easy. Ning Kaidai answered without hesitation. If you have enough mines, I suggest you bury mines all along the road from the community to the villa. Bury some along a section of the road. This will not only be powerful, but also create several lines of defense. Even if the invading enemy manages to pass the first line of defense, they won't be able to pass the second or third line of defense. Then I'll leave the task of laying mines and setting up defense lines to you. Su Yang handed the job to the other party without hesitation. Anyway, I don't quite understand it. Anyway, the other party has awakened his superpowers and is not too afraid of the extreme weather outside. It is more convenient to have the assistance of a smart electronic dog, and the other party is also professional. Ning Kaidai had no reason to refuse. She hadn't touched this thing for a long time since she retired from the army. Even when I was in the army before, the mines I came into contact with were only for training, not real mines. It's still exciting to see these real mines. And I also missed the days in the special forces. Before she left, Su Yang told him the location of the mines he had buried around the villa. Ning Kaidai was so angry after hearing this. You actually buried thousands of mines within a 200-meter radius around the villa? Is there something wrong? Su Yang scratched his head. Of course it's not right. Ning Kaidai said firmly. In such a small area, the mines you buried are so dense. Do you want to blow up the enemy or yourself? The density is too high. Once the explosion triggers other mines to explode, your entire villa will be blown up. So it's like this. Su Yang nodded and thought to himself, I finally found the right person this time. It is still beneficial to leave professional matters to professionals. He didn't think about it at all. In Su Yang's subconscious mind, his villa has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and can withstand even a nuclear bomb as long as it is not directly bombarded on it. Even the sunroom in the yard can withstand hypersonic weapons. There is no fear at all that the enemy will be able to break through. His original idea was to be lazy and save trouble. If anyone had bad intentions towards him, he would just use a landmine to blow him up first. It also saves you from having to do it yourself. So they buried densely packed landmines outside. The more the better, the more powerful it is. Anyway, my villa can't be destroyed by the bomb. Just treat it as a big show. After Ning Kaidai said this, Su-yang immediately realized that it was a bit of a waste to do so. Then you should dismantle those mines first, and then rearrange them according to your ideas. Su-yang said as he marked the points where he had asked the electronic dog to bury the mines. When Ning Kaidai saw the secret red dot, she suddenly felt a headache. But she didn't say anything. I went out with the electronic dog. The mines that Su-yang had buried before were removed one by one. When dismantling, even someone with rich experience like Ning Kaidai was sweating profusely. You have to be careful when dismantling this thing. There are so many mines here that even if you have superpowers, you will be buried here. Landmines are easy to bury, and Su-yang had the smart electronic dog bury them very casually. But it is difficult for Ning Kaidai to dismantle them one by one. It took several days to complete the dismantling. After removing all the landmines around the villa, Ning Kaidai ran straight to the gate of Fengyun community with her smart electronic dog. A large mine array was laid directly at that place. Signs were left at some places where people can enter and exit and sent to Su-yang. At the same time, mines will be placed every 10 meters. Because Su-yang gave him many types of mines, Ning Kaidai fully demonstrated her talents. Each section of land is laid with different mines. As long as the enemy comes in, they will be blown to death. It's hard to guard against. From the gate to the villa, Ning Kaidai set up more than 200 lines of defense. Of course, the area outside the villa was where she focused her efforts. If the other party could cross all the defense lines, they would eventually fall here. Not only are these places filled with mines, there are also such places in other places in Fengyun community. In a full half-month, Ning Kaidai buried 100,000 landmines in Fengyun community. Ning Kaidai felt numb when she saw that Su-yang had stockpiled landmines as if they would never run out. Chapter 80 All-Terrain Unmanned Vehicle Dispatched. Did you rob some country's arsenal? Ning Kaidai asked Su-yang, who was smoking leisurely. Judging from the models of these mines and the guns carried by the electronic dogs, none of them are domestically produced. Most of them are from the bear country, but it is very powerful in terms of quality and power. It is not available in most countries. I bought all this with real money. Su-yang curled his lips. Please don't insult my personality. Ning Kaidai was speechless. Which good person would buy so many weapons, and of such powerful ones? I guess the other party must have expected that there would be great changes in the world. And we also foresee that there will be great turmoil after the great changes in the world. Be prepared in advance. Ning Kaidai didn't bother about this matter. She had set up a minefield throughout the Fengyun community and also marked out the secret exits for the other party. My mission has been completed. Finally, I can take a break. At this moment, Su-yang's cell phone rang. Su-yang opened it and saw that it was a video call from Su Muyu. Answered the call immediately. Boss, we are in danger, Su Muyu said nervously. At this time, the two sisters were dressed neatly, although they were wrapped tightly. But it still can't stop that enchanting figure. Even Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing felt a little jealous of their looks and figures. Don't be nervous, speak slowly. Su-yang comforted. Someone in our community has evolved in the past few days. Su Yunxi explained. Many people have awakened their superpowers and become superpower users. Very powerful. They couldn't open our door before, but after they awakened their superpowers, our door almost couldn't hold up. The attacks continue every day. While we were talking, a chaotic sound came from the phone. The sound of banging on the door was very harsh. At the same time, the other party's voice came over. Two stinky bitches, I wonder how long you can hide. Once this door is opened, it will be too late for you to beg for mercy. Su-yang listened to the noise outside and frowned. Hold on a little longer and find a way to protect yourselves. Su-yang instructed. I'll come and rescue you right away. Okay. Sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu nodded. They were still calm at this time. He wasn't as frightened as I had imagined. After all, both of them were orphans when they were young and have experienced all kinds of situations. I won't be scared by these people. It's just that the other party has awakened supernatural powers and has long surpassed ordinary people. The two of them felt unsure. Otherwise, these people might not be their opponents. After Su-yang hung up the phone, He prepared to find a way to rescue the two people. The community where Su Yunxi and Su Muyu live is only 10 kilometers away from Fengyan community. It wasn't too far for him, and he would be there soon. Su Yang stood up and walked into the yard. Prepare to open the door. Tang Qing said, "Do you really want to go out? It's dangerous outside." It's not that she didn't want Su Yang to save the two sisters, but she was afraid that they would be in danger if they went out. It's still much safer in the villa. Ning Kaidai also stared at Su Yang, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he puts his own position very correctly. Su Yang is the one in charge here, and he has no right to stop the other party from doing anything. If the other party asked her to go, Ning Kaidai would not hesitate at all. Su Yang glanced at Tang Qing, scaring her so much that she trembled all over. "I know what you are thinking," Su Yang said in a cold tone. "I don't blame you this time. If you dare to interfere with my decision next time, pack up and leave." After Su Yang finished speaking, he took out a control button and pressed it. A door opened in the glass to the courtyard. A cold wind blew over instantly. Fortunately, the temperature in the whole yard was high enough. Tang Qing didn't feel cold. Su Yang waved his hand, and two all-terrain unmanned vehicles appeared in front of Tang Qing and Ning Kaidai like magic. The unmanned vehicle is equipped with missile launchers and laser weapons. There are also some other high-tech weapons. It's like being fully armed. Then Su Yang closed the door to the yard. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle slowly drove towards the outside of Fengyan community. "So you didn't think about going out in person?" Ning Kaidai asked when she saw Su Yang. "It's so dangerous outside. Why should I go out?" Su Yang asked back, "If I want to go out in person, why would I buy this thing? Such heavy snow may make it impossible for other vehicles to pass, but it cannot stop all-terrain unmanned vehicles. Since you didn't intend to go out just now, why were you so mean to Qingqing? She was doing it for your own good." Ning Kaidai walked up to Tang Qing and kept comforting her. "I've said before that you must obey my orders here." Su Yang emphasized again, "I don't care whether you care about me or have selfish motives, but don't think about interfering with me." "Okay, don't be sad," Su Yang said to Tang Qing. "My words just now were not all directed at you, but I wanted you to adjust your attitude. The two sisters Su Muyu and Su Yunxi are really important to me. Don't think they are prettier than you. When they come, I will chase you away. As long as you remain loyal to me, I will not take the initiative to drive you away." Su Yang is very good at giving a sweet date after a slap in the face. After hearing his words, Tang Qing's expression immediately improved. "I also deeply realized my mistakes." Su Yang returned to the living room and turned on the screen. "I saw two all-terrain unmanned vehicles avoiding the area where the mines were located. Drive outside the community." The tire tracks behind him were once again covered by the heavy snow falling from the sky. When the car left the community, under the command of Su Yang, he drove at full speed towards the sisters' residential area. A roar was heard. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle travels at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. The snow on the ground was splashed several meters high. The roar attracted the attention of many people in the surrounding communities. Looking at the two cars running wildly outside, many people had a gleam in their eyes. "It would be great if we could get these two cars. These two cars can actually travel unimpeded in such thick snow. If we can get them, we won't have to worry about food anymore. They seem to have come out of Fengyan community. Do you want to hijack these two cars?" Someone asked. "No need for now. The other party must be driving the car to look for food. Let's observe for a while before making any decisions." People around here are also aware of the recent commotion in Fengyan community. There were constant sounds of gunfire and explosions. Although they didn't know what exactly happened inside. But I also know in my heart that there are ruthless people among them. Even though these people have awakened their special powers, they dare not rush in rashly. After all, the entire Fengyan community is the largest community in the vicinity and has the largest population. If they are united by the other side, they will be in big trouble. But there are also many people who are preparing to send people to Fengyan community to check it out. It would be perfect if I could get those two cars that passed by earlier. Chapter 81. You are already surrounded by me. The roar of the two all-terrain unmanned vehicles along the way attracted a lot of attention. It was noticed by many people along the way. At the same time, many people also had their eyes on it. There is a car that can navigate unhindered in such thick snow. It will be much more convenient to find food when traveling in the future. Of course, others will be jealous. Su Yang had thought of these a long time ago, but he didn't care. Your own safety fortress is extremely solid. The entire Fengyan community was also buried with landmines. There is no need to worry about the other party attacking. If the enemy dares to come, let them never return. The unmanned vehicle reached the destination in less than 10 minutes with its full acceleration. The community where the two sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu live is called Mingmen. It is a relatively high-end residential area. It's full of rich people. The floor area ratio is much smaller than that of Fengyun community. There were originally more than 2,000 people. The end of the world came more than a month later. After continuous fighting, there were only 400 or 500 survivors. Su Yang speculated that perhaps half of these people had awakened their special powers. Moreover, after the fighting among the psychics, there were at least 150 people left. Moreover, the strength of these people is definitely much stronger than that of Fengyun community. After all, the competition among rich people is much greater than that among ordinary people, and their vision is longer term than that of ordinary people. Someone must have discovered that by killing other people with special abilities and absorbing their special abilities, they can become more powerful. Therefore, the two all-terrain unmanned vehicles sent out by Su Yang were equipped with powerful weapons. They even carry drones and smart electronic dogs just in case of emergency. When the two cars arrived outside the Mingmen community, Su Yang called the two sisters and asked, "How are you doing now? Are those people still guarding outside your door?" "We are fine for now," Su Yunxi replied, "but our door is about to collapse. The enemy will be able to break in within 2 hours. Those people haven't left yet. They're still outside the door. The superpowers in your community are now divided into several factions. How are they doing with each other?" Su Yang then asked, "Do they usually have many conflicts with each other?" "Just one force." Su Muyu thought for a moment and said, "Our community was unified by a man named Chao Xian a long time ago. Everyone listens to his orders. A few days ago, many people awakened their special powers and wanted to resist him, but they were killed by him and his men. Chao Xian has integrated all the people with special abilities. We don't know how many people there are, but from the messages sent in the community group before, there should be quite a few. And Chao Xian is very strong." "I understand," Su Yang said calmly. "The car I sent has arrived outside your community. Be prepared. As soon as you receive my notification, rush out, run downstairs as fast as possible, and get into the car. You are safe." "Okay, boss," the two sisters agreed. I was deeply moved. The boss did not give up on them even in such a dangerous situation. This made the two of them feel even more fortunate that they had made the right choice to follow each other. 2 cars arrived outside the famous family, and Chao Xian and his men knew about it at the first moment. After all, the car makes a lot of noise. Originally, they wanted to break down the doors of the two sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu's homes first. However, the door of the other party's house had been reinforced by a security company. He led people to try it just a few days after the end of the world. It has never been able to open. It was not until he awakened his special powers that he brought people to open it again. Although there was some effect this time, it didn't open for a while. Tang Xian has been coveting this pair of sisters for a long time. If you have always wanted it, there is no way you can let it go. But when he saw 2 cars entering the community, his greed became overwhelming. He said to his men, "You two go kill the people in the car." After saying that, he continued to have people break down the door. The 2 psychics turned around and walked downstairs. Su Yang parked the car downstairs of Building 7 of Mingmen. There's no rush. He knew that Su Muyu and her sister's home was on the 9th floor. There must be a lot of people with special abilities there at this time. It is not easy for 2 cars to rush in. Although they can use the corridor as if it were flat ground, it will greatly weaken the combat effectiveness and is not cost-effective. We must first attract the attention of the people guarding outside. This will give the 2 sisters time to run down. On the screen, 2 psychics were seen with sneers on their faces, approaching the 2 all-terrain unmanned vehicles. Su Yang had a sneer on his face. "Listen, everyone in the car, get out immediately." A psychic looked at the 2 cars in front of him with contempt, although they couldn't see what was going on in the car. But he didn't care at all. "Hand over the car obediently, and maybe I can spare your lives," said another psychic in a cold voice. But no one answered them. He made a face that looked ugly and shouted at the same time, "Didn't you hear what we said?" As he spoke, he walked to the front of the car and wanted to open the door. At this moment, an all-terrain unmanned vehicle opened its back. A Gatling gun rises. Dense bullets flew towards the 2 men. The moment Gatling appeared, the 2 of them sensed the supernatural power and were warned. He quickly spread his supernatural powers throughout his body, and with a wave of his hand, a stone wall appeared in front of him. A roar came out of the other person's mouth. He turned into a half-orc, with bone spurs extending more than 1 meter long. The clothes on his body were torn, revealing his explosive muscle lines. Prepare to use the bone spur to stab into the car and kill the people inside. In an instant, bullets poured out madly towards the stone wall not far away. Rocks were flying everywhere. The entire stone wall was shattered. Without the obstruction of the stone wall, the two were completely exposed to the rapidly flying bullets. In the face of Gatling's high-intensity firepower, after thousands of bullets were fired, the two men didn't even have time to react to their own supernatural advantages. He was beaten into two piles of minced meat. Two crystal cores with 2 bars and glowing green fell to the ground. Bronze level 2. Su Yang looked at the 2 sparkling crystal cores on the snow. His eyes lit up. A mechanical arm stretched out from an all-terrain unmanned vehicle and took the 2 crystal cores. It turns out that the psychics outside are stronger. Any 2 minions are at bronze level 2. Fuck, Gatling. Chao Xian was shocked when he saw 2 of his men being killed upstairs. Although the competition in Mingmen Shijian community has been very fierce since the beginning, but I've never seen this kind of play. Generally, it's a brute force fight or a fight with more people. Either it depends on who has stronger supernatural powers. This was the first time he had seen thermal weapons used against a person with special abilities. But he was not too worried because he had many people with special abilities on his side. Moreover, he himself is a bronze level 9 psychic. Extremely powerful. The other party actually dared to kill his own men. He must be made to pay the price. Don't wait for him to take people down. Su Yang's voice came from the car. Listen, people up there, you've been surrounded by me. Hurry down and surrender, or I'll kill you all. Chapter 82. Unexplained Death. Snort. Su Yang's words made Chao Xian and his men all sneer. With just 2 cars, they dared to claim that they had surrounded all of them. Even though the opponent's Gatling gun was very powerful and killed 2 psychics on his side. But Chao Xian and all his men did not take the other side seriously. The deaths of the 2 people before were just due to carelessness. Now that they knew the other party's weapons, it would be a clown if they could still fall for them. How arrogant! Chao Xian yelled to the people below. Don't play tricks. I'm going to take my men down right now and see what you can do to us. Leave a few people here to guard, and the rest of you come with me to find out who the other party is. Chao Xian left 5 psychics in front of the door of the 2 sisters on the 9th floor. Then he took the others down. But before they could take action, Su Yang gave the order to attack the all-terrain vehicle. 10 drones flew out immediately. It slowly rose into the air and started shooting at Chao Xian and the others. Bullets blasted through the window. Several people were unable to react in time and died on the spot. Shit, it's a drone. Chao Xian yelled, quick, hide behind the wall. More than 100 people hid behind the wall. Move down little by little. Be prepared to wait until they are out of the drone's attack range before defeating them one by one. When they went down to the 6th floor, the drone was already waiting for them outside the window. Bullets flew again, forcing Chao Xian and his men to flee in panic. It's not that people with special abilities can't stop bullets. If it weren't so dense, the bullets wouldn't be a big deal to them. If you spread your supernatural powers all over your body, it won't be a big deal to dodge or withstand the attack. It is especially simple for Chao Xian and some other people who have absorbed superpowers. But facing such dense bullets, even if he used his supernatural powers to the fullest, it would be useless. Every time they block, they will consume a lot of their supernatural powers. But Su Yang's drones are different. Each drone carries enough bullets. Firing a bullet doesn't consume anything at all. It just consumes some power when the drone is flying. Even a person with special powers cannot withstand the overwhelming attack of bullets. Chao Xian was furious when 3 of his men died again. Damn it, this is really too much. Since he dominated the entire community of famous families, when has he ever felt so aggrieved? Without even seeing the enemy, several of his men who had awakened special powers died. Hurry, everyone. Rush down as fast as you can. Chao Xian gritted his teeth and said, catch the person controlling the drone in the car. I want to cut him into pieces. He had a good idea that the person controlling the drone was in the car. As long as the opponent is captured, these drones will collapse on their own. But Su Yang didn't give them any chance to rush down. A drone responsible for dropping the missiles. At the moment when Chao Xian and others rushed downstairs, he threw 10 grenades directly into the window. Bang! The grenade landed in the corridor, making a crisp, bright sound. What was thrown in? Someone asked. At the same time, many people's hearts were alerted, and they suddenly felt a chill throughout their bodies. Oh no! It's a grenade, someone shouted. He wanted to run away as soon as possible. Boom. A cluster of 10 grenades exploded. All the stairs from the 6th floor to the 1st floor were blown up. More than 20 psychics who were a little slow to react were blown to pieces, scorched by the flames from the grenade. The whole building was shaking. The 5 psychics who were left on the 9th floor by Chao Xian were shaken to the ground. There was a look of fear on his face. Cracks appeared throughout the building. The 2 sisters Su Yunqi and Su Muyu in the room were so scared that they hugged each other. What are even more frightening than them are the men who follow Chao Xian. Suddenly the stairs shattered and all fell to the 1st floor. At the moment of falling, the shrapnel of the grenade and the steel balls inside rushed towards him. Some people were unable to react in time and were hit by the dense steel balls that broke through their supernatural defenses. Blood was flowing, and even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured. With no support under their feet, these people, along with Chao Xian, fell from the 6th floor to the 1st floor. All fell to the ground. Hurry, keep rushing out, don't stay here. Chao Xian turned over and continued yelling. They didn't expect that the other party not only had drones, but also grenades. If you get bombed in such a narrow place, there won't even be a place to hide. Just as his voice fell, there was another clanging sound. Chao Xian's eyes were twitching wildly. Is that a grenade again? Asked a younger brother, looking at a smoke bomb that was smoking on the ground and looked like a grenade. Suddenly the smoke bomb released thick and pungent black smoke. At the same time, more than a dozen other smoke bombs were also fired. All Chao Xian and his companions saw was black smoke. Can't see anything. I choked so hard that tears came out. This was not the end. Dozens of tear gas and gas bombs exploded. Even though these psychics have strong physical fitness, they cannot resist it. Cover your mouth and nose with clothes and close your eyes. Chao Xian shouted angrily again. Unfortunately, it was too late. In such a narrow space, the gas is so dense. Many of his men fell to the ground. Chao Xian closed his eyes and used his senses to grope his way out like a headless fly. Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing were watching the building emitting black smoke on the screen. He said, "It's terrible to be your enemy." If the other side knew that their enemy had forced them into this state from just 10 kilometers away, I wonder how they would feel. I don't want to make enemies. Su Yang sighed, but in this end times when order is collapsing, you must have powerful means to survive longer. So since you are destined to have a feud with these people, you must be more ruthless. No matter what means you use, it is best to kill the enemy while keeping yourself safe. As Su Yang spoke, he remotely controlled the all-terrain unmanned vehicle again. A missile launcher rises from the rear of the vehicle. Boom. With a roar, a missile flew towards the direction where Chao Xian and his group were. Chao Xian suddenly realized that something was wrong and used all his supernatural powers. I saw a flame barrier formed around my body, protecting myself inside. He wanted to use his powerful abilities to block the attack. Although he had devoured the supernatural powers of 8 people and his strength had reached bronze level 9. But it is still not enough in the face of this powerful shell. Under the powerful explosion of the shell, Chao Xian's flame barrier was torn apart. The whole person is swallowed up. The body was blown into pieces. The death was unclear, and all his subordinates suffered as well, died in the explosion. Su Yang was still worried and fired another incendiary bomb. The whole downstairs was burning with intense heat. Chapter 83, Attracting Covetousness. Everyone was burned to ashes. The entire building number 7 was engulfed in flames. It was about to spread to the 9th floor. The remaining 5 psychics were extremely anxious, knowing that if they stayed here, they would be burned to death. When you get to the window, jump out. However, he was shot into a sieve by the drone guarding outside and died there. Su Yang quickly took out his phone and called Su Yunqi. Hurry up and open the door and come to the windowsill. Without any delay, the two opened the door and ran out. I was startled by the scorching temperature outside. When I saw the drone outside the window, I didn't know what to do. For ropes as thick as wrists fell from the 4 drones. The 2 women grabbed the rope without any hesitation. Was carried into the air by 4 drones. Then it slowly landed next to an all-terrain unmanned vehicle. The door of the driverless car opened. The 2 women went in. Boss! Su Yunqi and Su Muyu shouted in surprise. But I found that there was no one in the car. Just when I was secretly wondering. A screen rises next to the driver's cab of the unmanned vehicle. Su Yang's figure appeared. You stay in the car for a while. There are food and drinks in the car, right behind you. Su Yang said, I still have some things to deal with. When the fire in this building is stopped, I will bring you back. The 2 girls then realized that when Su Yang said he was going to pick them up, it turned out that he was sending an unmanned vehicle. But after hearing Su Yang's instructions, the 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, 2 unmanned vehicles recovered more than a dozen drones. For safety reasons, we automatically drove to an open area. 3 hours later, the entire building number 7 collapsed completely in the fire. Because Su Muyu and Su Yunshi live in a high-end residential area. The building is not very tall, with only 11 floors in total. The burning time is not very long. Plus, the snow outside was so heavy that the temperature quickly cooled down. Su Yang asked the unmanned vehicle to release the drone again. Fly to the wreckage of Building 7. The drone dropped more than a dozen smart electronic dogs. Let them collect the crystal cores of Chao Xian and others. Although more than 150 crystal cores were all buried in the ruins. Not very easy to find. These electronic dogs are equipped with infrared rays, and the location of the crystal core can be found with just a scan. Saves a lot of time. This is where high technology comes in. It is much more convenient than simply using manpower. When all the more than 150 crystal cores were collected, Su Yankai commanded 2 all-terrain unmanned vehicles to return to Fengyun community. 2 cars were speeding on the road. It once again attracted the attention of many people. They're here again. Someone along the way said, "Should we stop these 2 cars? How can we stop them? They disappeared in the blink of an eye." Another person said angrily, "Check where these 2 cars are going. If we only knew where they were parked, we would be able to solve the problem." Several people rushed out instantly. We quickly started tracking the car while the traces left by it were not yet covered by the snow. In a community not far from Fengyun community, the roar of vehicles was heard again. All those who have awakened their special powers gathered together. "Boss, those 2 cars are back." One of the younger brothers asked, "What should we do?" "Follow them and see if they have returned to Fengyun community," the boss ordered. 3 psychics followed him out. Soon, we followed the car tracks and arrived at the gate of Fengyun community. "It's Fengyun community." One person's eyes sparkled. He took out his cell phone and called a number called Zhang Liang. "Boss, the person driving the car is from Fengyun community." Zhang Liang smiled grimly and replied, "Ashun, don't come back yet. Find out how many supernatural people there are in Fengyun community and what their strengths are. Report to me promptly." "Ashun, please be nice, boss." After saying that, he hung up the phone and put it in his pocket. He called the other 2 people and said, "Old Wang, Old Song, let us find out the situation of Fengyun community before going back." When the 2 heard this, their faces suddenly turned extremely ugly. Very reluctantly, Old Song complained, "It's so cold outside, and we don't know the situation in Fengyun community. It would be dangerous to go in rashly. Why don't you just tell the boss to bring his men and wipe out the entire community? Then, won't the 2 cars that can drive in the snow be ours?" Lao Wang on the side also nodded. Although they were complaining, they only dared to do so in front of Ashun. If they were asked to say so in front of their boss Zhang Liang, they might not dare to say so. "Do you think I want to go in?" Ashun said impatiently. "We all know that Fengyun community has a large population, and there are even more people who have awakened superpowers like us. Very dangerous. But I know it, you know it, and the boss knows it even better. That's why the boss didn't bring anyone here directly, but asked us to find out the situation here first." As Shun's eyes lit up, he looked at the 2 and whispered, "Maybe this is a great opportunity for us to make a contribution, as long as we get a clear understanding of the situation in Fengyun community. By then, the boss will take over Fengyun community in one fell swoop and loot all the supplies inside. At the same time, we got those 2 cars, so the 3 of us are the real heroes. Our status will rise sharply, and maybe the boss will let us be the building manager of a building if he is happy. Just think about it. When the time comes, the life and death of the entire building will be in our control, and we can play with any of the beauties inside as we want. How free it will be. Besides, the boss will definitely give us a lot of supplies, so we don't have to compete with others anymore. Except for the boss, all the people who have awakened superpowers are inferior to us." "Yes, we did it." Lao Wang and Lao Song's eyes flashed with lustful light. He exchanged glances with Ashun. The 3 of them nodded at the same time. "Prepare to enter Fengyun community." During the time they were discussing, the tire tracks on the ground were almost covered by the heavy snow falling from the sky. But the 3 of them were not worried about anything. They already knew that the 2 cars drove out of Fengyun community. Finally, we returned to Fengyun community. The other party can't run away. The most important task now is to understand the situation and specific strength within the community. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them hurried to the gate of Fengyun community. The moment they arrived at the door, the 3 of them suddenly felt a cold wind blowing. I was shivering from the cold. Since awakening their superpowers, the 3 of them haven't had this feeling for a long time. Generally, this state will only occur when you are in danger, and especially in extreme danger, and the body will send out warning signals. But the three of them didn't take it seriously. At a glance at the gate of Fengyun community, there is no one hiding. Where does the danger come from? But Old Song was secretly puzzled and asked, Old Wang Shun, do you have the same feeling? Why do I feel that the entire Fengyun community is like a monster that can swallow us up at any time? Chapter 84 Great Experience. I feel the same way. Lao Wang nodded. I feel like we might die if we step in. Old Wang had a heavy look on his face. He stood at the door with Old Song and did not dare to step in. Seeing the two of them looking nervous, although he felt something was wrong, he still didn't care. You two are thinking too much. There is no danger in this. As he said this, he took a step forward and walked in through the gate. Look, I'm here now, aren't I? Shun said with a smile. Nothing's wrong. There were obvious car tracks where he was standing, and he walked around there. Show them both. Although Lao Song and Lao Wang's eyelids were twitching, they finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the other party was fine. Followed the other person in. After realizing that nothing had happened, my guard was reduced a lot. Let's go. Shun glanced at the two of them and said, let's just find a building and see if we can get in. Let's get a general idea of the situation first. Lao Wang and the other man nodded. Following Shun, the other person walked forward. What is that? Why is it so hard? As soon as Lao Wang took the first step, the warning in his heart sounded again, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. I think I stepped on something. It might be a brick. Shun said casually, don't make a fuss. It's definitely not a brick. Lao Wang frowned. This thing is not small, and it feels like stepping on a watermelon when you step on it. There are springs on it, and it's sinking. And when I stepped on this thing, I felt a lingering fear in my heart. If you describe it that way, then it's a landmine, Old Song said jokingly. When Lao Wang heard this, he was completely frightened. Shun scolded. What landmines? Who dares to hide landmines in private hands in our country? And even if it is a landmine, what idiot would bury it in a residential area and blow it up? Those two vehicles just passed by here not long ago. If there were mines, they would have been blown away. Shun pointed to the car tracks nearby that were about to be buried by the heavy snow. Let the two of them not worry. At this moment, he felt that it was very unwise to come out with these two people. It's simply holding yourself back. He was timid before entering the community and stopped after taking just one step inside. How can you find out about the situation in Fengyun community if you are so hesitant? How can you achieve merit? I said, you're not done yet, right? Seeing that Lao Wang was still standing there, he didn't even dare to move a step. Shun got angry on the spot and shouted, Lao Wang, if you are really scared, go back quickly and don't delay us from doing our work. As he said this, he kicked the other person's foot away. Bang! A soft sound rang in my ears. A patch popped out the moment Lao Wang took his foot away. Even the accumulated snow was splashed up. At the same time, a dark object as big as a watermelon popped out from under the thick snow and appeared at the same height as the three eyes. The moment the thing appeared, the three of them felt goosebumps in their hearts. Fuck, it's really a landmine. After seeing what it was, Old Song cursed. What are you still standing there for? Run. But it was too late. Boom. The mine was triggered and exploded. The flames engulfed the three people. A large pit with a radius of 5 meters was blown out. There were only 3 crystal cores left at the bottom of the pit, and the melted snow around them turned into water, filling the pit. Freeze quickly. These 3 unlucky guys. Su Yang watched 3 people being blown to death on the screen with a smile on his face. Although it did not trigger the underground defense line at the door, still couldn't escape the second line of defense. I have to say that Ning Katie's arrangement is quite good. Lao Wang stepped on an anti-personnel mine. Once stepped on, the mine will bounce onto the ground the moment you lift your foot. The power of such a mine is greater than the explosion caused by stepping on it directly. More lethal. If the opponent had just stepped on a larger and more powerful mine, anyone within a 30-meter radius will be killed. And this landmine is more than enough to kill these 3 psychics. Boss, have we caused you trouble? Su Yunxi and Su Muyu looked at the mountain man who was blown to death on the screen. I felt very guilty. There was an apologetic look on his face. It has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to blame yourself. Su Yang consoled them. Even if you weren't here, the enemies would still come, and you can't hide from them. What kind of trouble is this? The other party can't even get to our villa, and they are dead? Although Su Yang did not blame them, the 2 sisters still looked at Su Yang somewhat embarrassedly. I thought to myself, it's a pity that we haven't awakened our special powers. If we could, It would be great, and we wouldn't be a burden to the boss. The twin sisters feel that they are useless. In this end times where there is no order at all, being incapable of living will only cause trouble to others. Su-young also saw what the other party was thinking and said with a smile, "You don't have to think too much and don't blame yourself. You have never been useless trash in my eyes, but my most capable secretary. She is both beautiful and capable," Su-young said as he took the two of them into his arms and let each of them sit on one of his legs. The twin sisters blushed immediately under the gaze of Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing. She buried her head in Su-yang's arms. "I'll go cook." Tang Qing glanced at the three of them and quickly left. "I'll go and rebury the mines where the explosion occurred." Ning Kaidai was very tactful and went out with the smart electronic dog. Seeing the two light bulbs leave, Su-yang's gaze became even more naked. Sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu also knew what was going to happen next. Although very shy, she did not refuse. They knew that the moment they decided to follow Su-young, they became his people. Although this moment came a little late, but I was already prepared in my heart. "Boss, can you please not do this here?" Su Muyu said pleadingly. After all, he and his sister had never experienced such a scene before. How could they feel uncomfortable doing it so openly in the living room? "Okay, let's go to another place." Su-young looked at the two of them with a sly smile. He picked up Su Muyu and walked towards the bedroom on the third floor. Then he turned around and looked at Su Yunxi, who was in a daze. "As your sister, why don't you come along?" Su Yunxi's face turned even redder. "I really want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into." But looking at Su-yang's expectant eyes, he finally did not refuse. Then he followed her up. Then, an inexplicable sound was heard throughout the villa, and everything was self-explanatory. The sound lasted for 4 hours. This made Tang Qing, who was cooking in the kitchen, feel upset. "I couldn't concentrate and almost cut my hands several times while cutting vegetables, and I felt like I had no strength at all in my body." It was a long time before Su-young came down from the third floor, with a big smile on his face. As expected, twin sisters are the best. Same beauty, double the happiness. It was an amazing experience. Chapter 85. Evolution Again. Life Leap. Su-young looked at Tang Qing, who was full of longing, and said to her, "Don't worry, there will definitely be a share for you." Tang Qing felt ashamed when she heard this. I thought to myself, am I anxious? This is just a normal physiological reaction, okay? But she didn't explain anything. She knew that no matter how she explained it would be useless. She just looked at Su-young shyly and brought the prepared food up. At this time, Ning Kaidai also came back. In fact, it doesn't take that long to bury a landmine. With the speed at which she has awakened her martial arts abilities, she can reach the gate of Fengyun community in just over 10 minutes. However, in order to make time for Su-young and the other two, they still stayed outside for 4 hours. Even though his whole body was almost frozen, he still had no complaints. Ning Kaidai has a very high emotional intelligence and knows very well that the Su Yunxi sisters hold a very high status in each other's hearts, and I will live with them in the future. It's the first time for both of them, so they will definitely be shy. It would be hard to relax if there were too many people. In order to fulfill the three of them, I had no choice but to do this. "Why don't you call your two sisters down to eat together?" Ning Kaidai asked. Su-young shook his head. "Let them have a good rest, and we'll do it when they wake up." After dinner, Ning Kaidai asked the smart electronic dog to give the retrieved crystal core to Su-young. Su-young looked at it and said, "You should keep these and absorb them. They will improve your strength." Ning Kaidai was stunned. Can this kind of thing be absorbed? Of course, people who have awakened their superpowers can devour the energy of other superpower users to make themselves stronger. Su-young nodded and said, "Just put your hand on the crystal core, or on the dead superpower user, and it will automatically devour it." "This is too expensive. I can't accept it." Ning Kaidai shook her head. Su-young did not take the crystal core from the electronic dog, but said to the other party, "The 3 people who were killed by the landmine, like you, have just awakened their superpowers. It did not devour the abilities of other psychics. My strength is only at bronze level, which is of little use to me. Or you swallowed it. There are 5 of us now, and you are the only one who has awakened superpowers except me. I need you to become stronger so that you can be more helpful to me. I want you to become a more powerful helper for me, instead of laying minefields all day long, understand?" Ning Kaidai nodded and did not refuse. Instead, the look in his eyes when he looked at Su-young became more grateful, and he was more accepting of him. Without saying a word, he took off the 3 crystal cores on the electronic dock. The moment the hand touches the crystal core, Ning Kaidai felt 3 warm currents entering her body. The body is constantly being strengthened. The last three energies all gathered at the crystal core between the eyebrows. Four bars appeared on the crystal core, and his strength became stronger, and the energy in the crystal core became more abundant. The level reached bronze 4. Okay, you've been busy all day, go and take a rest. Su-yang asked the two to return to the basement. Sitting there alone, he began to count the crystal cores he had obtained from the famous family when he rescued Su Yunxi and her sister. There were a total of 155 people on the other side. 155 crystal cores were left behind. There is one bronze level 9. There are 4 bronze level 5 medals. There are 10 bronze level 2 pieces. The other 140 pieces are all bronze level 1. If all of them were converted into bronze level supernatural energy, there would be a total of 189 of them. After Su Yang was promoted to silver level 9, he absorbed 27 bronze level 1 supernatural powers. If I absorb all these 189 superpowers this time, I'll see if I can evolve to another level. Su Yang first absorbed 73 supernatural powers. After the superpower entered his entire body underwent drastic changes. Whether it is the bones, internal organs, blood, cells, or skin of the body, all are being strengthened madly. Su Yang suddenly had a feeling in his heart, a feeling that could not be described in words. It's a feeling of the evolution of life levels. When all the 83 supernatural powers gathered in the crystal core with silver-white light between the eyebrows, the light broke through the limitations of the body and illuminated the entire villa. A terrifying aura rose up and spread more than 100 meters outside the villa. All the snowflakes falling in the sky were floating in the air and were reluctant to fall down. It was not until Su Yang regained his momentum that the situation within 100 meters of the villa returned to normal, and the silver-white light instantly turned into golden color. Su Yang felt that his soul was being torn apart bit by bit, but he did not feel any pain. There is a mysterious force protecting the soul. Let the soul be torn apart and then reassembled over and over again. During this process, Su Yang felt that his soul had become several times stronger than before. At the same time, the feeling that life is leaping becomes deeper. Physical strength is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't stop until the entire crystal core turned golden and a line appeared on it. Su Yang discovered that without using his supernatural powers, his body would not be left with any marks if he was cut with a knife. It's really too strong, Su Yang exclaimed. Is this a gold-level superpower? After evolving again, Su Yang did not hesitate at all. Swallow up all the remaining 102 supernatural powers. His strength reached the second level of gold. Just as he had thought before, each evolution required 10 times as many crystal cores as before. It takes 100 bronze level 1 abilities to evolve from silver level 9 to gold level 1. Each promotion to the gold level requires 100 supernatural powers. And to evolve from the 9th level of gold to the next higher level, wouldn't it require 1,000 supernatural powers? Su Yang felt a deep sense of urgency in his heart. This was forcing all those who had awakened their superpowers to fight each other. In this apocalypse with snow everywhere and supplies scarce, only when a person is strong enough can he have everything. To protect everything. Even if the psychics don't want to fight, they can't. Because there has long been no order in this world. Don't say the army didn't disappear inexplicably. Even if it is still there, it can't control the current situation of the superpowers fighting each other. After absorbing all the superpowers, Su Yang's strength has reached the terrifying level of gold level 2 and 2 superpowers. I only need 98 more bronze level abilities to be promoted to gold level 3. It seems that if I want to continue to improve my strength, I have to take action against the psychics in the surrounding communities. Su Yang muttered to himself. With his personality, he won't provoke others unless the other party provokes him. After all, I have a lot of powerful weapons. Even those with superpowers will be killed without mercy. But if someone has evil intentions towards you first, you must kill him. Not only kill him, but also kill him completely. When Fushan community sent people to track his 2 all-terrain vehicles, Su Yang was already prepared to destroy the other party at any time. The moment the 3 people sent by the other side stepped into Fengyun community, the psychics in Fushan community were equivalent to declaring war on themselves. P.S. On the first day of February, more than 10,000 words are updated. I hope you enjoy reading it. Although the performance of this book is not very good, the author will keep writing, so please rest assured. I hope that friends who have read this and have always supported this book can give a 5-star rating and receive a free gift. The author's motivation is inseparable from your support. Thank you all. Chapter 86, Instant Teleport. However, Su Yang was not in a hurry to attack the community. Anyway, the entire Fengyan community was carefully filled with minefields arranged by Ning Kaidai. If you don't wait for the other party to make a move, it would be a waste. The two sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu slept until the next morning. When they got up and came downstairs, her face turned red when she saw Tang Qing and Ning Kaidai. But I adjusted quickly. We are all our own people. There is nothing to be shy about. Since my boss kept these two people, they must be his women. There's no point being shy. The two of them adjusted themselves very well. After finishing breakfast, they said to Su Yang, "Boss, we want to learn fighting skills from Sister Ning. We still want to practice shooting." Although the two of them have become Su Yang's women, even if you don't have to do anything, the other party won't say anything. But the two of them don't want to be just a useless face. Before the end of the world, they were Su Yang's right-hand men. Even if the end of the world comes and I don't awaken my superpowers, I still hope that I can help each other. At least you won't hold the other party back in the future. Su Yang nodded, "Okay, but don't force yourself." Seeing that the other party agreed, the two women cheered. Kissed Su Yang on the face. He quickly pulled Ning Kaidai over and asked her to teach him fighting skills. Ning Kaidai did not hesitate and made a practice plan for the two of them. Exercise in the morning and learn some simple fighting techniques at noon. I concentrated on practicing shooting in the afternoon. The two women had good physical fitness and had practiced some self-defense and fighting techniques before. When practicing special forces fighting techniques, I got the hang of it very quickly. But there were some troubles when practicing shooting. Fortunately, Su Yang's villa is big enough. A special place was set up in the yard for the two of them. Let them design it. For a moment, the koi fish raised in the water system jumped around everywhere because of the gunshots. Su Yang was so distressed, as he had raised these koi for a long time. I developed a deep affection for him, but in order to satisfy the two sisters, Su Yang didn't say anything. We can only let them do this. Everyone was busy. Bored Su Yang had no choice but to study his own special abilities. After evolving to the gold level, the benefits brought are not as simple as the transition of life level. At the same time, he awakened new superpowers. And it's very powerful. The power of other superpowers also increased again. Several space-related superpowers. The space door can be opened 15 meters away from the body. The distance of spatial perception reaches 400 meters. The distance of space refraction can also refract other people's attacks to a distance of 400 meters. The distance of the space blade is also 400 meters. An invisible space blade is sent out, and things 400 meters away are cut into pieces. It is extremely powerful. The same is true for several martial arts abilities. The distance of the Eye of Truth has also reached 400 meters. When using this skill, the flaws of all objects within 400 meters can be discovered. At the same time, you can also find out what method to use and which point to attack is more effective and saves effort. The power of the Shadowless Fist has also doubled. The power of the Shadowless Blade also increased exponentially. At the same time, two skills of space-related supernatural powers and martial arts-related supernatural powers were awakened respectively. The space system is about teleportation. Su Yang tried it out and found that once he used teleportation, he could reach any place within 10 meters without being affected by any obstacles from his original position. Then he stood in front of the wall of the villa and activated the teleportation. The next moment his body appeared outside the villa. Then he used teleportation again and came back from outside. This is simply a magical skill. Su Yang exclaimed, with the skill of teleportation, you can put yourself in an invincible position. Even if the enemy is much stronger than you, as long as he cannot kill you in the first time, you can use this skill to have room to maneuver with the opponent. And with this skill, when attacking, it will also make the opponent defenseless. Although the teleportation distance is only 10 meters, it is already a heaven-defying level. Then Su Yang experimented again and found that with his current energy he could teleport 200 times. This undoubtedly made him extremely happy. After the supernatural energy in his body was almost restored, Su Yang once again experimented with the martial arts awakening skills. This skill is very simple and brutal. It's just a cut out of thin air, and one that is incredibly fast and powerful. As fast as lightning and as loud as thunder. Although this knife does not have any lightning attributes, but Su Yang still named it Thunder Slash. Open the basement door and go to the underground garage. Su Yang took out a Tang sword from the space, used the Thunder Slash skill and slashed forward. Boom! Thunder sounded, and the sword light surged. A knife mark more than 2 meters deep appeared on the concrete ground from him to 3 meters in front of him. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he likes this kind of close combat, simple and rough moves the most. He also wanted to fight those psychics, but was restrained. Even if one's own strength is far superior to others, when you see those people with special powers, you can kill them at will. But Su Yang knew that he had to stay hidden. You can make a fortune by keeping quiet. From now on, superpowers will be your absolute trump card. This world is big, and there are many people with special abilities. The competition out there is bigger and more intense. Maybe there are many Lao Lius who think the same as he does and have grown to be very powerful, just waiting for those arrogant people to take the bait. Su Yang never thought that he was the only smart person. How many of those who can survive to this day are stupid? He is determined to be the sixth brother, and he will be the most cowardly one among all the sixth brothers. Just like this, another day passed, and Zhang Liang, the boss of Fushan community, frowned. Are there any news about Ashen and the other two? A younger brother replied, Not yet. I have called the three of them dozens of times in the past 2 days, but no one answered. It's now turned off. Moreover, our people have been guarding outside the community, but we haven't seen any trace of the three of them. The younger brother asked worriedly, Boss, could it be that Ashen and the other two were discovered and killed by the people in Fengyan community? Otherwise, it would be impossible to get in touch with him. What a waste. Zhang Liang cursed. If you can't even do such a simple thing, it's a waste of food if you're still alive. It's better if you die. Zhang Liang looked at the younger brother with cold eyes. What's the situation with the big commotion in Fengyan community the day before yesterday? The younger brother replied cautiously. Without your order, we dare not enter Fengyan community to check, but some brothers speculated that the noise made 2 days ago might be an explosion. What's the explosion or not? Zhang Liang said impatiently. How can there be a bomb in Fengyan community? Zhou Tao, go and take a dozen capable brothers with you to check it out and find out the actual situation of Fengyan community. Remember, if you find any danger, retreat immediately. Zhou Tao, the younger brother just now, heard that Zhang Liang was going to send him into Fengyan community. The corner of his eye twitched, but he still answered, yes. Chapter 87. Another person comes to deliver food. People in the surrounding communities all know that Fengyan community is crowded. It is the largest area nearby. Even after the end of the world, there have been constant noises in Fengyan community. Or an explosion. People from other communities didn't dare to send anyone in to check. After all, a large number of people means strong strength, high combat effectiveness. After most people in other communities have awakened their special powers, they become even more wary of Fengyan community. In a community of several thousand people, how many people with special abilities would need to be awakened? After awakening his special powers, people in other nearby communities were actually very panicked. Even if they wanted to expand outward, they wouldn't dare to, especially not to attack Fengyan community. Even if someone knew people from Fengyan community, they heard that everyone in their community was almost killed by Su Yang. They dared not take any action, fearing that this was a scam. Deliberately lure them into the trap. Wouldn't it be courting death to provoke them? We should be thankful that they don't come to cause trouble. The entire community was almost killed by one person. Can you believe this? I believed your lies. However, when Zhang Liang, the boss of Fushan community, saw 2 cars coming out of Fengyan community that could travel unhindered in the snow, he finally couldn't resist his greed. It's enough to take some risks for these 2 cars. But before entering Fengyan community, you must find out the real situation inside. Although Zhou Tao was very reluctant in his heart, but the boss has spoken, so he has to do it. When selecting personnel, we always choose those with stronger abilities. Someone who has absorbed supernatural powers. 2 bronze level 3 and 11 bronze level 2. Including him who is at bronze level 4, there are exactly 15 people. Braving the heavy snow, we walked out of Fushan community. Go to Fengyan community. Zhou Tao, how many people in Fengyan community have awakened their superpowers? One person looked at him and asked, what if we can't come back? Who should I ask if you ask me? Zhou Tao replied impatiently, as long as we are careful, there should be no problem. The boss said that if something goes wrong, we should retreat immediately. Besides, we are all quite strong, so nothing should go wrong. That's right. The others agreed with him and nodded. There have been gunshots and explosions coming out of Fengyan community. Maybe everyone inside is really going to die. We still have to be careful and not be careless. Zhou Tao reminded, now it's different from before. In the past, no one dared to kill people casually. Even if we are caught, we don't have to worry about anything. If we don't handle it right now, we'll just die. The other 14 people nodded one after another, walking forward in the snow, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. Seeing that this method of advancing was too slow, Zhou Tao waved his hand. A stream of cold air floated forward from his hand. The area within 50 meters ahead quickly froze. An icy road appeared, and the others walked on it much faster. It took more than an hour for 15 people to arrive at the gate of Fengyun community. Before they even stepped into the gate, Zhou Tao and his companions felt the same as the 3 people before them. One person said in a deep voice, "Why does Fengyun community have a weird feeling?" "That's right. I was trembling all over when I got to the gate," said another person. "Could it be that Ashun betrayed us, and the enemy has already ambushed us all around?" "No way. Even if Ashun and the other 2 are brave enough, they can't betray us. Traitors will never have a good end no matter where they are. But I have a bad feeling in my heart." Everyone started discussing it. Zhou Tao also looked annoyed. He said in a cold voice, "Stop talking. It's getting weirder and weirder. You're already scared before you even enter." "Everyone be careful," Zhou Tao said again. "If you find anything wrong, withdraw immediately." Although they all had a very dangerous premonition in their hearts, but I still decided to move into Fengyun community. Zhou Tao led 14 people and walked in carefully. All I saw in the community was a vast expanse of white snow. The residential buildings in the distance were quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. Just when the 15 people walked about 10 meters in, Zhou Tao suddenly felt his foot touching a line. The thread was very thin and broke the moment he touched it. Suddenly Zhou Tao's heart started beating wildly, and he had a bad feeling. Shouted, "Quick retreat." He has brought his special abilities to their fullest potential. The ice on the outside of his body quickly solidified, wrapping himself in a big ball of ice. Just when he used his supernatural power to defend himself, the mine planted by Ning Kaidai exploded. Boom, boom, boom. 3 violent explosions were heard. 3 mines exploded in front, between and behind the 3 men. This is a chain mine. 3 mines exploded in succession, killing 14 people under the huge power of the explosion. Only Zhou Tao reacts quickly and has the strongest strength. The whole body is protected by ice formed by supernatural powers. At the same time, he ran very fast and was already on the verge of explosion, but he was still engulfed by the power of the explosion. The ice on his body melted by the scorching heat, and his lower body was blown away. Zhou Tao roared in pain, trying to use his special powers again to block the burning flames and the impact of the landmine fragments. However, the power of the mine explosion was too great. The shrapnel and flames directly broke through his ice ability and killed him. The 15 people were wiped out as soon as they entered Fengyun community. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. 3 drones took off from the villa, arrive at the gate of the community, drop the electronic dog down, and let them dig out the crystal core. At the same time, the body fragments of 15 people were buried in the snow outside the community. It was then brought back by a drone. Su Yang asked Ning Kaidai to take away 2 crystal cores again. Both crystal cores were bronze level 2. After swallowing it, her strength instantly reached bronze level 8. Just a little more, and you can prepare to evolve to the silver level. Su Yang swallowed the remaining 28 superpowers. At this time, he still had 7 bronze level abilities left, and he could be promoted to gold level 2. Naturally very happy. Prepare to wait for people from Fusheng community to come again. According to the time, Zhou Tao should have brought his men into Fengyun community. Zhang Liang asked his men while standing on a building. Don't wait for the other party to answer. 3 explosions were heard in succession. Is it from Fengyun community again? Zhang Liang's eyes turned cold, and his face was full of questions. What on earth is there in Fengyun community? Why are there continuous explosions? Not good. Zhang Liang suddenly realized something and said coldly, Zhou Tao and the others may be in trouble. Send someone to check on them right away. Yes, a younger brother agreed. He ran out with 2 psychics. More than 2 hours later, the 3 returned. Boss, we didn't see anyone or anything outside Fengyun community. One person replied, but we smelled a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. There were also traces of melting underneath the snow, but these traces were quickly covered by new snow. Chapter 88 All Out. So, there is a powerful bomb in Fengyun community? Zhang Liang frowned. It's very likely, the younger brother replied, but we haven't gone deep inside, so we don't know the specific situation. However, judging from the traces of ice and snow covering the surroundings, there were indeed signs of an explosion not far from the gate of Fengyun community. And we found these things not far from the community. As the younger brother spoke, he took out a large sack, opened it, and fell to the ground. All I saw was minced meat, some of which was burnt, and some of which was directly fried. I can't tell whose it is. Only the upper half of Zhou Tao's body could still be recognized, but there was a big hole between his eyebrows and the crystal core was gone. His body was covered with shrapnel and was a bloody mess. But without exception, all of them were frozen. The younger brother looked at Zhang Liang's unfriendly face and whispered, "We found these under the snow not far from Fengyun community." Zhou Tao and his 15 companions had just entered Fengyun community and they might have all been killed in the explosion. Because there were only pieces of flesh and bones, he didn't dare to say that all 15 people were dead. But it's probably not a good thing. Damn it! Zhang Liang was furious. 15 people with special abilities were all killed just like that. Fengyun community, no matter who killed my people, I will make you pay the price. Zhang Liang yelled, then calmed down. Looking at the younger brother beside him, he asked, "How many supernatural beings do you think there are in Fengyun community, and how strong are they?" The younger brother thought for a while and replied, "Fengyun community has the most people among the surrounding communities, so they should be very strong. But it's hard to guess the specific strength." Bullshit. Zhang Liang cursed. The slap hit the younger brother's face. Although he had also awakened his special powers, he was unable to withstand the opponent's powerful slap. My face suddenly became swollen. He looked at his boss with a face full of grievance. I thought to myself, did I provoke you? Tell the truth and get beaten up? Don't boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige in front of me. Zhang Liang cursed again. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I think there shouldn't be many supernatural people in Fengyun community, and their strength is not very strong. The younger brother was stunned by his self-confident words. Boss, are you crazy? If Fengyun community is so weak, can you be so cautious all the time? Can you send people to gather information twice in a row? If that were the case with your personality, you would have brought people to kill them long ago. I complained in my heart, but I didn't dare say it out loud. What? You don't believe my judgment? Zhang Liang frowned as he saw that the other party didn't speak for a long time. Boss, your judgment is always accurate. How dare we question it? The three younger brothers nodded in agreement. Zhang Liang snorted coldly. I'd be surprised if you believed it. The reason why you don't believe my judgment is because you have always been trapped in the preconceived idea that Fengyun community has a lot of people. Zhang Liang continued. But have you ever thought about the rumor that the people in Fengyun community were almost killed by a man named Su Yang? Through these two tests, this rumor is very likely to be true. Before his special powers were awakened, dense gunfire could be heard from time to time throughout the Fengyun community. With guns, it was very possible for the other party to kill so many people. With the population of Fengyun community decreasing drastically, it is impossible for many people to awaken their special powers. If there are really a lot of people, it would be impossible to use bombs. I think the other party used bombs to intimidate the people in the neighborhoods around us. Zhang Liang's words made the three younger brothers' eyes light up. They all flattered him, saying, As expected of you, boss. Your analysis is well-reasoned and well-founded. Zhang Liang instantly showed a proud smile on his face, thinking to himself, why do you say I am the boss? It's because I have a good brain, unlike you all who are as dumb as pigs. Boss, the enemy's bombs are quite powerful. How do we deal with them? Asked the younger brother. You don't have to worry about that. Zhang Liang explained with a smile. The enemy's bombs were probably found in the military area or the armed forces department by driving out in the two previous cars. There can't be so many of them. As long as we let them consume it, they can be slaughtered at our will. How to consume it? The younger brother asked hurriedly. Use superpowers. Zhang Liang answered casually. What do you do after you awaken your superpowers? Directly use your superpowers to provoke the other party, and the other party will not be able to bear it and will definitely use bombs. Then we can just dodge the wave of attacks and consume the bombs. Isn't that enough? As long as the other party has no bombs, they can be our opponent with their few superpowers. After listening to this, the three of them felt that the other party's analysis was very correct. They all nodded. Gather everyone. Charge into Fengyun community now, Zhang Liang said loudly. Once we capture Fengyun community, kill all the men inside, and all the women will be yours. Move all the supplies here and devour all the mutants inside. By the way, tell all the brothers that the two cars you saw before must not be damaged and must be kept for me. If anyone dares to hurt me, I will chop him into pieces. If this thing can't be done, no one will be able to eat spicy hot pot in the future. After Zhang Liang gave the order, more than 200 people with special abilities in Fuxing community gathered downstairs. At the same time, they also brought along those men in the community who had not awakened their superpowers, a total of more than 500 people. Prepare to let these people take the lead. and it would be best to consume the opponent's bombs first. Zhang Liang waved his hand, and all his subordinates set off towards Fengyun community in a heroic and high-spirited manner. Prepare to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. It is difficult for ordinary people to move forward in such deep snow. These problems are relatively easy to solve for people with special abilities. Zhang Liang waved his hand, and 3 people with special abilities who could transform into beasts used their special abilities. All of them transformed into beasts more than 3 meters tall. One has a single horn on its head, and its body is covered in skin like a rhinoceros. On all fours, he arched up over the snow. Soon, a clear road was left behind. As for the other 2, after transforming into beasts, they became like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is also extremely powerful. Another person had a pair of wings growing out from behind him, which were more than 4 meters long when spread out, fanning the snow on the ground. Thanks to the efforts of the 3 people, a 3-meter-wide road leading to Fengyun community was cleared. Zhang Liang, leading 250 people with special abilities and 500 ordinary people, arrived at the gate of Fengyun community in less than 10 minutes. One of the younger brothers waved his hand at the 500 ordinary people and said, "You walk in front. No matter what you encounter, you cannot step back, or you will be killed without mercy." Chapter 89. Die quickly. There was no expression on the faces of those 500 people, just like a robot, moving forward mechanically. They have long been accustomed to these things. In the end times, there are no awakened superpowers and no strength. Can only be enslaved. There's no way to resist. Zhang Liang stood at the back, watching the 500 people in front of him crossing the gate of Fengyun community. He then ordered his 250 younger brothers to follow. Finally, I followed at the back. At the same time, to be on the safe side, he asked his younger brothers to keep a distance from the more than 500 people. The moment these people entered the community, Su Yang and the villa had already received the alarm. Turn on the screen, and all the small aircraft hidden in the entire community will be started, blending perfectly with the snow. Send the picture over. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Zhang Liang murmured, but he shook his head again. Maybe I'm too promoted? He was not the only one who felt this way. Many powerful psychics had the same feeling. But seeing that my boss didn't say anything, I didn't say much. I could only follow those 500 people and move forward. After 500 people entered Fengyun community, no landmines were detonated. Because ever since Zhou Tao and 15 other people were killed by a series of mines, Su Yang did not let Ning Kaidai replant mines at the first line of defense at the entrance of Fengyun community. The purpose was to confuse Zhang Liang's large army. Let them let their guard down and come in deeper. The other party must have heard the sound of the explosion here. In addition, all of his subordinates were killed and could no longer be contacted. The other party must have vaguely known that there was a bomb in Fengyun community. I will definitely be careful. But Su Yang didn't expect that the other party was much more cautious than he imagined. They actually let 500 ordinary people walk in the front to attract fire. Su Yang frowned and said to Ning Kaidai, "Go and control several hundred drones that can drop bombs and grenades, and let them fly out through the back door. Surround these people secretly. If they dare to escape, attack them from both sides and wipe them out in one fell swoop." Ning Kaidai nodded and took out a tablet computer. After inputting commands on it, hundreds of drones slowly took off and flew out of the back door of the community. Although people with special abilities can give early warnings when they encounter danger, but because there were more than 500 people in the front supporting them after entering Fengyun community, their vigilance was relaxed a lot. There were no warning signs. Suddenly, as the 500 people were moving forward, a landmine was triggered. Boom. Anti-personnel mines ricocheted onto the snow. It exploded directly, and the 50 people closest to the explosion were killed on the spot. Many people were also blown away by the airwave. Lying in the snow, I felt like my bones were falling apart. The ordinary people who were still alive had fear on their faces. Turn around and run. Stop right there. Whoever dares to run will die. A younger brother drew out the knife in his hand. With one blow, he chopped off the head of the man who escaped first. The others were so frightened that they stopped where they were, trembling all over. There are mines. Zhang Liang and other brothers with special abilities were shocked. If the anti-personnel mine just now exploded near them, they would not be able to stop it even if they were psychics. No wonder you were able to kill 2 of my people. Zhang Liang snorted coldly. It turned out that the other party had buried mines in the community. The younger brother that I sent before must have accidentally stepped on it and was killed in the explosion. The people in Fengyun community are so insidious. Zhang Liang was cursing. His eyes were extremely cold. Let me see how many mines you have left. Let them keep going. Zhang Liang said coldly, whoever dares to disobey will be killed. Then the remaining 400 people continued to move forward tremblingly. We had barely moved forward 10 meters when we triggered another landmine. Boom. Flames shot up into the sky, and this time they stepped on an anti-personnel mine. But it's much more powerful than the previous one. The area within a radius of 30 meters was completely enveloped in the explosion. A full 100 people were killed. More than 50 people were hit by the flying shrapnel and steel balls and were seriously injured. Fell to the ground wailing. The sound spread throughout the Fengyun community. The only people left in the community didn't even look outside after hearing the noise. Because they have seen this kind of scene many times and have long been accustomed to it. These people would go anywhere else, so they just fly to Fengyun community. This is Su Yang's forbidden area. How could he allow these people to do whatever they want? Zhang Liang and his little brothers were all dumbfounded watching from behind. This fucking mine is way too powerful. Even though they were at the back, they could feel waves of heat coming towards them. Although only 2 mines had just exploded, everyone was already on high alert. At the same time, Zhang Liang and his men also deeply hated the people who planted the mines. Were these mines planted by the man called Su Yang? Zhang Liang stood there and murmured, so many mines have exploded one after another. Even if there are any, there shouldn't be many, right? The more mines the opponent has buried, the more it proves that their strength is not very strong. Only landmines can better deter invaders. I want to see how many mines you have left. The more powerful the mine was, the more Zhang Liang was certain that Fengyun community was not strong. The more you want to consume all of the opponent's mines. After getting those 2 cars that can move freely in the snow, he also wants to go to the military area to see if he can get some powerful weapons or mines. This thing is very powerful and is more effective against other psychics. Of the original 500 people, only 350 were left after the explosion of 2 anti-personnel mines. 50 of them were seriously injured. Even though these people were frightened, they didn't dare to move forward. But under the coercion of Zhang Liang, he had to do so. The 50 people injured in the explosion were even more unfortunate. This time I was placed at the front. 50 walked forward again. Walked 10 meters forward from the original explosion site. No mines exploded. Zhang Liang finally felt relieved. Let the remaining 300 people continue to follow. The 300 people had just walked not far from the 50 people. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions were heard, and everyone was engulfed by the chain mines that were set to detonate with a delayed detonation. After the flames and the flying snow and smoke dissipate, there were 350 people, and only 10 were still alive. These people were squatting on the ground, covered in dust. I was already scared silly. I dare not move. Watching the people around me being blown to pieces one by one, it was such a miserable sight. It broke down their psychological defenses. He fell to the ground and cried bitterly. But Zhang Liang and his younger brothers don't care about that. He shouted loudly, "Stop crying, get up and move forward." However, the remaining 10 people all shook their heads and said, "Kill us. We are all going to die anyway, so why not let us die quickly?" Chapter 90 Teaching Ning Kai Dai. This is not up to you. One man snorted coldly and killed the disobedient person with a knife. If you 9 don't want to die, get up quickly and keep moving forward. After he finished speaking, the remaining 9 people showed no intention of moving. The man was instantly furious. Once again, he chopped off a man's arm with one blow. Ah! The man screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. At the same time, he roared, "Even if you kill us all, we won't go. Don't waste your time. Without someone to help you lay the landmines, I wonder how you can take over Fengyun community." The man had a painful smile on his face. "I no longer care about my own life or death." At the same time, several other people also laughed. What a bunch of cowards. They want to deal with the people in Fengyun community, but they don't dare to do it themselves. Being ridiculed by these ordinary people, Zhang Liang and all his brothers were furious. His face was cold. Zhang Liang said in a serious tone, "In my eyes, you are worse than animals. You still want to disobey me. You are simply courting death. Cut off all their arms. I want to see whether their bones are harder or our knives are harder." As soon as Zhang Liang finished speaking, a few more of his brothers came out and started hacking at the 9 people. All the arms were chopped off and screams rang out again. The blood gushed out, and soon the snow on the ground was dyed red. Zhang Liang picked up a knife and pointed it at the 9 people, saying, "If you don't want to be tortured, get up and move forward." The 9 people endured the pain in their bodies and the fear in their hearts, and stood still. Fuck. These useless guys, kill them all. Zhang Liang cursed. Several younger brothers swung their butcher knives at the 9 people. 9 heads fell to the ground. Su Yang and his group watched this cruel scene on the screen without saying a word. Tang Qing was a little scared and closed her eyes. The sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu had no expression on their faces, nor did they have any feelings of pity in their hearts. Su Yang looked at the 2 sisters with satisfaction. Their performance was in line with their expectations. In this cold apocalypse, sympathy is worthless. A saintly heart is not desirable. It will only drag yourself down and put yourself in danger. Put yourself in danger. The 2 sisters have been subjected to the cold stare and ridicule of the world because they were orphans since childhood. He has experienced hardships that no one has ever experienced before and has always believed in the law of the jungle. So my thinking adjusted very quickly. Since it is the end of the world, we should apply the laws of the end of the world. The weak can only become slaves of the strong, or worse, become food of the strong. You must be ruthless when dealing with your enemies. But Ning Kaidai looked at Zhang Liang and the others with anger on her face. His fists were clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds. He roared, "You beast! You are such a beast. They actually let those ordinary people who are powerless to die. I'm going to kill them." Her performance made Su Yang somewhat dissatisfied. But he knew that the other party was a soldier and had served as a special forces soldier. The duty is to protect the country and the people. Seeing Zhang Liang and his gang acting like this, they must feel bad. Su Yang did not blame the other party, but reminded him, this world is no longer the same as before. If you still hold on to the same ideas, you will be eliminated by this world. I hope you remember not to be too kind to people outside our group, otherwise it will hurt all of us. But they actually... Before Ning Kaidai could finish, Su Yang interrupted her. In this cold apocalypse, there is no order anymore. Everyone is like a wild beast in the jungle. If they don't want to be eaten or killed, they have to be stronger than others. There are too many people killed by the strong in this world. How many can you save by yourself? As time goes by, ordinary people who have not awakened will starve to death or become food for others even if they are not killed. Isn't their death a relief? We are already being merciful by not committing violence against ordinary people. If you don't change your mind, we will have to go our separate ways in the future. Ning Kaidai took a deep breath and her complexion gradually returned to normal. The anger in my heart was relieved a lot. She knew that what Su Yang said was right. This is the cruelty of the end times. People are no longer considered human. The psychics who have awakened their superpowers have surpassed the limits of human beings. Ordinary people became lambs to be slaughtered. It is one thing to figure it out by yourself, but it is another thing to kill Zhang Liang and his gang. These people must die. At the same time, Su Yang called Tang Qing over and said calmly, although you haven't awakened your superpowers, you can't treat yourself as an ordinary person in the future. If you can't even bear to watch this scene, how can you face more cruel scenes alone in the future? I hope you can adjust your mindset and become stronger. Because our future enemies will not only be these people, there will be more and more powerful enemies. Without going through the trials of blood and fire, you will never grow up. Tang Qing nodded. I remember it. Focus again on what is happening in the picture. He took it without blinking an eye. And after killing the last ordinary person, one of the younger brothers looked ahead with a worried look on his face and asked, Boss, now there's no one to help us clear the mines. What should we do? Zhang Liang also had a melancholy look on his face. He said calmly, First, throw these 10 bodies towards the place we must pass in front of us, one every 10 meters, and see what happens. From these 2 explosions, the other side analyzed that the mines here might be buried at a distance of 10 meters. The density is very high. Zhang Liang wanted to give it a try first to see if these corpses could detonate the mines in front. If we can detonate them, we will be safe and there will be no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. It would be even better if there were no mines ahead, and you could pass through without any worries. The mutant who transformed into a rhinoceros was extremely powerful. He grabbed a corpse and threw it 10 meters ahead. The body hit the snow, creating a hole in it, but no mine exploded. Then he threw the second one 20 meters away, and still there was no response. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and so on until the 10th body was thrown out, a full distance of 100 meters without causing the mine to explode. Zhang Liang was still worried, so he asked the other party to walk forward 30 meters and then threw the collected bodies forward. Still no explosion was heard. Zhang Liang and his group finally felt relieved. Everyone felt that there were mines buried in these 2 places in Fengyun community. Without this major threat, I can finally move forward with confidence. Originally, Ning Kaidai had already controlled the drone and intercepted the group's retreat from a long distance. If the enemy is frightened and wants to retreat, quickly command the drone to rush out and carry out an outflanking attack on the enemy. I didn't expect the other party to come up with such a trick and even want to advance into the community. It's not her fault. Chapter 91. It's so damn scary. When he buried the mines, he did not follow the routine of setting up a defense line every 10 meters. It is a method that seems regular but is actually very regular. No matter how the opponent moves forward, they cannot avoid the minefield. And those corpses cannot detonate mines. If you want to detonate it, you can't just step on it. There are many ways. Some rely on pulling wires, and some rely on induction. Some can even control the explosion. Some of them will not explode immediately after stepping on them hard, but you have to wait for the enemy to pass by and then attack them from both sides to make them explode. It's hard to guard against. Some will explode only after being stepped on twice. This is because they are afraid that the enemy is not dead, so they blow him to death when retreating. Since the other party doesn't want to retreat, Ning Kaidai doesn't want to let those drones attack for the time being, so as not to alert the enemy. The mutant who had transformed into a beast was leading the way. Zhang Liang and his group were waiting 30 meters away. Zhang Liang saw that the other party passed safely. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. Start letting the other brothers move forward. A group of people quickly followed, but he still kept a distance of 10 meters from the beast-like mutant. Zhang Liang is still at the back. The beastman saw that everyone was following him. Keep moving forward. Just as he took the first step, he suddenly felt something was wrong. I just felt something under my feet. He quickly yelled, "Oh no, I stepped on a landmine again." His voice just came out. Others wanted to retreat, but at this moment, an explosion sounded. Boom. A mine exploded among the crowd in the rear. More than a dozen psychics were killed in the explosion. The others looked at their dead companions with lingering fear, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. This is too weird. The corpses that fell on it before did not explode. It won't explode even if the person in front steps on it. But they are bombing those who are following behind. Who can they complain to? Zhang Liang was furious after losing 15 people with special abilities at once. At the same time, a sense of fear arose in my heart. The way the other party laid mines was so powerful that it was impossible to defend against them. With a wave of his hand, he ordered several younger brothers to absorb the special powers of those dozen people. Be prepared to let people move forward. After all, 3 waves of explosions scared them all away. If this gets out, people will laugh at you. The mutant who transformed into a beast originally thought that he would die. Unexpectedly, the landmine he stepped on did not explode. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief that he had saved his life. I thought to myself, maybe I just stepped on the trigger of a landmine. He slowly lifted his foot and prepared to step out. Boom. The mine under his feet exploded immediately. It blew him away. Even though the opponent's body was very strong, it was still blown to pieces. The psychic who was 10 meters away from him quickly spread his superpowers throughout his body to block the aftermath of the explosion. Zhang Liang looked at his subordinate, being blown to death with a flickering look in his eyes. After devouring his superpower, he said to the superpower who could grow a pair of wings, "Sun Bo, go fly in the air and use your wings to clear all the snow on our way forward." Others were afraid of the landmines in Fengyan community, but Sun Bo was not worried at all. After all, he can fly without the risk of stepping on a mine. Sun Bo did not hesitate, spread his wings, and slowly rose to a height of 2 meters. Came to the place where the explosion happened before. The supernatural power flows on a pair of wings, and it flaps at the snow below. A road 2 meters wide and 10 meters long appeared. There aren't any mines underneath. Sun Bo flew forward again. Then the wings flapped again. Boom. A mine buried under the snow was triggered. The explosion sounded again. Sun Bo quickly used his wings to protect himself. But his ability level is not high enough. It is completely unable to withstand the explosion of the mine. The wings were torn apart by the powerful energy. It burned under high temperature. The debris from the mine explosion hit him between the eyebrows. The chest was pierced by steel balls. Signs of life disappear. Without the support of wings, the body fell into the snow. Everyone who saw this scene at this time, whether it was Zhang Liang or his younger brothers, they were all scared silly. How the hell do we play this? There was no one in sight in Fengyan community, and he didn't even enter the building closest to him and his group. It was blown into this state by a landmine. My companions are dying one by one. If there are mines on the road ahead, they will be consumed by all of them. A man walked up to Sun Bo and devoured his supernatural powers. Then he looked at Zhang Liang and asked, "Boss, Are we still moving forward? Move forward. Hurry up and leave. Zhang Liang yelled. If you don't leave now, we'll all be left. Hearing his words, the other brothers finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and walked towards the gate of Fengyan community. Prepare to return to Fushan community. Just when they turned around and took a few steps, a mine was triggered. This mine is extremely powerful. Everything within a radius of 50 meters was engulfed. More than 30 psychics were blown into pieces. The crystal core fell to the ground. At the same time, more than 40 psychics were seriously injured. Some of the bodies were blown in half. It seems that he will not live long. Oh my god. The younger brothers said with horror on their faces. It's too fucking scary. Zhang Liang was especially frightened, because the place where the explosion happened was where he had just walked past. If you were in the center of the explosion, even if you were very strong, with the power of that landmine just now, I couldn't stop it. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Zhang Liang waved his hand and said, hurry and leave. He really didn't want to stay in Fengyan community anymore. I don't want to stay for a second. This place is so fucking weird. How many landmines are buried here? Moreover, no one with special powers can withstand the power of each mine explosion. Staying any longer would be tantamount to seeking death. Zhang Liang took the lead and ran towards the gate. Some of the other brothers didn't even bother to devour the superpowers of their dead companions. He also ran outside with all his strength. After seeing this, Su Yang said to Ning Kaidai, use drones to stop them. Don't let any of them go. Ning Kaidai nodded. She was already getting impatient. He took out his tablet computer and opened the control panel of the drone cluster. The drone, which had been waiting outside the community for a long time, slowly took off. The propellers of hundreds of drones make a lot of noise. It was also very noisy. Zhang Liang, who was running in the front, started to have eyelids twitching when he heard the noise. What is this and why is it so noisy? The other brothers asked with a puzzled look, but when they saw the dense swarms of drones appearing in front of them, they were completely shocked. Have we traveled through time now, into the future? Hundreds of drones were seen neatly lined up in the sky. Sometimes they form an S, sometimes they form AB, and finally they form SB together. Chapter 92. No way to heaven, no door to hell. This is too much. Zhang Liang saw the stupid words displayed by the drones. They instantly realized that the other party was mocking them. With an expression of rage on his face, he shouted, quick, shoot down these drones, or we will all die. Only then did his men recover from their shock. They all attacked the drones in the sky. However, these drones flew very high under Ninkadi's control. Their special powers have no effect at all. Moreover, the only mutant who could fly was killed by the previous landmine. Zhang Liang and his team couldn't hit the drone, but the drone's shooting range was enough to hit them. In an instant, hundreds of drones pointed their guns at Zhang Liang and his group. Bullets rained down. The dense barrage of bullets made Zhang Liang and his colleagues feel numb. They immediately fled in all directions, using their special powers to protect their bodies. However, those bronze-level psychics are too weak and their abilities are limited. Just after blocking a few bullets, he was pierced by more bullets. Su Yang looked at the picture on the screen. He sighed again. It's better to let professionals handle professional matters. Ning Kaidai was a special forces soldier and had always performed very well in the army. The control of unmanned equipment and the deployment of troops have always been her strengths. Under her arrangement, hundreds of drones surrounded Zhang Liang and his gang in the air. When the bullet comes down, no matter where the opponent dodges, he will be hit by the bullet. Even if you want to escape, you must be careful of bullets. Just like Zhang Liang, who has reached the silver level. Although I am not very afraid of ordinary bullets. But the enemy's firepower was too intense. If left unchecked, it could cost you your life. So he dodged the bullets while pulling out the knife. The dance is airtight, blocking the bullets that cannot be avoided. In less than 2 minutes, more than 100 people died. Seeing his men falling one by one, Zhang Liang became very anxious. At the same time, he wanted to devour the superpowers of his dead subordinates to strengthen himself. Perhaps only in this way can there be a possibility of survival. But how could Ning Kaidai let him get his wish? Just as Zhang Liang reached out towards a corpse lying not far away. Boom. A drone carrying an RPG rocket launcher immediately opened fire. A shell was fired at him. Zhang Liang suddenly felt his heart tighten. Pull your hand back as quickly as possible. He exerted force on his feet and jumped towards the distance. The shells exploded and a blast of air rose into the sky. Although Zhang Liang dodged the attack, his younger brothers nearby did not have time to dodge. Killed by that RPG shell. Cold sweat instantly flowed down Zhang Liang's forehead. In his mind, drones are generally used for performances. Although I have seen news before that some foreign countries install weapons on drones for combat purposes, he always thought that these were far away from him. Haven't paid much attention to it. This is the first time I discovered that a drone can be used in this way. RPG rocket launchers are installed on them. This thing is something that the current psychics can't fight against. Although the ability he awakened was martial arts related, his skills were also very powerful. But if you can't hit the opponent, it's useless. I must find a way to escape, otherwise I will be killed, Zhang Liang said to himself. Then he shouted to his men who were struggling to fend off the bullets. Everyone gather towards me. Let's deal with these drones together. Don't let them be defeated one by one. The reason why Zhang Liang did this was to let his subordinates help him attract firepower. See if you can take the opportunity to break out. As for the life and death of these men, he never thought about it. Your own life is almost in danger. Why do you care so much about other people? But Ning Kaidai will not give him this opportunity. Maximize the advantages of drones. Bullets rained down madly from great heights. Beat to death anyone who approached Zhang Liang. At the same time, the drone that was carrying the RPG rocket launcher was reloaded with shells. Shoot the shells into the crowd. Blow up all those people. 3 more drones dropped more than 100 grenades in succession. The grenade hit the ground and exploded immediately. Zhang Liang's subordinates were simply unable to resist. All were blown to death. This was complete massacre. The massacre of mutants by a swarm of drones. Zhang Liang and his friends were less than 100 meters away from the gate of Fengyun community. But these 100 meters are the most difficult road they have ever walked in their lives. From beginning to end, no one could even step out of the community gate. Within this 100-meter range, there were large pits everywhere caused by artillery shells and grenades. The high temperature melted the snow, and the big pit was filled with snow, water, and blood. The ground was littered with broken limbs. At this time, Zhang Liang was the only one alive. But he was covered in dust and had scars on his body. The blood flowed down, making him feel cold all over. Zhang Liang looked at the hundreds of drones in the sky in despair and arranged them in formation again. Prepare to attack him again. Zhang Liang pointed the knife in his hand at the drone in the sky and roared, "Who the hell are you? Even if you want to kill me, let me die knowingly." No matter how loud he yelled, no one paid any attention to him. Bang! The only response he got was a bullet, flying rapidly towards his forehead. Zhang Liang slashed with his knife, and the bullet was split into 2 halves. The fragment scratched his cheeks, leaving 2 bloody marks. Thump! At this moment, the bullet seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Liang knelt on the ground and begged, "Don't kill me, I surrender. I can be your dog." But still no one answered him. Bullets rained down. "I'm going to fight you." Zhang Liang saw that begging for mercy was futile. Let out a loud roar. All the supernatural powers in the body burst out. The supernatural power is bestowed on the long sword in his hand. There was a flash of knife light, and all the bullets were split in half. But another round of bullets came. Zhang Liang rolled on the ground and barely avoided it. Just as he was about to stand up, dozens of grenades fell. Zhang Liang grabbed it and was about to throw it towards the cluster of drones in the sky. He knew that as long as he shot down these drones, he could escape. But Zhang Liang just raised his hand. A well-aimed bullet hit the grenade in his hand. The grenade exploded immediately. At the same time, all the grenades under him exploded. Zhang Liang was completely engulfed by the flames. At the moment of death, there was still unwillingness in his eyes. Boom! The roars continued, and Zhang Liang was vaporized. Only a crystal core with a silver-white glow fell into the big pit and was covered by snow and water. With his death, all the people with special abilities in Fuxing community were slaughtered. At Su Yang's instruction, Ning Kaidai dropped the electronic dog from the drone. Start cleaning up the corpses and collecting crystal cores. Chapter 93: The Coming Enemy. At the same time, Ning Kaidai killed Zhang Liang and his gang. 10 kilometers away from Fengyun community, several armored vehicles were moving slowly through the deep snow. The direction they were coming from was Fengyun community. In the car, there was a man and a woman, who were Su Yang's old acquaintances, Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi. They have long held a grudge against Su Yang. This time I brought people here just to kill him. They had met Su Yang at the police station before, and he stabbed been 18 times. But they had no evidence, so they had to let the other party go. Wang Shiqi also followed Su Yang because of this incident. But he was very angry with Su Yang. In the end, it could only be left unresolved. After the end of the world, they were the first to awaken their superpowers. The police station was quickly unified. He also used the people and weapons in the police station to kill the nearby superpowers. Let their strength improve quickly. They now have more than 500 people with special abilities under their command. Each one is very strong. Especially Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi, both of them have reached silver level 3. After gaining strength, they decided to bring people to cause trouble for Su Yang. Wang Shiqi knew that the other party had stockpiled a lot of high-quality survival supplies. If we can grab it, we won't have to eat those inferior foods for a long time. Although armored vehicles can travel in the snow, their speed is very slow. It is completely incomparable with Su Yang's all-terrain unmanned vehicles. But it is already a very good means of transportation. And one car can carry a lot of people. These people have been on the road for many days. When you are hungry, just go to the residential area you pass by and steal some survival supplies. If you find someone with special abilities, kill him to increase your strength. Along the way, Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi's strength grew rapidly. As the armored vehicles continued to move forward, they found many psychics braving the heavy snow, moving in the same direction as them. Of course, the other party also discovered them. He immediately started to think about Cui Yaqing and the others. A dozen psychics blocked their way. Everyone in the car, get off and hand over the armored vehicle with both hands, and I will spare your lives, the leader of the group shouted. The first armored vehicle in front stopped. Wang Shiqi walked out of the car. He asked in a cold voice, "Who are you and where are you going? What do you care who we are?" The boss snorted coldly. "Didn't you hear what I just said? Get out of here and hand over the car. You are looking for death." Wang Shiqi was furious. A raging fire burned on his body. The scorching temperature melted the surrounding snow. It's a fire-related ability. Everyone be careful. Kill this little bastard first. The boss reminded the dozen or so people under him. Prepare to rush together and kill the other side. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do that? Wang Shiqi smiled contemptuously. With a wave of his hand, a fire dragon flew out. Roar! The fire dragon roared and rushed towards a dozen people. Feel the huge momentum of the fire dragon. A dozen people suddenly felt something was wrong. The enemy is too powerful. A random attack can have such power. Although they also awakened their superpowers, except for their boss who was a bronze level 5 superpower user, the others were only at bronze level 3 on average. The reason they came out of the community where they originally stayed was to search for the 2 cars that had passed by and returned from outside the community. He happened to meet Wang Shiqi and his group, and that's when he became greedy. But they didn't expect that they would offend such a tough guy. The fire dragon swallowed the group of people in one gulp. 15 people turned to ashes, leaving only 15 crystal cores. Wang Shiqi clenched his hands, and the fire dragon dissipated. Called Cui Yaqing down. Cui Yaqing picked up 8 crystal cores from the ground and returned to the car. Wang Shiqi also picked up the 7 crystal cores on the ground, swallowed it together with Cui Yaqing. These 15 people can provide them with 33 bronze level energies. Cui Yaqing swallowed 16 of them, and his strength reached silver level 4. Wang Shiqi swallowed 17 of them, and with the previous ones, his strength just reached silver level 5. After his strength was improved, Wang Shiqi said to the driver in the armored vehicle, "Keep going." The armored vehicle started, and along the way they met many people with special abilities who were heading towards Fengyun community. They were all killed by them. Their strength increased by 3 levels each. Wang Shiqi's strength reached silver level 8, and Cui Yaqing's strength reached silver level 7. It made both of them very happy. At the same time, I also learned from those people with special abilities why they came out in the heavy snow. All because of 2 cars that could navigate the snow unhindered. When they heard this, their eyes lit up. If they could get it, wouldn't it be easy for them to go anywhere in the future? In this way, hunting down people with special powers everywhere and absorbing their special powers can also help improve one's own strength faster. Maybe in the future we can unify Xia and become the dual kings of Xia. However, the most important thing now is to get rid of Su Yang. Cui Yaqing said coldly, "He is rich, but what's the use of having money? In this era, you have to compete with your superpowers and strength. Without strength, you can only become a lamb to be slaughtered." Wang Shiqi nodded in agreement. He got angry whenever he thought of Su Yang. Not only did he tell his wife that she had liked him, but the man who was originally inferior to him suddenly became a rich man. This is what he envied the most. People are like this. They can't stand seeing people who are the same as themselves, or worse than themselves, living better than themselves. It's all due to jealousy. In the end, these 2 people were obsessed with killing Su Yang. As long as the other party is alive, they will feel sleepless. On Su Yang's side, He asked Ning Kaidai to control the electronic dog and drone to cover the big holes caused by grenades, mines, and artillery shells with snow. After compacting, let the opponent bury the previously exploded mines again. Then we started to count the harvest. Zhang Liang and his team consist of a total of 250 people with special abilities. Zhang Liang alone can provide 19 supernatural powers. The remaining people together can provide 479 superpowers. In other words, he obtained a total of 498 supernatural powers. It seems that these people have hunted many people with special abilities. But Zhang Liang did not keep all those supernatural powers to himself. He simply raised his own strength to silver and distributed the rest to his subordinates. Su Yang swallowed up 407 energies in one go, raised his own strength to gold level 6, and the remaining 91 superpowers were all given to Ning Kaidai. You should devour all these crystal cores, Su Yang said calmly. With these crystal cores, your current strength will be greatly improved. At the same time, it will allow you to evolve, and your combat power will change dramatically. Ning Kaidai was stunned for a moment when she looked at the pile of crystal cores in front of her, but did not refuse. He put his hand on the crystal core and began to devour it. Chapter 94. Landmine explodes as soon as it arrives. The two sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu looked at Ning Kaidai, who was absorbing the superpowers with envy. They also want to awaken their special powers and become stronger. I also want to help my boss. The expressions of the twin sisters naturally did not escape Su Yang's eyes. He comforted the two and said, "You don't need to worry. Just because you haven't awakened your abilities now doesn't mean you can't awaken them in the future. Now is the era of national awakening, and your day will come sooner or later. By then, you must quickly improve your own strength. I'm still waiting for you to help me." "Really?" Su Yunxi and Su Muyu's eyes lit up. Su Yang said, "When have I ever lied to you? I will definitely do it sooner or later." The two of them calmed down. Ning Kaidai's original strength had already reached bronze level 8. After absorbing 91 superpowers, the body began to evolve. Physical fitness is strengthened in all aspects. At the same time, her strength reached the 9th level of silver. After the strength has been greatly improved, Ning Kaidai was very happy. At this time, Tang Qing had prepared the meal. Su Yang opened a bottle of red wine and started drinking with the four of them. It can also be regarded as a celebration of Ning Kaidai's improved strength. This meal lasted from noon to afternoon. If you have nothing to do after dinner, of course you should do some good exercise. Digest. As soon as they saw Su Yang's appearance, the four of them immediately understood what Su Yang was thinking. Although a little shy, but they all nodded in agreement. It was not until the second half of the night that the five of them fell asleep together. The next morning, Su Yang got up and washed up with the help of the two sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. Tang Qing got up early and prepared breakfast. Ning Kaidai was alone in the yard, familiarizing herself with the special powers that had awakened after she was promoted to the silver level. Su Yang knew that the other party was quite hardworking and serious about his work. They are also very good at weapon preparation and drone deployment. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. "I really found a treasure when I accepted Ning Kaidai under my command. I just had breakfast and took a rest." Su Yang was preparing to take the twin sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu to the swimming pool for a swim. The early warning system in the villa sounded. Ever since Zhang Liang came to attack Fengyun community this time, Su Yang turned up the power of the radar detection radar. It can directly cover the entire Fengyun community. As long as a stranger enters, the early warning system will issue an alert. Before the end of the world came, the head of Jinlong Security Company told him that the radar could only detect a range of 200 meters outside the villa. At that time, he was secretly wondering why the monitoring range of this radar was too small. If you install more cameras, the monitoring range will be larger than this. In fact, Wang Jiamin did not tell him the truth at the beginning. Radar, especially military radar, is not allowed to be used by private individuals. Once discovered, it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. That's why the other party told him that it could only detect 200 meters, because he thought that it was a residential area and not a high-end one at that. So even if the other party had their radar on, others might not be able to detect it. It was not until he communicated with Ning Kaidai during this period that he realized that his radar could detect a distance of 3,000 meters. But he didn't open it that big. It is enough to just cover the entire neighborhood. The coverage is too far, and the early warning system keeps ringing. So Su Yang can't think of taking a rest. Su Yang looked at the screen and saw more than a dozen modified and very large armored vehicles slowly approaching the gate of Fengyun community. A man and a woman jumped out of the armored vehicle. The moment he saw the two of them again, Su Yang's eyes turned cold. These two people were his old acquaintances and former high school classmates, Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi. Since the last contact, he knew that these two people had no good intentions towards him. I have been hating myself for a long time. Unexpectedly, the other party appeared. There is no need to think about it. The other party appeared at this time and was coming for him. And looking at these dozen or so armored vehicles, there must be a lot of people inside. Moreover, the other party is the police, and the people they brought must be well-trained and very powerful. And there might be some kind of weapon on him. After all, the armed police have a lot of weapons and equipment, including sniper rifles and the like. But it was of no use to him. There was a hint of murderous intent on Su Yang's face. At the same time, Su Yunqi also recognized the other party and said calmly, "Boss, I remember these two people were not very friendly to you. Why are they here?" Su Yang said, "They must be coming for me." Then he told the story between himself and the three people. Ning Kaidai couldn't stand it anymore after hearing this. They are police officers. How can they be so narrow-minded and bring people to kill you? This is an abuse of state resources. What's so strange about this? Su Yang said calmly. The order of this world has long been withered, not to mention that these two people have never regarded themselves as policemen. After they have acquired abilities, they will definitely want to take revenge on those who are stronger than them. Although most police officers are righteous, those who are righteous may have been killed by them long ago. At this moment, they are no different from Zhang Liang's group. I'm going to kill them. Ning Kaidai stood up with a bang. Although these days, her thoughts have changed a lot, but I still have my own persistence in my heart. She couldn't stand those people with special abilities who attacked ordinary people, and she couldn't stand those people who once served the people wholeheartedly but became symbols of evil. You have buried so many minds in the community, just let them lie there first. Su Yang stopped her and said, "It won't be too late for you to take action after most of the other party's people are dead. Looking at the auras emanating from the two of them, they are definitely not as strong as you. When the time comes, I will kill you to my heart's content." Ning Kaidai nodded and sat down again, eyes fixed on the screen. Cui Yaqing glanced at Wang Shiqi and asked, "Is this the neighborhood where Su Yang lives?" "Yes, that's right." Wang Shiqi nodded. "According to the information I found, the other party bought the only villa in this community before the end of the world, which is located in the center of this community. What are you waiting for? Charge in quickly." Cui Yaqing showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, the armored vehicle drove directly into the community. The first armored vehicle just drove in. Boom. There was an explosion. The wheels and chassis of the armored vehicle were all blown to pieces. But because the armored vehicles are relatively strong, this small mine did not completely penetrate the armored vehicle. It just shocked the people inside. The driver and the people inside the car recovered quickly, rushed out of the car. He looked at the place where the explosion had just occurred and the destroyed armored vehicle with a grim expression. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing originally came here happily to deal with Su Yang. I didn't expect to lose an armored vehicle before I even saw the other side. It made the two of them feel very distressed. At the same time, his face was furious. He yelled, "Everyone get out of the car." Chapter 95. No Tolerance for Others. At her command, all the armored vehicles opened. There were 500 men in all, and every one of them was fully armed. He was holding a gun and wearing a bulletproof vest and a police uniform underneath. And the aura on his body is also quite impressive. You can tell at first glance that he is a person with special abilities. After the 500 people got off the bus, they stood in neat rows of 50 people each. There were 10 lines in total, waiting for the next orders from Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi. I didn't expect there to be mines here. Wang Shiqi said coldly, "Everyone, fire at the snow ahead." Da 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 da. At his command, the people in the first row fired into the snow ahead. Quickly use up the bullets in the magazine. Then they stepped back, and the people in the second row came up and continued firing forward. Then the third row. Only after everyone had finished shooting did Wang Shiqi feel relieved. The first team, get on board. Wang Shiqi ordered again. Armored vehicles, move forward. A man walked to the cab, restarted an armored vehicle, and drove forward with 49 people. Boom. Another explosion sounded, and a more powerful mine was triggered again. The armored vehicle was also destroyed, but no one inside was hurt. Where do so many landmines come from in this community? Cui Yaqing frowned. Even their previous police stations or armed forces had a lot of guns and ammunition, as well as sniper rifles and some heavy power weapons. But they don't really have things like landmines. For a moment, the two of them frowned, not knowing what to do. Although both of them had worked as police officers before, one was a clerk and the other was just a minor police officer. I'm not very good at dealing with mines. Wang Shiqi decided to go all out. He saw that the enemy's mines could destroy armored vehicles, but could not hurt the people inside. Why not just send out another team in an armored vehicle? Anyway, he has more than a dozen vehicles here, and he doesn't believe that he won't be able to remove all the mines here. One man drove again and set off with 49 people. As expected, another explosion was heard. Another mine was triggered. Boom. This time the mine is more powerful. This team's luck was not as good as the previous two teams, because the explosion was caused by an anti-tank mine. Tanks can be blown down, not to mention that the armor on their armored vehicles is no match for the defensive tanks. The entire armored vehicle was engulfed in flames. It was completely blown to pieces. Parts and other things flew far away. A team of 50 psychics, all killed. The crystal core fell down with a clatter. Seeing this scene, Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing's faces changed drastically. 50 psychic subordinates were gone just like that? Is this a residential area or a minefield? Wang Shiqi glanced at the others, and their faces also showed fluctuations. If this continues, everyone will be dead in a few rounds. But this was not the first time the other party made a wrong decision. Even if someone wanted to object, they wouldn't dare to say anything. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing looked at the 50 crystal cores on the ground, and their eyes lit up. I wanted to take it and eat it myself. But consider that the person who makes the wrong decision is yourself. Moreover, he devoured the crystal core of his subordinate who died because of his decision in front of his own people, which would definitely have a bad impact. They had no choice but to reluctantly let these crystal cores be devoured by another team. You are a physical ability user with great strength. Throw the destroyed armored vehicle forward as far as you can. I want to see how many mines are ahead. Wang Shiqi pointed at a subordinate who had just absorbed superpowers and gave an order. The man didn't say anything. He just grabbed a destroyed armored vehicle with one hand and threw it forward. Bang! The armored vehicle crashed 30 meters ahead. It smashed a deep hole in the snow on the ground. The destroyed armored vehicle did not stop, but moved forward. It slid for more than 100 meters before stopping. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing nodded when they saw that there were no more explosions. Finally, there are no mines. Wang Shiqi ordered, "Everyone get in the car and keep moving forward." Wait a minute. A voice sounded at this time. A very tall man stood up and immediately stopped them, saying, "We can't do this, or we will all die under the landmines." "Captain Wu, are you questioning me?" Wang Shiqi asked with a bad look on his face. There were no mines exploding where the armored vehicles passed by, so how could all of us die under the mines? I need you to give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise, you know the consequences. How dare I question you, Chief? Captain Wu looked at the other party's cold eyes, his facial muscles twitched, and he quickly explained, "The layout of the mines here is obviously laid by professionals. Moreover, the other party must have served in the military and is very experienced. There are lines of mines buried here, making it impossible to defend against them. Also, there are many ways to trigger a mine, and it doesn't necessarily have to be stepped on or put under pressure for it to explode. Sliding across the snow with an armored vehicle will not necessarily trigger these mines. If we don't remove these mines in advance, won't we die in vain once we are trapped in them?" Captain Wu spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, and he thought he had made himself very clear. It depends on whether the other party adopts it or not. Su Yang and Ning Kaidai listened to what Captain Wu said and nodded repeatedly. It seems that there are still many talented people in this world. This Captain Wu must have served in the army before. Later, he was transferred to the Armed Forces Department. Although the other party noticed that there were minefields buried in Fengyun community, and a lot of them were buried. But Su Yang and Ning Kaidai were not worried at all. It is impossible to remove so many mines. Anyone who dares to come in will suffer severe consequences. Although Wang Shiqi felt that what Captain Wu said was right, he also agreed with it. But he was very unhappy that the other party dared to question him in public. He asked coldly, "We don't have a mine detector. What do you think we should do?" "Easy," Captain Wu said. "Step on the mines. We only need to send one person to clear all the mines along our route, and then the people behind us will be safe, right?" Step on a mine? Wang Shiqi frowned and thought to himself, smart. But in his heart, he had the intention to kill the other person. Although it's a good idea, it only takes one person to solve the mine problem. But the better your ideas are, the more useless I will appear. If you succeed as you said, your prestige will increase. Then we will be even more unpopular in the future. Wang Shiqi thought for a while, then deliberately became angry and said, How can I let my brothers do such a dangerous thing? Captain Wu, you want my brothers to die on purpose. What is your intention? I am also concerned about the lives of the two leaders and brothers. Captain Wu quickly explained. I didn't intend for that brother to deliberately step on the mines. I just told him my solution. Since you don't want your brothers to die, who will do the mine-clearing task, you or us? Wang Shiqi was a little relentless. Just want to push the other party into the fire pit. Chapter 96, Landmines. Captain Wu's face changed. He knew that the other party wanted to use him as a scapegoat. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then looked directly at Wang Shiqi and said, "Of course I'm the one who suggested that I go." Captain Wu looked determined. After hearing this, Wang Shiqi smiled and said, "Well, since you have the confidence, Captain Wu, I'll leave this mine mission to you. As long as you can complete it, there will be a reward after it is done." Captain Wu looked at the other party and said, "No need for commendation. I hope that the two leaders will think more carefully when making decisions in the future and try to reduce unnecessary casualties. I have already made up my mind to go there and not come back. It doesn't matter whether it offends the other party or not. Just say what's in your heart." Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing were very unhappy after hearing this. But he didn't say anything. The most important thing now is to clear the mines ahead. There is no point in arguing with others about trivial matters. Anyway, the other party may not survive. Captain Wu's men were shocked when they heard that he was going to take the risk alone. He quickly shouted, "Captain, you can't go. It's too dangerous ahead." These people all had expressions of worry and reluctance on their faces. Captain Wu interrupted his brothers and stopped them from speaking. Because he knew that Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi were narrow-minded and intolerant. Their questioning of each other just now had already made them both unhappy. If his brothers care about him again, he will definitely be very angry. After the Fengyan community incident is over, he will definitely take action against his brothers. He didn't want his brothers to be buried with him after his death. Captain Wu looked at Wang Shiqi and asked, "Chief, can I borrow a good armored vehicle? What are you going to do?" Wang Shiqi frowned, wondering why the other party needed to use an armored vehicle to step on the landmines. These are all his treasures, more important than these subordinates. I use my body to step over the mines, and the area involved is too small. Captain Wu explained, "It is inevitable that some will be missed. But with an armored vehicle, it is different. The area we pass through is larger, and we can trigger all the surrounding mines. In this way, you can pass safely as long as you follow me." "Okay, I agree to this." Wang Shiqi glanced at Cui Yaqing, and they both nodded. Then he said, "You can pick whichever one you want." Captain Wu said nothing more and climbed onto an armored vehicle. Sitting in the cab, "Fasten your seatbelt." I started the car, looked ahead and took a deep breath. He stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared. The armored vehicles were like arrows shot from a bow, rushed forward. Although the snow in Fengyan community was also very thick, it was falling much faster than when they came here. The armored vehicle drove quickly through the snow. Then there was an explosion. A burst of fire burst out behind him. The airflow, fragments, and steel balls from the mine explosion hit the steel plate of the armored vehicle. Make a harsh sound. Captain Wu didn't care about that. He stepped on the accelerator and controlled the armored vehicle to continue moving forward. Because of his fast speed, he was able to avoid the mines even if they were hidden in the snow. It also exploded after the armored vehicle passed by. When Ning Kaidai and Su Yang saw this scene, they couldn't help but admire this man named Captain Wu. They all know that in the absence of mine detectors, this method is the best and most effective way to clear mines. This method is often encountered in actual combat. However, those who step on landmines must possess the following qualities. 1. You need to be brave. No one without extremely strong psychological qualities would dare to do this. 2. You must have extremely strong beliefs and be willing to sacrifice for your teammates and your own beliefs. 3. You must have excellent driving skills. 4. You must have a certain understanding of the explosion time of landmines and the functions of various landmines. Only after having these 4 points can success be possible. You can increase your chance of survival to 0.1%. Yes, that's right, 0.1%. In other words, even if all these are met, there is death but no life. Basically, you can't survive. As for those who survived, they only exist in movies. People who do this are usually looking for sacrifice. At this time, Captain Wu was lucky. The mines that were hit by the armored vehicle were not very powerful. There was no anti-tank mine hit, so the car drove more than 100 meters. 10 mines exploded, and neither he nor the armored vehicle was hurt. It's just that the armored vehicle's cabin was somewhat damaged by the explosion. Captain Wu looked in the rearview mirror at the flames and gusts of air rising into the sky behind him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But he had no intention of stopping. He knew that it had come to this point. If he stopped, he and his car would most likely be blown to pieces by the subsequent mines. Then step on the accelerator and continue forward. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing saw mines exploding one after another after the armored vehicles passed. My scalp is also a little tingling. No one could have imagined that there could be so many landmines in an ordinary community. But they had already vaguely guessed in their hearts that these mines were most likely made by Su Yang. This old classmate of theirs is extraordinary, having inherited hundreds of billions of assets. It's no problem to secretly buy some arms abroad. I didn't expect to meet them all at once today. Fortunately, I have a capable person under my command today who can easily solve these mines. Su Yang, even if you have planted mines in the community in advance, so what? Cui Yaqing sneered. Wait for me to rush over and find you. I will make you my dog. I'll kill you when I get tired of playing with you. Who made me love you madly back then? But you looked down on me. But now the end of the world has come. Everything has changed, and I have become a superior person. I want you to pay me back 100-fold for what you owed me back then. Cui Yaqing glanced at Wang Shiqi and said, let them all follow. Wang Shiqi nodded, with murderous intent in his eyes. The hatred he felt for Su Yang was no less than that felt by Cui Yaqing. He waved to his men, and everyone moved forward. These people were lined up in neat rows. Only armored vehicles walked past, so it is relatively safe for the time being. They looked at the mines exploding continuously in front of them, and secretly worried for Captain Wu. Just when Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing were full of confidence, suddenly, there was a roar in my ears, louder than any time before. Then a huge ball of fire rose into the sky. Although Captain Wu had already passed by in the armored vehicle, not at the center of the explosion, but the huge air wave suddenly lifted the entire armored vehicle up. Chapter 97. Captain Wu's face in the cab changed drastically. I held the steering wheel tightly with both hands. If it weren't for the seatbelt, I would have been thrown out. The entire armored vehicle kept rolling in the air. Captain Wu stared straight ahead. The supernatural power spreads throughout the body, protecting oneself. At the same time, don't forget to step on the accelerator. He wanted to adjust the balance of the armored vehicle the moment it landed. In less than a second, the armored vehicle fell from mid-air. The two right wheels are on the ground. Captain Wu seized the opportunity and wanted to get the left wheel of the armored vehicle to the ground as well. But no matter how he controlled it, he couldn't complete it. Captain Wu gritted his teeth and turned the steering wheel sharply. The entire armored vehicle flipped over in an instant and moved forward sideways. The snow was cleared wherever it passed. The mines below exploded one after another. A passage 7 or 8 meters long was opened up. The overturned armored vehicle slid forward for more than 50 meters before it stopped. Within the 50-meter distance, all the mines that could explode only when touched exploded, just like the fireworks during Chinese New Year. But its power and effect are much greater than fireworks. Because the mines are too dense at this distance, the entire armored vehicle finally could not withstand the power and blast of the explosion, as well as the fragments of the mine explosion and the steel balls inside. Beaten to pieces. Even the entire cab was almost smashed. Captain Wu had wounds all over his body. Even under the heat wave, many parts of his body were burned. Even so, he did not die. Life is very tenacious. The seatbelts that were previously fastened to my body are no longer there. He punched the car door open. Using the last bit of his supernatural power, he jumped out of the cab. He fell into the snow not far away. As soon as he landed in the snow, Captain Wu suddenly felt a hard, round object in the snow beneath him. It's a landmine without a doubt. And due to the pressure just now, the fuse at the top of the mine has been triggered. As soon as your body leaves the mine, it will explode immediately. At this point, he no longer had the strength to escape. Moreover, his body was covered with wounds, so he could only use his body to press down on the landmine without moving. I kept praying in my heart, please don't explode. Captain Wu's 49 men saw the other side jump out of the armored vehicle and fall motionless in the snow. I was extremely anxious. Everyone wanted to run over to see how he was doing. Wang Shiqi stopped them directly. What do you want to do? Did the leader let you pass? Chief, we just want to see how Captain Wu is doing and whether he can be saved, a psychic explained carefully. I know you care about Captain Wu's safety, Wang Shiqi said coldly, but no matter how much you care about your companions, you cannot disobey my orders. Otherwise, there is only death. Captain Wu failed to complete his mission, and he deserved his death. Chui Yaching also said, the other side has just issued a military order to clear all the mines where we pass. But now he has only cleared the mines 200 meters ahead. Who knows if there are still mines ahead? It doesn't matter if he dies, but how are we going to get through the rest of the road? Ning Kaidai and Su Yang almost laughed out loud when they heard what the two said. Su Yang, in particular, looked at Wang Shiqi and Chui Yaching and said, fuck, these two people are crazy. How did they survive till now? This is too lame. These two brainless guys not only stayed in the apocalypse for more than a month, but also became the leaders of a group of police officers. This is really lucky. Su Yang kept shaking his head. It was impossible for him to have such luck even if he went out to play shit. Even eating dog shit might not work. What these two people said made their subordinates very angry. This is especially true for Captain Wu's team members. But they were too strong and cruel. Many people have been killed before. They didn't dare say anything. Wang Shiqi and Chui Yaching didn't want to delay any longer. Let everyone set off again. And they also had people drive the few remaining intact armored vehicles. Prepare to have people follow Captain Wu's example and do the same. When the group came to Captain Wu, they saw that he was still alive. I was immediately pleasantly surprised. Especially Wang Shiqi and Chui Yaching. Their eyes lit up. Wang Shiqi came to Captain Wu and said in a cold voice, well, I thought you were so selfless. You are not dead but lying here motionless. Are you pretending to be dead? Get up quickly and drive out again. Anyway, he didn't want the other person to live, and even when he found that the other person was seriously injured, he didn't feel any sympathy in his heart. It's better to recycle waste. Captain Wu originally wanted to tell the other party that there was a landmine under him. But when I heard the other party say this, I didn't tell him. He lay there motionless. What? You didn't even listen to my orders? Wang Shiqi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Do you want to die? Captain Wu was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned his head away. Wang Shiqi was furious when he saw the other party's expression, which was as calm as a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Since you are determined to die, I will grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of hot flame burst out from Wang Shiqi's palm. Just throw it at the other person. Want to turn him to ashes. When Captain Wu's team members saw this, they quickly gathered around. Captain Wu, please let him go. Someone begged. Captain Wu is too badly injured and has no strength left. He didn't do this on purpose. I didn't mean to go against your wishes. Humph. Wang Shiqi snorted coldly. I think you just want to protect him. If you fail to complete the mission, you must die. No one can avoid it. Wang Shiqi ignored those people's requests. He kicked Captain Wu directly. The opponent was kicked into the air. Sighed. Then he closed his eyes. Just at the moment when Captain Wu's body left the snow, an anti-personnel mine popped out. When Wang Shiqi saw the landmine in front of him, his expression turned cold. His whole body immediately burst into flames. The flames were extremely hot. A fire dragon flew out of the body, trying to devour the anti-personnel mine. The body retreats immediately. Even if he reacted quickly, it was useless. Anti-personnel mines are extremely powerful. Exploded directly in the fire dragon's belly. The fire dragon was blown apart and disappeared without a trace. Wang Shiqi and Captain Wu's 49 team members were closest to the center of the explosion. It was swallowed up directly. The high temperature of over 1,000 degrees directly melted the 49 people. Wang Shiqi, who has awakened the power of fire, is not afraid of high temperatures. But it was closest to the explosion. The entire lower body was blown to pieces. The upper body was in tatters. Although he used his superpowers to escape from the explosion. But there is still not much life. Shouting, Yaching, save me. Chapter 98. Killing each other. When everyone saw how miserable Wang Shiqi was, they sneered in their hearts. You deserve it. You deserve it. What a pity for Captain Wu and those 49 brothers. Why didn't you just blow this bastard up? Looking at his condition, he won't live long. I'm so relieved. And Su Yang watched what happened to Wang Shiqi. The corners of his mouth were wide open. How can there be such stupid people in this world? I don't know whether I should be happy or ashamed to have such an enemy. I can only blame myself for being at a too low level before, and the people I came into contact with were not very powerful. Now Su Yang finally believed that circles are very important. If a person's circle is not high, the quality of the people in it will not be high either. Even if someone is your enemy and seems very powerful, he is actually just a paper tiger. Su Yang shook his head. Wang Shiqi was definitely dead. The remaining Chui Yaching and her 400 men were no match for the rest. What he had to do now was to prevent the other party from escaping, then destroy them in one fell swoop. Wang Shiqi was still lying on the ground, screaming in pain. The lower body is gone. The blood dyed the snow beneath him red. Cui Yaqing slowly walked to his side. He frowned and glanced at the other person. She and the other party are husband and wife. Seeing the other person in so much pain, you should feel sad too. But Cui Yaqing did not feel any emotion, not even a trace of sympathy in his heart. Wang Shiqi panicked when he saw the expressionless face of the other party. He hugged Cui Yaqing's legs with his hands and said, "Yaqing, I won't die. Don't give up on me." As he said this, he started to cry. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to lose everything he had now. One's own strength is very strong, and the level of life has evolved. He even has the strength of silver level 8. He believed that his strength was enough to overshadow the entire Jeju City. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he will be the king of Jeju City. Everyone must crawl at their feet. However, due to his carelessness, he was tricked by Captain Wu. As a result, an anti-personnel mine took away everything he had. Wang Shiqi hated. He hated Captain Wu, and he hated Su Yang even more. If it weren't for him, how could they have come to Fengyun community? How could it be possible to be blown up to this extent by a landmine? When Cui Yaqing saw Wang Shiqi crying and covered in bloody wounds, he felt disgusted. She slowly bent down and stroked his face with her hands. She said softly, "We are husband and wife. How could I give up on you?" His words made Wang Shiqi very happy. The tears in her eyes stopped and she murmured, "Thank you. I know you are the best to me in this world." "Stop talking." Cui Yaqing covered the other person's mouth with his hand, then waved his hand, and Captain Wu's crystal core fell next to the other person. "Swallow this crystal core. It may heal your wounds." Su Yang watched Cui Yaqing's movements on the screen. He knew that the other party had no intention of letting Wang Shiqi live. How could such a serious injury be healed by absorbing supernatural powers? But Wang Shiqi felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He placed his hand directly on Captain Wu's crystal core. Several supernatural powers were devoured by him. Feeling the increasing energy within his crystal core, Wang Shiqi's face first showed joy. Then his face turned very ugly, because he found that his wounds had not healed, and he felt his upper body getting colder and colder. Life is slipping away fast. Wang Shiqi looked at Cui Yaqing and said, "Quick, give me more crystal cores." This time, Cui Yaqing remained indifferent and did not give him any crystal cores. Instead, he looked at him with cold eyes and said, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Then don't blame me for not caring about the love between husband and wife." After hearing this, Wang Shiqi's pupil shrank. "No, you can't kill me. Only if I'm alive can I help you better and help you kill Su Yang. I am the best among these people. Only if you die, I will absorb your superpowers, and from now on I will be the best master." Cui Yaqing whispered in Wang Shiqi's ear, "Don't blame me. I just want to become stronger and live better in this apocalypse." After Cui Yaqing finished speaking, he waved his hand and the armored vehicle that had been destroyed in the snow slowly floated up, smashed towards Wang Shiqi fiercely. "No!" Wang Shiqi shouted. "How could you do this?" Bang! The armored vehicle fell and directly crushed Wang Shiqi to death. Cui Yaqing had a sad face. "You are already injured like this, and living will only lead to endless pain. It is better for me to help you get rid of it." It seemed as if she was speaking to Wang Shiqi, but also as if she was speaking to the remaining 400 people. The 400 people who were still alive were shocked to see that she even killed her own husband. An even colder chill rose in my heart. There was some fear in the look in her eyes. The other party was cruel in the past, but at least there was a limit. Usually Wang Shiqi plays the villain, but now Wang Shiqi is dead. They didn't want to continue following this stupid and heartless woman. "Captain Cui, Captain Wang is dead. Captain Wu is also dead. No one is going to step on the mines now?" Someone stood up and said, "If you still want to move forward, you can only rely on yourself." "What do you mean?" Cui Yaqing asked coldly. "Do you want to betray me?" "Betrayal?" The man said calmly, "Not really. We surrendered to you before only because we were forced by the situation, but you and your wife made us die one after another without caring about our lives at all. We are only doing this to protect ourselves." The man said, looking at everyone. Then the 400 people turned around and left. Cui Yaqing's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, Wang Shiqi's crystal core floated out from between his eyebrows. It fell into my own hands. She absorbed all 100 supernatural powers. Cui Yaqing's level suddenly reached silver level 9, and he only needed 20 superpowers to break through to gold level. Chui Yaching decided to go all out and once again absorbed all the crystal cores of Captain Wu's 48 men. These 48 people provided him with a total of 144 supernatural powers. In other words, each of these 40 people provided her with 3 superpowers. In an instant, Chui Yaching felt his body filled with strength. The level of life has undergone a drastic leap. Her level was promoted to gold level. I only need 36 more superpowers to be promoted to gold level 2. Chui Yaching, who had gained tremendous power, looked at the 400 people who turned and left with vicious eyes. Wait a moment. Chief Chui, do you have anything else to say? The man turned around and asked, if you still want us to die with you, we can't do it. Since you don't want to die, then go ahead and die. Chui Yaching's words were extremely cold. The supernatural power was activated instantly, and the dagger on the man's waist flew into the air, directly penetrated the opponent's neck. Chapter 99. Superpowers, Object Control. The man looked at Chui Yaching in disbelief. He covered his neck with his hands, and his eyes gradually became unfocused. He fell to the ground and lost his life. You. Others pointed at Chui Yaching. There was fear in his eyes. After killing one person, Chui Yaching didn't care and said lightly, this is the fate of betrayers. Do you want to be like this person? You vicious woman, we will fight you, the others shouted. The 399 people with special abilities did not activate their special abilities immediately. Instead, he raised the gun in his hand and shot wildly at Chui Yaching. They knew that Chui Yaching had absorbed a lot of supernatural powers. If we fight head-on, there will definitely be heavy casualties. It is better to suppress it with firepower directly. The bullets were like an impenetrable net. Fly towards the opponent. Chui Yaching smiled, gently raised his hand. The bullets all stopped in front of him. It's like it's standing still. This scene stunned everyone present. These people all know that the other party's ability is to control objects, can use supernatural powers to control items for attack. It is not a very powerful ability, but no one expected that the other party could easily control thousands of bullets, without waiting for the surprised expressions on their faces to disappear. Chui Yaching waved his hand gently. Thousands of bullets in front of him slowly changed direction. It whistled and shot towards the dozen or so people in front. The faces of those dozen people changed drastically. Each of them used their own special abilities. However, the bullets were too dense and the gap between him and Chui Yaching was too big. Thousands of bullets hit his body. His superpowers were broken through and his entire body was beaten into a sieve. Seeing their companions die before their eyes, the fear in the hearts of the others became even greater. Some people wanted to run, but found that they couldn't move no matter what they did. And the body floated up from the ground, just like a hydrogen balloon. It turned out that the moment they were about to escape, Chui Yaching had already activated his special powers. Control the other person's body. She has been promoted to the gold level and is extremely powerful. As long as he had the intention, no matter those bullets were flying at him before, he can control these people with special powers at will. This is the power of the object-controlling psychic. At the same time, it also made Su Yang, who was in the villa and watching everything happening in the community, realize it. There are no useless superpowers in this world. As long as a lot of superpowers are absorbed and the strength is strong enough, any superpower can exert unparalleled power. I ask you again, will you obey my orders and continue to move forward, or will you die like those people just now? Chui Yaching's voice rang out, with a look of contempt in his eyes. In her eyes, these people are no different from ants. With just a flick of the finger, these people would turn into ashes. We must obey Chief Chui's orders. Everyone was sweating profusely. Once again chose to surrender. Chui Yaching waved his hand, and those floating people slowly fell down. After falling to the ground, my legs felt a little weak. They were all scared. At this moment, Chui Yaching walked in front. She just raised her hands slightly, and the supernatural power in her body spread out in all directions. It covers an area of 100 meters in radius. In an instant, all the snow and the mines buried in it floated up. Even the streetlights nearby rose from the ground. Chui Yaching controlled the mines and detonated them all. Then put the floating snow aside. Continue to move forward with others. Although Chui Yaching is very stupid and not very smart, but we also know that we cannot always use force to deter others. If these people were allowed to go in and die again, they would definitely escape again. It would be better to demonstrate one's own strength first and remove the landmines along the way. After finding Su Yang, we will kill these people completely. Absorb their special abilities and take yourself a step further. When Shuya reached the end of the snow-covered road that she had cleared, he did the same thing again, using his supernatural powers to control the snow to float. But this time, she only chose a distance of 30 meters around her. Even she herself didn't believe that Su Yang would plant mines all over Fengyan community. After all, with such a dense density, countless mines are needed. Even if the other party has purchased arms abroad, it is difficult to bring so many into the country. Sure enough, just as Cui Yaching thought, it was under her control. All the snow within 30 meters around him floated in the air. There wasn't even a mine in there. This time she finally felt relieved. Push aside any floating snow. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his men to continue moving forward. The men under his command saw that all the snow within a radius of 130 meters had been cleared. Even the concrete floor underneath was exposed. No need to worry about landmines at all. And there were no mines in the last 30 meters of snow. They also took it for granted that all the mines had been cleared. So he walked forward boldly. Just after they walked through the path cleared by Cui Yaching, suddenly someone sensed something was wrong and stopped. He stood there trembling and shaking all over. "What's wrong?" someone asked quickly. "Don't tell me you stepped on a landmine again." After he asked this, the man standing there motionless became even more frightened. I almost cried. When they saw his appearance, others also stopped. Don't dare to move forward. Those who were close to him quickly fled away. Want to hide far away. After several previous mine bombings, they all knew that the mines laid by the other side were extremely powerful. If you are not careful, it will cause swallowing. Even Wang Shiqi, who possessed the incredible strength of silver level 8, couldn't hold on. Not to mention them. But it would be better if these people didn't move. As soon as he tried to hide in other places, he stepped on a lot of landmines. In an instant, all the mines in the entire area exploded. Boom, 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 boom. This is the chain mine buried by Ning Kaidai in this area. As long as one is triggered, dozens of mines around it will explode. More than 100 people were blown away. He died instantly. The remaining people were also injured. Some people were blown away by the strong airflow. He fell to the ground and quickly retreated back to Cui Yaching. Just as the airflow, mine fragments and steel balls were about to rush over, Cui Yaching blocked them with his hand again. All the aftermath of the explosion was blocked. Cui Yaching looked ahead coldly, and with a wave of her hand, more than 100 crystal cores flew towards her. No matter how many mines there are in the community, she planned to improve her own strength first. As long as you are strong enough, it doesn't matter even if the whole community is full of mines. After Su Yang saw the other party's actions on the screen, he said coldly, "Do it." Ning Kaidai received the order and controlled the drone to fly out of the villa. At this time, Su Yang took the elevator and went to the third floor. Take out the anti-material sniper rifle Angio monster from space. He opened the sight and pulled the trigger at Cui Yaching. Chapter 100, Shouting. The other party had previously absorbed the special powers of Wang Shiqi and more than 40 people. Su Yang could still remain indifferent. It is a joy to watch enemies killing each other. Even if the other party is promoted to gold level, it doesn't matter. In his eyes, it was of no importance. However, the other party still wanted to absorb supernatural powers to improve his strength, and Su Yang couldn't stand it anymore. It's not that he was afraid that the enemy was too strong and he couldn't defeat him. Not to mention whether the other party can break through one's own war fortress. His own strength and supernatural powers have reached the gold level 6, and he has also awakened dual supernatural powers. Cui Yaching could never be his opponent, and he also has a lot of heavy firepower weapons. It's easy to kill the other person, but the stronger the opponent becomes, the more ways he has to save his life. He didn't want Cui Yaching to run away and leave trouble for himself. Since the other party has come, we must make sure he never returns. The moment the anti-material sniper rifle scope was aimed at Cui Yaching, Su Yang pulled the trigger without hesitation. A large caliber anti-material shell flew towards the enemy at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Just when hundreds of crystal cores were about to fall into his hands, Cui Yaching suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A powerful supernatural power burst out from the crystal core between the eyebrows. Stand in front of yourself. In an instant, a high-speed flying bullet appeared. In an instant, he broke through his own layer of supernatural power shield. The speed of the bullet did not decrease at all, and it continued to fly towards his forehead. Cui Yaching used his superpowers to form a protective shield while trying to use his own superpowers to control the high-speed bullet in front of him. However, the bullet's penetrating power was too strong, and the protective shield was penetrated layer by layer. But his special ability couldn't control such a powerful bullet. But it can only slow down the opponent. Just at the moment when the bullet slows down, Chui Yaching set up several layers of protective shields again. He also mobilized more supernatural powers to cover the bullet that was about 20 to 30 centimeters long. Want to completely control the other person. While she was concentrating on controlling the bullet, the crystal core that was originally flying towards her fell to the ground. After a few seconds, everyone heard a gunshot. The gunshots came from the villa in the center of the community. Chui Yaching was furious and yelled, "Su Yang, are you scared? Afraid of my power? Afraid that I will kill you?" But no one answered her. Some of them were just bullets fired from anti-material sniper rifles that she blocked with her powerful supernatural powers, spinning at high speed in front of her. Just as Chui Yaching sneered and tried to control the bullet and make it fly somewhere else. Boom! The bullet exploded, and a huge force rushed towards her. Chui Yaching quickly used his special powers again to block the power of the explosion. But her body was knocked back several steps by the impact. At this moment, Su Yang pulled the trigger again. Another bullet was fired. Chui Yaching felt a creepy feeling in his heart again. Quickly mobilize your special abilities. Before she could block the bullet, Su Yang shot again. Another bullet came in front of him. Chui Yaching was almost in a panic. But fortunately it was blocked. Just as she was secretly feeling proud of herself, another high-speed flying bullet appeared. He broke through several supernatural power barriers in succession. It almost shot into his own forehead. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, she would have been shot in the head. Before the 3 bullets exploded, Chui Yaching waved his hands and added supernatural powers to the bullets. The bullet flew towards a nearby building. The concrete wall was penetrated easily. 3 anti-material sniper bullets easily blew a big hole in the wall. Chui Yaching and the other survivors were shocked when they saw this scene. Just when she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Yang pulled the trigger at Chui Yaching again. The bullet flew out of the barrel. He went straight to the opponent's forehead, wanting to blow his head off. Chui Yaching's hands are like orchids. A dazzling supernatural power flashed. The high-speed spinning bullet stopped in front of her. Su Yang, if you have the guts, stop using these unorthodox methods and come out to fight me fairly. Chui Yaching was already furious because of Su Yang's harassment with the sniper rifle. Such a powerful sniper rifle must be taken seriously even if one has been promoted to gold level. Although you can't kill yourself, if you are not careful, it is very likely that you will lose your life. You're an idiot. Su Yang cursed. The sound came from a camera installed on a street lamp not far from the other party. Chui Yaching, you are brainless and too arrogant. You want me to go out? Do you have the ability to do that? It's not that I look down on you, but your IQ is not even enough to stand in front of me, so what can I use to fight you fairly? After Su Yang finished speaking, he fired another shot. Chui Yaching hurriedly blocked it, and cold sweat had already appeared on her head. If I hadn't been promoted to the gold level, his strength had undergone a drastic change, and his supernatural powers had become extremely fulfilled. The life level was leapt, and he shot himself in the head when the opponent fired the first shot. Moreover, the other party's villa is very far away from him. At least 3,000 meters. The opponent's sniper rifle can still hit you, and its power remains unchanged. This shows how powerful that sniper rifle is. Chui Yaching controlled the 2 bullets again and let them shoot at other opponents. He said loudly, Su Yang, you can only hide your head and show your tail. You have no other ability. No matter what, I will rush to your villa today, rush in, catch you, and make you my dog. After he finished speaking, he said to his men, I will block the opponent's sniper bullets. You guys charge forward. Her words stunned the surviving men. Rush? How to rush? So many minds. You don't want to live anymore, but we don't want to die yet. Those people didn't move, and Chui Yaching was very angry. With a wave of his hand, he used his powerful supernatural powers to control his 5 subordinates. With a clenched hand in the air, the 5 people exploded in the air. The crystal core fell to the ground. The remaining 200 people, nearly 300 people, rushed forward like crazy, leaving behind a series of explosions. Some were killed outright. Some were engulfed in flames. After more than 50 people died again, the others were frightened again and stood there motionless. Just at the moment they stopped, Chui Yaching was furious. He wanted to kill another group of people to intimidate those who dared not to rush forward. A large cluster of drones appeared before my eyes. Hundreds of drones formed a classic formation in the air. A bastard suddenly appeared before my eyes. It made her very angry. Chui Yaching controls a street lamp. The street lamp rose from the ground and rushed towards the drone in the air. Boom. A missile hit the street lamp accurately and blew it to pieces. At this moment, all the drones raised their altitude again. Even though Chui Yaching has the ability to control objects, it can't be controlled at such a high distance. The shells from the drone fell one after another. Most of them are focused on Chui Yaching. Many of them fell on the heads of her men. Chapter 101 Heavy Firepower Output. Su Yang has had enough of playing with the other party. Chui Yaching's brain is even worse than a pig's. If he continues to play with the other party, it would be an insult to his own IQ. Su Yang asked Ning Kaidai to use the drone to deliver heavy firepower as soon as he arrived. After all, the opponent has reached the gold level and can easily block bullets fired from ordinary guns. The only way is to launch an intensive bombardment on the enemy to eliminate her and her subordinates at the same time. Grenades, smoke bombs, tear gas bombs, armor-piercing bombs, incendiary bombs, explosive packs, positioning missiles, and high-dose TNT shells. All were dropped from high altitude by drones. For a moment, the entire community was filled with explosions. Flames shot up into the sky. The screams continued. Due to the effect of the smoke bomb, the people around them were burned to death, and they could only hear screams. But no one can be seen. And even if the bomb fell near them, they would not notice anything. Even Chui Yaching and Wang Shiqi brought very strong people with them. Everyone absorbed some superpowers, but it still couldn't stop such intensive bombing. Even Chui Yaching had to concentrate on dealing with the falling bombs. Although controlling these bombs was not as difficult as controlling high-speed anti-material bullets, but the power of these bombs frightened her. Every time I just get control and want to throw these bombs or shells into the sky to shoot down the drones, the shell exploded directly. She had to use her supernatural powers to block the power of the explosion. And in this air, more shells fell. Some even exploded not far from her. Chui Yaching used his special abilities to the fullest. The aftermath of the explosion stopped in front of her. All of them were controlled by his supernatural powers and flew high into the sky. They bounced back, but were all easily avoided by the drone. And there was more that made her very angry. Su Yang would use an anti-material sniper rifle to shoot her from time to time. We can't just ignore it. But if she had to deal with the anti-material bullets fired from afar all the time, she would be overwhelmed. Several times, I was hit by powerful bombs. Just as she blocked a round of bombs and several anti-material missiles, Su Yang picked up an RPG rocket launcher and shot at Chui Yaching. A shell exploded right under her feet, although she blocked it, but he was still blown away by the strong airflow. Chui Yaching was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He watched as more and more of his men died. Chui Yaching wanted to control the opponent's body and crystal core to fly to his side, used to improve one's own strength. Once her level goes up again, she believes that even these bombs won't be able to harm her. But his idea was good. But Su Yang and Ning Kaidai didn't give any chance at all. Ning Kaidai controlled the drone and dropped bombs frantically. With such heavy firepower output, even Chui Yaching's ability level has reached gold level. I can't stand it anymore. The force of the bomb explosions broke through her defenses several times. The clothes on his body caught fire. There were multiple injuries on his body and blood was flowing from his body. There were hints of gold in the blood. Chui Yaching was completely disheveled by the explosion. He was short and dark to begin with. Also ugly. After being blown up like this, it looks even darker and uglier. If you blow off your legs, you will become even shorter. At this time, Su Yang's voice rang in her ears. You ugly bastard. Who gave you the courage to cause trouble to me? Why don't you take a good look in the mirror and see what you look like? Chui Yaching was already extremely concerned about her appearance and was surprised to be called ugly by someone, especially Su Yang. The defense line in my heart collapsed instantly. He shouted loudly, Su Yang, if you have the guts, come out. What kind of hero are you if you hide in the back? There was a strong hatred in his voice. She has hated the other person for a long time, ever since she liked him in high school but was rejected, and she has kept this grudge in her heart for a long time. And it's getting thicker and thicker. Even though we went our separate ways after graduation, I never forgot you. Chui Yaching roared, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. She said loudly again, Why? Why do I like you so much but you are indifferent? Why should I only marry Wang Shiqi, that useless loser, after graduation, while you are worth hundreds of billions and live a better life than anyone else? Why should I endure so much suffering after the end of the world? Spend every day in the cold and eat cold food every day. And you live in such a comfortable villa, and it is so safe. How come I awakened my superpowers, finally became a superior person, and continue to evolve with my own abilities, becoming a powerful man? But it is no match for the weapons you bought with money. Why is this world so unfair? I will kill you and destroy all your sense of superiority. I will destroy what I can't get. Chui Yaqing's face was distorted. With madness, all the supernatural powers in the crystal core between the eyebrows were mobilized, flying rapidly amid the falling shells. All the shells were launched into the air by the supernatural power around her and then exploded. Just like the gorgeous fireworks, it is extremely brilliant. But Su Yang didn't answer her. The best way to ignore someone is to prevent him or her from seeing you no matter what she says. At the same time, do not answer the other party. Su Yang picked up the RPG rocket launcher again and installed a high-powered bomb with a positioning system. Shot towards the opponent. Boom. The missile, with its long tail, headed straight for Chui Yaqing. The other party felt the danger coming in an instant. He waved his hands, trying to control the missile that was flying towards him rapidly. But her supernatural powers could not be stopped at all. The missile was so powerful that it broke through all the obstacles. Come in front of her, hitting her body. Chui Yaqing was knocked back more than 100 meters. Chui Yaqing spat out a mouthful of blood. Dye the missile red. With despair in his eyes, he shouted loudly, Su Yang, come out, come out. Boom. The missile exploded, and the surrounding area within a radius of 200 meters was razed to the ground, and the temperature rose to 2,000 degrees. Flames shot up into the sky. The surrounding snow was melting. A large pit more than 20 meters deep was left on the ground. The surrounding buildings were shaken by the earthquake. I almost fell down. Until the moment of his death, Chui Yaqing did not see Su Yang. The other party ignored her. Chui Yaqing died, leaving behind only a crystal core emitting golden light and covered by snow and water. All the people she brought with her died too. Even the armored vehicles were destroyed. They were full of confidence when they came, but in the end, there was nothing left except crystal cores on the ground and broken limbs everywhere. Take those bodies and the destroyed armored vehicles outside and bury them. Su Yang said to Ning Kaidai, bring all the crystal cores back to me. Ning Kaidai nodded and didn't say much. Walk out of the villa. Because the bombing outside was so severe, it was impossible to collect everything with just those electronic dogs. She has to do it herself. Chapter 102 Evolution again. Because the bombs dropped by drones were too dense, none of the dozen or so armored vehicles brought by Chui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi were spared and were all destroyed. Ning Kaidai commanded the drone and electronic dog to lift up all the wreckage and throw it outside Fengyun community. Then let the electronic dog clean up the debris. Then he commanded the electronic dog to collect all the crystal cores. Ning Kaidai didn't dare to make any decisions regarding these crystal cores. You can only command the electronic dog to collect. Ning Kaidai is very smart and has already accepted in her heart that Su Yang is her absolute leader. All the collected crystal cores must be given to the other party without missing a single one. If the other party doesn't give it to me, I don't want any of it. The other party has absolute control. Only in this way can their small group avoid unrest. Ning Kaidai also didn't want to see any disharmony in the small group. So you must be careful, careful, and careful again. You cannot allow yourself to touch any crystal core. Under her command, the drone and the smart electronic dog work together quite skillfully. Whether it is the wreckage of armored vehicles or the broken limbs of the enemies. And the crystal cores were all swept away. Ning Kaidai then laid mines at the site of the previous explosion. Even though these places have been bombed to pieces, but it does not hinder the laying of mines. Anyway, the heavy snow is still falling. Before long, the place where the explosion occurred will be covered with heavy snow. Outsiders couldn't see any signs of a fight. Moreover, some large pits are filled with snow water, and they freeze quickly under the polar temperatures. Ning Kaidai chiseled through the ice and buried a lot of mines inside. Sea mines are much more powerful than land mines. It is generally used in swamps, lakes, and oceans. If a huge ship weighing tens of thousands of tons sinks deep into a mine, it will be sunk in an instant. The reason why Ning Kaidai placed such powerful mines in the community, it's all because she found that the enemy was getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps as time goes by, ordinary firepower strikes have become ineffective against the enemy. Just like Chui Yaqing today. With her powerful ability to control objects, ordinary bombs cannot threaten the opponent. You can even control the other party. Moreover, the opponent can easily control ordinary bullets. Although Ning Kaidai knew that the other party was able to do all this because of her special abilities, even a superpower with the same strength as her may not be able to do it. But we can't take it lightly. Ning Kaidai has lived with Su Yang for a long time, and has learned most of his cautiousness, cunningness, and the essence of playing the pig and eating the tiger. Therefore, we must plan carefully before taking action. Su Yang watched Ning Kaidai being so cautious and careful through the screen, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He exclaimed, "Not bad, careful enough, cautious enough. Only in this way can you live longer." Su Yang even said that in this era when everyone is awakening their superpowers and evolving, no matter how powerful a person is, as long as you can't survive, you will be killed by someone more powerful one day. Even if he had a weapon that could suppress all the superpowers, wouldn't he still stay in Fengyan community? Because he knew very well that the outside world was too chaotic. And I have too many enemies. At least the previous 4 major wholesalers must be thinking of their own ideas. Especially Wei Hongming, who is closest to him, believes that it won't be long before the other party will bring people here. So we must prepare in advance. These 4 major wholesalers have a lot of supplies. There are many people who can support it. The supernatural beings under his command are definitely beyond the reach of other forces. Su Yang would not take action if he could avoid it. The principle is to stay in the villa if possible. If you can kill the enemy with a mine, use it to kill them. This saves both worry and time. When Ning Kaidai came back, she gave all the crystal cores to Su Yang. Su Yang took a look at Cui Yaqing's crystal core that was emitting golden light. This one alone can provide you with 263 supernatural powers. After swallowing it, his strength was promoted from gold level 6 to gold level 8 in one fell swoop. Only 27 superpowers are needed to advance himself to the 9th level of gold. Su Yang took out a few crystal cores without hesitation and swallowed them. There was a flash of golden light between his eyebrows, and he was promoted to the 9th level of gold in an instant. After being promoted to this level, Su Yang not only felt that his strength had become stronger, I also realized that my life level was about to undergo a huge leap. If I can accomplish this, I will completely surpass the past and it will be an earth-shaking change. But he also knew that if he wanted to evolve again, he would definitely need a lot of superpowers. At least it would be much more than the current situation where one needs 100 superpowers for each promotion. 10 times more than now is inevitable. Su Yang looked at the pile of crystal cores in front of him and calculated the number of superpowers on them. One cannot help but marvel at the methods employed by Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi. With their kind of brains, they not only have 500 people with special abilities under their command, they have also improved their own strength. At the same time, each of his subordinates absorbed at least 3 supernatural powers. 500 people can increase their supernatural powers by about 1,500. How many people with special abilities would be killed by this? These 2 people are such losers, yet they can get so many superpowers. Then there must be a lot of experts outside at this time. Even if he is not as powerful as himself, at least his strength is extraordinary. Fighting everywhere for survival supplies and population. The reason why Su Yang improved his strength so quickly was because he was the only one with superpowers. There is no need to support so many people. Later, Ning Kaidai joined, and there were only 2 of them with special abilities. All the mutants he killed were devoured by him in a concentrated manner. Most people wouldn't do this like him. They would usually first improve their own strength to a certain level, then let your own subordinates grow stronger. It is easier to get things done if you have talented people. Su Yang has realized that things outside are becoming more and more chaotic. The strength of the psychics will also increase faster and faster. Without hesitation, he swallowed up all the 1,500 supernatural powers in one go. At this moment, he felt a stream of warmth flowing through his body. The supernatural power gathered towards the golden crystal core between the eyebrows. Su Yang felt that his spatial ability had undergone a qualitative change. The martial arts abilities also underwent a qualitative change. Not only that, the life level of the entire body is constantly rising. The quality of the ascent is stronger and higher than any other evolution. It's like the whole person is walking on a different path from ordinary people. Evolve towards creatures of higher dimensions. I have awakened my superpowers before and have evolved more than once. However, with his previous evolution and increased strength, Su Yang still felt that he was a human being. However, during this evolution process, Su Yang had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It's as if it has gone beyond the scope of human beings. Chapter 103: The Hierarchy of Evolution. As the energy in the body becomes stronger and stronger, Su Yang was wrapped in a huge energy cocoon. At the same time, the golden crystal core between the eyebrows gradually began to change. It broke apart with a bang. Then it condensed again, and finally a lotus flower bloomed. A blazing flame was burning on the lotus. There is endless vitality above the flame, and the cells of his body were torn apart and reassembled again. Make your body stronger and tougher. 3 days passed like this, and Su Yang was still wrapped in a large cocoon formed by energy. But he had a clear view of the situation outside. During these 3 days, Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, Ning Kaidai, and Tang Qing stayed by his side except for eating. Su Yang was very pleased. 3 days later, the giant energy cocoon outside his body transformed into pure energy again and entered his body. After all the organs, flesh, and bones in the body have been strengthened again, the energy returns to the crystal core between the eyebrows again. At this time, the crystal core has 4 wings of brilliance. The fire of life is burning. Su Yang woke up. At this moment, he was like a new life. It is also impossible to assess the level of knowledge. I only know that I am very strong. Moreover, all the major supernatural powers have undergone earth-shaking changes. The space door can now be opened to a distance of 100 meters away from himself. The distance of space refraction is as high as 800 meters. The blade of space can use the power of space to condense 10 blades of space in an instant and slash towards a distance of 500 meters. Extremely powerful. Spatial perception can extend over a distance of 1,000 meters. Everything thousands of miles away is mapped into the mind. Even a snowflake is crystal clear. The space barrier is even more powerful and can wrap itself up perfectly. Even if you encounter an attack that exceeds your own level, you can still block it. And the distance of teleportation increased to 100 meters. It is 10 times that of the gold level. Moreover, the space-related ability has awakened another skill. Su Yang named this skill Space Strangulation. Mobilize the power of space to form a vortex above the enemy's head. The size of the vortex can increase as the power increases. The maximum coverage area is 10 meters. Can attack at close range or at range. And silently. It can attack enemies up to 200 meters away. Once the power of space is activated, a vortex is formed with great power. It can cut subatomic particles into pieces, and even atoms can be crushed into pieces. Once a person falls into the vortex, he is doomed to die. And each of the martial arts' awakened supernatural skills has been enhanced several times. Especially the skill that has just awakened, which seems to be a set of combo sword skills. It is called the 3 Absolute Slashes by Su Yang. First, he split Mount Huashan with one move. Then he shattered the mountains and rivers with his sword, and then he broke the sky with his sword. However, these 3 moves have never been used in actual combat, so I don't know how powerful they are. But when the actual combat took place outside the villa, the noise was very powerful. With one powerful move, he split Huashan down, and the powerful energy blew away all the snow within 10 meters around it. A big hole was left on the ground. This gave Su Yang some confidence. After eating the food prepared for him by the 4 girls, start turning on the computer without stopping. Log in to the international forum. Nowadays, many people in the world have awakened their superpowers. Therefore, almost all the methods of using various superpowers can be written on the forum. However, Su Yang did not see any space or time abilities on it. It may be because one's own supernatural powers are relatively rare or scarce. Su Yang took a look and found that people who had awakened special powers could be roughly divided into several groups. There is the physical training system, whose ability is to directly enhance one's own strength, making one extremely powerful. After each evolution, corresponding skills will be awakened. Although they are all physical skills, the abilities awakened by each person are different. There are some branches under the physical training department, including martial arts department, agility department, etc. After the martial arts department awakens its superpowers, physical strength is only auxiliary, and the focus is on awakening different martial arts skills, which are extremely powerful and have strong combat effectiveness. Agility is about speed. But without exception, many people agree that physical ability users have the strongest combat power, especially those that are purely physical, which directly increase physical strength. Thick blood, great strength, high attack power, and durable. Su Yang secretly took note of some of the advantages of the physical training system. Then he continued reading. I discovered that in addition to physical skills, there is also beast transformation, which means that after activating the supernatural power, a part of the body or the whole body can be transformed into the form of a wild beast. He is extremely strong, but also has thick skin and tough flesh. Some even transformed into flying beasts and could fly directly. This is something that other psychics do not have. There is also the control system, which is to control the things you want to control through thoughts and use them as weapons or for defense. Su Yang has seen someone in the control system before, that is Chui Yaqing, who used this method to block those bombs before. Others include the curse system, which is essential for luring people. If you obtain some commonly used items of the other party, you can curse the other party from a distance and kill them invisibly. The most common ones are the elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and the intangible elements, like ice, snow, and so on. No matter how many kinds of superpowers there are, it can be seen from all the posts that no matter what kind of superpower it has advantages and disadvantages. No matter what kind of superpower it is not useless. The only thing that remains unchanged is human strength. The stronger the human being is, the stronger the supernatural powers he or she can unleash. Su Yang finished reading the introduction post about superpowers. So I started looking for posts about evolutionary levels. Su Yang saw a post that was unanimously recognized by everyone. It turns out that the other party has divided the levels of superpowers into very detailed levels. And he also talked about a very bold theory. Many people were very curious whether what he said was true. The post begins with the following words: "The awakening of supernatural powers did not begin after the end of the world. Rather, people with special powers have existed since humans first appeared on Earth. From the moment human ancestors, the African chimpanzees, came down from the trees and walked on 2 feet, they were the earliest evolved beings. Then, with continuous evolution, they became ancient humans. Some people among the ancient humans awakened superpowers, and through continuous wars, they eliminated the superpowers among the ancient humans' close relatives and became gradually stronger. But there were very few people with special abilities at that time, and ordinary people couldn't come into contact with them at all. So this legend has always existed, but you can't take it seriously. In the tens of thousands of years of recorded human history, people with special powers have often appeared. But like now, it is the first time that superpowers are awakened on a large scale. Perhaps because of the end of the world, the evolutionary factors in the human body have been activated again. Want to make humans adapt to this cruel world. Therefore, the levels of superpowers were divided long ago by the ancient humans who first awakened their superpowers. Chapter 104: A Smell of Conspiracy. A psychic who has just awakened his superpowers is at bronze level 1. Every time you devour a superpower, you will be promoted to a small level. After swallowing 8, he was promoted to bronze level 9. After reaching bronze level 9, after absorbing 10 superpowers, the body will evolve. After the evolution is completed, the level reaches silver level 1. After reaching the silver level, you will be promoted to a small level every time you devour 10 superpowers. After reaching silver level 9, you will evolve into the next level, gold level. You need to devour 100 superpowers at the 9th level of silver before you can enter the first level of gold, and so on. The level after gold level 9 is called king level. Need to devour a supernatural power. After reaching the 9th level of king, the next level is the venerable level. Then comes the royal level and the emperor level. Going up further is the continental level, then the planetary level, the stellar level, the galaxy level, and the pinnacle is the cosmic level. Each major level is divided into 9 minor levels. The amount of energy required to be absorbed for each level up is 10 times that of the previous level. After Su Yang finished reading, he didn't speak for a long time, because he sensed a hint of conspiracy from this post introducing the levels. The other party introduced all the levels of people with special abilities not to provide scientific knowledge, but to deliberately provoke a fight. He wants to make the world more chaotic and plunge everyone into endless killing. If no one knows what the next level of promotion is and how much specific superpowers are required, once it evolves to a certain level, it will not evolve further. Although there are still disputes, they will be much smaller. The other party's introduction was so detailed, and the direction of evolution written by the other party completely matched the whole process of a psychic evolving from the initial awakening to a higher level. At least Su Yang's evolution process and the supernatural powers he absorbed are completely consistent with what is said above. Su Yang simply couldn't imagine how powerful the person who wrote this post was. Because if you can't reach that level, you won't know what the next level and grade of evolution is. And the other party actually wrote all the way to the cosmic level. What does this mean? The opponent is very likely a cosmic level master. If such a person appeared, he could destroy the entire Earth with one hand. Why write such a post? Perhaps the other person is someone who has lived from ancient times to the present. Have you seen people with different levels of abilities? Su Yang shook his head. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it for the time being. Anyway, as long as I continue to become stronger and continue to absorb superpowers, one day I will become someone who is not afraid of any superpower user. And according to the levels listed in the post, I should have reached the king level. And he is only 500 superpowers away from being promoted to the second level of king. Su Yang felt that his life had leaped to a very high level. Even though there are still many masters hiding in secret on Earth, but at least he is the strongest one among those who have just awakened. Even so, we must survive. Su Yang murmured, we must never use superpowers against enemies that can be defeated with hot weapons. If you can kill an enemy with martial arts abilities, you must never reveal your spatial abilities. After reading that post, Su Yang had made up his mind. From now on, whenever I encounter an enemy or someone wants to cause trouble for me, no matter how strong the opponent is, they must be wiped out, for your own safety and to be able to survive in peace. In the future, your bones will be crushed and ashes will be scattered. If you can kill the opponent secretly, do it. If you can avoid revealing your supernatural powers, then don't do it. Then Su Yang looked at Ning Kaidai and the other three and said, thank you for your hard work over the past 3 days. By the way, during the 3 days that I was evolving, was there anything unusual in the community? Su Yunchi replied, boss, we are not tired, but next time you do something, can you tell us in advance? We were scared to death in the past 3 days. The other three also nodded. These 3 days felt like years to them. I was afraid that something might happen to Su Yang. Okay, I got it. Su Yang replied with a smile, I'm fine now, don't worry, I'll tell you in advance later. The 4 of them nodded in satisfaction. Then Su Muyu glanced at Ning Kaidai, and Ning Kaidai nodded. She just said, boss, during the 3 days you were evolving, there was always someone wandering outside the community. Sister Ning Kaidai said that they are all superpowered people, and their strength is roughly between Silver Level 1 and Silver Level 3. Oh, how many people are there in total? Have they come in? Su Yang asked hurriedly, frowning. Those who have reached the silver level are already considered masters. He can only be a spy. The force behind the other party must be extraordinary. There are at least gold level masters. There are 3 people in total. Ning Kaidai replied, they didn't come in. They just kept wandering outside Fengyan community. During this period, a drone was released and flew over our villa, but I shot it down with a gun. But the other party still didn't come in, but left. Ning Kaidizi's face was very solemn when she spoke, and she continued, I sent out the small aircraft you gave me to track them, but these people were more cautious. Maybe they realized they were being monitored, so they walked faster. I was afraid that the small aircraft would get too far away from us and lose control, so I had to order them to withdraw. But I think these people are coming for us, or rather, for you. Ning Kaidai was very solemn when she said these words. She was not afraid of someone coming directly to attack the villa. After all, the entire community was filled with landmines planted by her. She also believed that Su Yang would not be afraid either. But I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. If the opponent stays outside and doesn't attack, it will make people feel a little uncomfortable. It seems that someone is targeting me again. Su Yang smiled helplessly, but he was not surprised. It would be abnormal if no one was paying attention to it. I just don't know which side's strength it is. Is it Wei Hongming? Su Yang murmured, no matter what, we will fight back if the enemy comes and block the water with earth. Then he told Ning Kaidai and the other 3 not to worry, but always be prepared, just in case. Su Yang was right. There are quite a few people who are targeting him. At least the wholesale market led by Wei Hongming has already taken some action. There is also a person who has no connection with him, but is also plotting against him. There is a stretch of mountains on the southwest outskirts of Jeju City High-Tech Zone. There used to be a military district here. Since the end of the world, there has been no one here. Most of the things inside were also taken away. Only a few weapons were left. But at this time it was occupied by someone. At this time, a person came outside the restricted area. Su Yang knew this person, and he looked very familiar, as he was Wang Jianmin, the head of the Jeju City branch of Jianlong Security Group. Chapter 105 Being Targeted. Wang Jianmin did not come alone. There were about 100 people following behind him. They followed each other, walking in the snow and wind. He didn't care at all about the thick snow beneath him. When Wang Jianmin arrived outside the military area, suddenly, a group of powerful psychics surrounded them. Just as his men were about to take action, Wang Jianmin waved his hand. He said to the people who surrounded them, I am a friend of your boss Tian Quan. He asked me to come. The people surrounding him heard this and then turned back. Not long after, Tian Quan walked out of the military area. Haha, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon, Lao Wang. As soon as Tian Quan came up, he gave Wang Jianmin a big hug. Wang Jianmin, old classmate, it's been so long since we last met. You're doing pretty well now. You've even taken over such a safe place as the military district. Tian Quan looked proud after hearing this and said, I just took a gamble out of luck. I didn't expect there was really no one here. Wang Jianmin complimented. No matter what the reason is, your courage is worthy of admiration. With the equipment and things stored in here, you will be fearless of any enemy. No wonder you develop so fast. Your strength has reached the second level of gold, right? Tian Quan nodded. He did not hide his own strength. I just arrived too. What is your current strength? Wang Qianming, gold level 1. The lowest of my brothers is at silver level. Okay. Tian Quan laughed and said, from now on, you and I will unite and dominate the entire Jeju city. Come back with me, I will give you a welcome dinner. Although most people are short of survival supplies now, I have a lot of good stuff here, brother. Besides, the girls here are also very pretty and will definitely satisfy you and your brothers. After hearing this, Wang Jiamin's eyes lit up. He led more than 100 people and followed the other side into the military area. Wang Jiamin looked at the building inside, which was like a safe fortress, and nodded. This place is really nice. That's it. Tian Quan was extremely proud to occupy this place. Although it's not very comfortable here, it's extremely safe. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there are many air raid shelters and underground fortifications inside. There is no need to worry about being cold inside. Moreover, when the troops retreated, they took most of the things with them. But there are still a lot of military rations, guns, and ammunition. There are also a dozen tanks. There is also a missile that can strike at a distance of 1,500 kilometers. This is Tian Quan's biggest trump card. Tian Quan brought Wang Jiamin and his brothers to the underground fortifications. He introduced, old classmate, I'm not bragging to you. Although the whole world is covered with ice and snow and the temperature is extremely low, but this may be the most comfortable place in the whole Jeju city. Now that you are here, you can treat this place as your home. As long as I have something to eat, you will never go hungry. Wang Jiamin looked at the extremely proud Tian Quan and sighed. Tian Quan was puzzled. Why, old classmate, do you think nothing of my place? Wang Jiamin shook his head. How could I not like it? Your place is just like heaven, much more comfortable than our Jianlong Security Group company. Although we are in the security business and we build safe fortresses, what we usually build is not even 1,000th of what you have here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. The life I lived before was simply not a life for a human being. After hearing this, Tian Quan's brows finally relaxed and he asked again, then why were you sighing just now? I admit that your place is more comfortable than the places occupied by other forces in Jeju City. Wang Jiamin explained, but there is another place that is much safer than yours, and even more comfortable. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and the interior is always warm like spring. Tian Quan was stunned after hearing this. Is there such a comfortable place in Jeju City? Wang Jiamin nodded. Of course there is, and I personally led people to build it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tian Quan glanced at Wang Jiamin and said, if I had known you had built this thing, I wouldn't have asked you to come all the way to my place in such heavy snow. Just tell me, and I'll take my brothers and join you. You think I don't want to live there? Even though I led people to build it, I can't get in. Wang Jiamin smiled helplessly and then said, before the end of the world, I received a big job. A local tycoon in Jeju City spent 3 billion and asked our company to build him a nuclear bomb-proof security fortress. It is equipped with a fireplace that can maintain a constant temperature for a long time, and there are various defense systems and radar equipment. As long as weapons are installed, it will be a veritable war fortress. What's more, the other party's yard is designed as a sunroom, and the temperature of the fireplace can extend into the yard. There are also water systems, swimming pools, and various precious flowers planted. Even if the temperature is minus 60 degrees Celsius now, it won't affect growing vegetables in his yard. Wang Jiamin's words shocked Tian Quan. This is fucking heaven. If I hide inside, no one can threaten me. If I find a few more girls and store more survival supplies, I can live in there for several lifetimes without any problem. You are so familiar with this safe fortress, and you built it. Why don't you take people to take it down? Tian Quan asked. Wang Jiamin shook his head again. It's not that easy. You also know that we at Jianlong Security Group are only responsible for helping our customers build a security fortress. After the completion and acceptance, even we can't enter. Ordinary security fortresses are okay. My current strength is enough to break through them. But the opponent's defense is nuclear-proof. Although we didn't install weapons on it before, we can't break through the opponent's security fortress even if we do nothing there. Tian Quan was immediately anxious when he heard this. Didn't the other party build a sunroom? Can't we break through from there? The glass used to build the sunroom is made of high-precision materials. Although it cannot defend against nuclear bombs, it can defend against ordinary hypersonic missiles. Wang Jiamin spread his hands. It means he can't do anything about it, so let's stop dreaming about those unrealistic things. You haven't even left any escape route for yourselves. It's all blocked. Tian Quan couldn't help but laugh and scolded. How can the people in your company be so honest? That's right. The system we installed for the other party is independent. It is impossible to implant a virus or have a hacker break in and open it from the inside. Wang Jianmin said truthfully. But we have to try it. Tian Quan still didn't want to give up. Wang Qianming described that war fortress so well. He longed for it very much. Chapter 106 Ambitions. Try. How? Wang Jianmin smiled and said, I am more familiar with the structure inside than anyone else, but it's a pity that I can't get in. If I could really break in, I would have done it a long time ago, and I wouldn't have come all the way to see you. Of course, I don't mean to belittle you. Wang Jianmin changed the subject and said dimly, it can only be blamed on the fact that the shelter built by our company is too solid. We didn't think of keeping a backup plan when building it, nor did we plan to cut corners. Who could have thought that the end of the world would come? Wang Jianmin's face was full of helplessness. Although they built a safe fortress for doomsday enthusiasts, they never thought that the apocalypse would come. If you had thought about it, you would have built it yourself long ago. But Wang Jianmin was also open-minded. Since he couldn't break through Su Yang's war fortress, it would not be bad to try his old classmate's place. At least it is much more comfortable than my previous job at Jinlong Security Group. There is no shortage of food and water. Moreover, the opponent is very strong and has a lot of manpower. If the two join forces, they might be able to dominate the entire Jeju city in the future. So at the beginning, he didn't think about causing trouble for Su Yang. After all, he knew that he couldn't break into the opponent's villa. If it's destined to be like this, why bother? So when he saw that Tian Quan already had ideas about Su Yang's villa, he hurried to persuade him. Don't even think about that safe fortress. Wang Jianmin said solemnly, it's just a giant turtle shell. We can't break it with our current strength. Besides, we are far away from Su Yang. Why bother ourselves? Tian Quan was unconvinced after hearing this and responded, Old classmate, I know you are very confident in the defensive power of the safe fortress you built. But you also know how tempting it would be to have a safe fortress with spring-like weather all year round in this extremely cold doomsday. If we can occupy this thing, we can attack or defend in the future. In this icy apocalypse, we will completely have a permanent base that we won't have to worry about being breached. This will make it easier to conquer and expand outward and take over the entire Jeju city. Even if we encounter enemies that we cannot deal with in the future, we can retreat to this war fortress, and no one can do anything to us. With it, we undoubtedly have a life-saving talisman. Even if we can't take down this safe fortress, we must find a way to take it down. Tian Quan said seriously, if someone else gets it, we will be in a very passive position in the future. When Wang Jianlong heard this, his face darkened. He hadn't thought about it that much before. I just thought that the security fortress was too strong and I couldn't attack it anyway, so I just let it go. After hearing what the other party said, I immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. My mood became very complicated. I secretly hated myself, wondering why I didn't cut corners or leave some tricks behind. But it's too late to regret now. Wang Jianmin looked at Tian Quan and asked, what do you think we should do now? I don't have any good solution. That's a nuclear-proof security fortress. Although it may not be able to protect against nuclear bombs, it will definitely be able to protect against weapons below the level of nuclear bombs. Tian Quan smiled and said, so what? Everything depends on human effort. When you were helping others build that safe fortress, had you ever thought about the coming of an ice and snow apocalypse? Have you ever thought that when the end of the world comes, there will be a shortage of supplies and countless people will starve to death? Have you ever thought that after the end of the world, some people, including yourself, will become supernatural beings? Wang Jianmin shook his head. A series of questions almost confused him. If he had really thought about this, he would have planned it in advance. Maybe he would have taken over the entire Jeju city and become a local tyrant. Yes, you haven't thought about it. Tian Quan continued. Things are different now. In the past, you thought that the safe fortress was built by you and your people. With preconceived ideas, you always thought it was impenetrable. Just as I asked you before, you have never thought that you would awaken superpowers and become a superpower user. The previous world is gone forever, and today's world is the world of superpowers. The things you thought were unshakable before are nothing in front of the superpowers. Moreover, we have a lot of powerful weapons, Tian Quan said and waved his hand, and one of his men led them to a very secret place on both sides. There were thousands of guns of all kinds piled up inside. There are also grenades and some shells. How about it? With these things, and the cooperation of the psychics under our command, are you confident that you can break through that safe fortress? Tian Quan asked. Wang Jiamin nodded first, then shook his head and said, these weapons are enough to deal with ordinary psychics, but they still can't break through that safe fortress. It doesn't matter if it can't be broken. I didn't think that these things could be used to break it. Tian Quan didn't show any disappointment on his face and continued. If it can really be broken by these things, then that safe fortress doesn't matter. But with this thing, we can fight a protracted war, grinding away bit by bit. And one day we will wear down a corner of the enemy's security fortress. Tian Quan continued with great confidence. And our goal is not just to occupy that war fortress. If we can occupy it, we will occupy it. If we can't occupy it, we will control it so that no one else can touch it. At the same time, the man called Su Yang watched us attacking day and night with real guns in the safe fortress. I guess he couldn't stand it. Sooner or later you will have a mental breakdown. As long as the other side can't stand it anymore and rushes out, the war fortress will be ours. Wang Jiamin always felt that there was something wrong with what the other party said, but I just can't find any point to refute it. Just when he was still hesitating, Tian Quan took him to a place again. Pointing to the dozen tanks in front, he said, those guns alone are definitely not enough to deter the enemy. But with these tanks it's different. And not only tanks, I also have a very powerful missile with a range of 1,500 kilometers. After Tian Quan finished speaking, Wang Jiamin was shocked beyond words. Moreover, looking at the tank in front of him that looked like a steel behemoth, Wang Jiamin's heart began to waver. Especially when I heard that the other side had a missile with a range of 1,500 kilometers. I have already made up my mind to follow Tian Quan. At this time, the other party's words came out again. How about it, old classmate? Do you want to do something big with me? Take over that safe fortress you mentioned? If you don't agree, I'll have to find someone else to work with. Wang Jiamin nodded. Go ahead, why not? Since I built that safe fortress, why can't I let him occupy it? Chapter 107 Provocation. After Wang Jiamin finished speaking, he and Tian Quan burst into laughter. The two began to discuss. They planned to let Wang Jiamin and his men rest for 3 days, and then set off towards Fengyan community where Su Yang was. At this time, Su Yang had no idea that Wang Jiamin and Tian Quan were coming towards him. After being promoted to king level, he practiced the 2 newly awakened skills every day. When he has nothing to do, he plays with the 4 girls. Especially seeing the 4 of them wearing bikinis and showing off their seductive figures in the swimming pool. It always makes him linger. When the 4 girls got tired of swimming, Su Yang would considerately carry them out of the swimming pool one by one. Didn't feel any trouble at all. Wait until they have rested enough. In order to maintain their figure, women go to the basement gym to exercise. Su Yang said directly to the 4 people, fitness is so boring. Why not practice yoga? As he spoke, he took out 4 sets of yoga pants from the space. When the 4 of them put them on, Su Yang's eyes widened. His eyes never moved. I have to say that the person who invented yoga pants really understood the female structure. You don't need to do anything, just put it on and it will be a beautiful scenery. Watching the 4 people practicing yoga moves seriously. Naturally, Su Yang was not in the mood to practice his supernatural powers anymore. He transformed into a big bad wolf and pounced on the 4 little sheep. It was not until several hours later that Su Yang left with satisfaction. He also left a message. It's fine to wear this at home in the future. Don't change into other clothes. The 4 girls curled their lips after hearing this. Naturally know what the other person is thinking. But he didn't refuse. Especially the sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. They were the first to follow Su Yang and had long regarded themselves as each other's women. And of course I wouldn't refuse the request from my boss. And he can get whatever he wants. Ning Kaidai also knows that her current wonderful life is all thanks to Su Yang. Naturally, I won't disobey the other party. Not to mention Tang Qing. She can't compare to the twin sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu in terms of beauty. No 2 people can do it. In terms of ability, she is not as good as Ning Kaidai, the psychic. She just has a better appearance and figure than ordinary women. Some of them can only serve Su Yang diligently. So she feels a greater sense of crisis than anyone else. And it's very deep. So every time in front of Su Yang, she would do her best to give the other person a good experience. When the 4 girls saw Su Yang leave, they started practicing again. My heart is full of longing for the future. Su Yang came to the yard, lay on the recliner, and was just about to close his eyes and rest. His cell phone rang. When Su Yang saw the note on the phone, a cold, murderous look rose in his eyes. It's Wei Hongming calling. This person is the person in charge of the wholesale market in northern Jeju City. It is also the wholesale market closest to Fengyun community. If the other party calls me at this time, it must be about my supplies. And the three people who were wandering outside Fengyun community before must be the other party's people. The other party must have been investigating me for a long time. Is it finally coming? Su-young thought to himself. Then I answered the other party's call. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wei Hongming. Do you still remember me? Wei Hongming held the phone with a sneer on his face. Just tell me what you want to say. Su-young said bluntly. I don't have time to waste with you. Wei Hongming's face darkened. Mr. Su, how about we do business? What business can we do with each other? Su-young asked back. You don't have what I need. You can't say that. Wei Hongming smiled and said, when doing business, it doesn't matter what both parties need. As long as the conditions are agreed upon, that's fine. Then what do you want? Su-young asked. I want to buy the survival supplies from Mr. Su. Wei Hongming did not hide anything. Survival supplies shouldn't be a problem for Mr. Su, right? I can barter. Who has more survival supplies than you in Kwangshan Market? Su-young mocked. This is the first time I've seen a wholesaler and a buyer buying survival supplies. Although we are engaged in wholesale, all the supplies have been bought by you, Mr. Su. Wei Hongming sighed and said, I guess the survival supplies of the entire Jeju City combined are not as much as yours. The supplies you bought from our 4 major wholesale markets before are more than you can eat in your lifetime. How about you take out some and trade with me, Mr. Su? You found the wrong person to trade survival supplies with me. Su-young shook his head and said, before the end of the world, I bought a large amount of survival supplies, but they were all sold out. How can I sell it to you? If you have it, please name a price. I'll buy it no matter how much it is. Your Kwangshan wholesale market supplies the entire northern area of Jeju City. It would be ridiculous if you were short of survival supplies. When Wei Hongming heard that the other party was so stubborn, he became extremely angry. He said with a fake smile, Mr. Su, you may be able to fool others with your words, but you can't fool me. I have investigated before, and you did not sell out the supplies you purchased from our 4 major wholesale markets. You must have hidden them all. Also, although we still have some things left in the Kwangshan wholesale market, we have too many people under us and the supplies are consumed quickly. My brothers will definitely be angry if they have no food to eat. I can only come to you, Mr. Su-young. If everyone in Jeju City knew that you had so many survival supplies, Mr. Su might be hunted down by everyone in Jeju City. His words were deeply threatening. What I mean is, I have investigated you, so don't fool me. Moreover, I have a lot of brothers under my command. If Su-young doesn't hand over the supplies, the other party will bring people to kill him. By then, not only will the supplies be stolen, but even lives will be lost. The last sentence is obviously a provocation and a threat at the same time. If Su-young does not make the right deal, Wei Hongming will spread the news that Su-young has supplies. In his subconscious, no one dared to risk being besieged by everyone in Jeju City. Reject yourself, but Su-young just wouldn't fall for it. So what if I have many brothers? I am strong and of high level, and there are more weapons of mass destruction. As for spreading the news that he had a large amount of survival supplies, that was even more impossible. The other party is not that stupid. It would do him no good to spread it. If it was going to be spread, it would have been spread long ago, not waited until now. Su-young replied in a cold voice. Since you have investigated so thoroughly, you should also know that I can't hide so many supplies even if I want to. If you want survival supplies, you found the wrong person. Don't say I don't have it. Even if I do, I won't give it to you. Just give up on this idea. Wei Hongming was furious. Su-young, don't refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment. Chapter 108 Battle. Have you finally revealed your true colors? Su-young snorted coldly. What do you mean you want to do business with me? I think you just want to rob me. If that's the case, then what's there to talk about? If you have the guts, just bring someone here. Su-young had long anticipated that the other party would target him. Before the end of the world came, when I was cooperating with the other party, I had already expected that the other party would do this. He was already prepared. As long as the other party dares to come, Wei Hongming and his men will never return. Su-young, don't be ungrateful. Wei Hongming said coldly, I am willing to negotiate with you now because I think highly of you. If you don't take the opportunity, I will let you know the consequences. Everyone can say harsh words. Su-young said disdainfully, if saying harsh words could make you invincible, most people would have already dominated the apocalypse. How can it be your turn to show off in front of me? It's not that I look down on you. But if you really have the ability, just come on. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you dare to come, I will make you die miserably. Then let's wait and see. Wei Hongming sneered. I have already figured out your details. Don't think that I can't find you out just because you are hiding in Fengyun community. The distance between us is only a dozen kilometers, so it's easy to bring people to your place. Even if you want to hand over all the supplies, it won't appease my anger. No matter how many useless words you say, they are just bullshit. Su Yang shot back. Since you have investigated me so thoroughly, I will wait for you in Fengyun community. Don't be scared when the time comes, or you will be laughed at. After the end of the world, many people have paid attention to me, but I am still alive and well, and they are all dead, including you. After hearing the other party's repeated emphasis, Wei Hongming checked his own background. The 3 people who were wandering around Fengyun community before must have been sent by the other party. Since the other party already knows your specific address, there is no need to hide it. They have stockpiled a lot of weapons, especially weapons of mass destruction. Su Yang was really afraid that the other party would come with few people. Isn't this a waste? Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Wei Hongming's voice rang out again. I admire your tough talk. Let's wait and see who will have a worse fate. But there is one thing I don't understand. How did you manage to move so many survival supplies away quietly? After the apocalypse, I sent people to check the warehouse you rented before and found that it was empty. My men dug deep into the ground, but only found a pile of minced meat and more than a dozen corpses. All of those corpses had been stabbed in the throat. I guess you killed all those foreigners, right? I'm very curious. Why did you kill those people? Or did you know that the ice and snow apocalypse would come, and the other party knew where you hid the survival supplies, leading to being silenced? Wei Hongming asked a bunch of questions in a row, just like a curious baby. He knew that Su Yang must have a lot of survival supplies. There is so much that it would take hundreds or even thousands of years to eat it all. But he didn't know how the other party moved away or where he hid. This made him very curious. So I wanted to get some information out of the other party. But he was disappointed, as Su Yang didn't give him any useful information. Instead, he said impatiently, it doesn't matter whether I killed the person or not. What matters is that if you dare to kill me, your fate will be worse than theirs. Also, you have too many questions. I'm not your father. Why should I tell you? With so many questions, why don't you go to Baidu? Su Yang, show some respect. Wei Hongming was scolded and his face turned red with anger. He said sternly, I give you face and call you Mr. Su. If I don't give you face, you are nothing in my eyes. I don't care how you hid so many survival supplies. When I bring my brothers to Fengyun community and capture you, I'll see how you can still be so arrogant. As I said, being able to only speak harshly only shows your incompetence. Su Yang chuckled and said, if you are really capable, let me see you soon. It's useless to say anything else. Do you really think you can scare me with what you just said? I'm not someone who can be scared. By the way, I'm in villa number 001 in the center of Fengyun community. There is only this villa in the entire community, so it's very easy to find. I hope you come soon. After Su Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Okay, wait for me. Before Wei Hongming could finish his words, he heard a beeping sound coming from the phone. Wei Hongming cursed angrily, arrogant. Then he said to his deputy behind him, gather all the brothers and follow me to Fengyun community early tomorrow morning. The deputy nodded, turned, and walked out. The two of them acted like a gang of hooligans making an appointment for a fight, each one afraid that the other wouldn't come. One is bound to teach the other a lesson that will never be forgotten. Wei Hongming's deputy went out and came back soon. He looked at the other party and asked, Chief, we are not far from Fengyun community. Isn't it too much trouble to call all the brothers? Although this community had a large population before the end of the world, and there may be many people with special abilities, they are no match for our strength. The deputy instinctively looked down on Fengyun community. After all, as the largest wholesale market in northern Jeju City, they have countless survival supplies. Although the ice and snow apocalypse came suddenly and there was no preparation in advance, there was no stockpiling of supplies in advance. But there are also a lot of things left behind by major merchants. And the variety is complete. They have no shortage of supplies at all. And all the people in the entire wholesale market add up to more than 10,000 people. There are more than 3,000 people who have awakened their superpowers. In addition, because they have abundant survival supplies, many people come to seek refuge. In addition, the Kwangshan wholesale market has been expanding in all directions under the leadership of Wei Hongming. In the process, many people with special abilities were also recruited. This makes their strength very powerful, with at least 6,000 people with special abilities alone. Moreover, Wei Hongming's strength has reached the second level of gold. The deputy's strength has reached gold level. It's easy to deal with the Fengyun community, and it is not cost-effective to call everyone to attack such a community. They have no shortage of survival supplies, and going there would only be a waste of time. He didn't react at first, so he went to convey Wei Hongming's order. Now that I've realized what's going on, of course I want to ask the other person what he or she thinks. Maybe there are enemies of the other party in that community, or maybe there is something the other party wants. Of course, he didn't dare to disobey any decision of Wei Hongming. Chapter 109 Vanguard Force. Wei Hongming smiled. Then his face turned extremely cold. He said, "Are you questioning me?" The deputy's face changed. "I dare not." Wei Hongming, that's good. If you dare to do it again, you will die. Feeling the cold, murderous intent from the other party, the deputy shivered with fear. He replied, "I will gather all the brothers right away." Just as he turned around to go out again, Wei Hongming stopped him and asked, "Don't you think it's a bit of a waste of talent for me to call all the brothers who have awakened their superpowers to deal with a small community?" The deputy nodded. "You are wrong." Wei Hongming explained, "I don't think it's too much to call all the superpowers under our command. It still feels a little bit not enough. If I wasn't afraid that those ordinary people who haven't awakened their powers wouldn't be able to stand the severe cold and would be a hindrance and waste supplies, I would have wanted to bring them along as well." The other party's words made the deputy feel a little puzzled. A community, at best, just has more people, but I can't compare with them. How could the leader take it so seriously? Wei Hongming seemed to see what the other party was thinking, and he smiled and explained, "Do you still know Su Yang?" After hearing this, the deputy immediately understood the purpose of Wei Hongming's actions. How could he not remember the name Su Yang? Before the end of the world, the other party took a lot of things from them. The unit is always 100 million. At that time, he and Wei Hongming made a lot of money. "Chief, are you saying that Su Yang is in Fengyun community?" The deputy said excitedly. "If we get the other party's survival supplies, we won't have to worry about food in the future. We can also recruit soldiers and horses. Even unifying the entire Jeju city will not be a problem." "Yes." Wei Hongming nodded. "That's why I mobilized all the brothers who have awakened their superpowers. After all, the other party has too many survival supplies. Once we kill them, we will need people to transport them back. However, what you said just now also reminded me." Wei Hongming changed the subject and said, "It is not necessary to send too many people at once. Now we are strong in both manpower and horses. Let's send 500 people as the vanguard to find out the bottom line of Fengyun community and Su Yang. If the opponent is not strong, let these 500 people take over the entire Fengyun community and Su Yang. We'll bring more people to move the supplies. If the opponent is strong, we will send more people." The deputy asked with some concern, "If Su Yang is really in Fengyun community, and there are too few of us going there, what if someone covets those survival supplies after we take over the entire community?" At this time, Wei Hongming's deputy himself felt that he had sent too few people, which was not a good thing. Since we know that the other party has a lot of survival supplies, we might as well take down the other party with thundering means. Before other forces could react, they moved the supplies back. "Whoever dares to be an enemy of our Kwangshan wholesale market, whoever dares to be an enemy of me, Wei Hongming." Wei Hongming said proudly, "We have 6,000 superpowers under our command, and the power is still expanding. With such strong strength, it will be no problem to dominate the entire northern part of Jeju City. On the surface, the only 3 other wholesale markets that can compete with us are, but they are too far away from us to pose a threat. If anyone dares to get their hands on something we like, we will kill them without mercy." The leader is wise. Although his deputy felt that this was inappropriate, and I had a vague feeling that something bad was going to happen, but since Wei Hongming had already made this decision, he couldn't say anything, or dare not object. You can only agree with the other party's opinion. He turned around and went out to pick out more than 500 experts. The team is led by a silver level 9 wind ability user. They set off towards Fengyun community in a mighty manner. Before leaving, the deputy said to the other party, "Wang Yakin, your mission this time is to destroy the entire Fengyun community, especially the one named Su Yang. You must catch him for me. That's the person our leader specifically asked for." "Don't worry, deputy leader," Wang Yakin assured. "I will never leave a single person alive in Fengyun community. Even if someone named Su Yang escapes to the ends of the earth, I must bring him back to the leader." "Okay, I'll leave these 500 brothers to you," the deputy said with a serious face. "Make sure to complete the mission." Wang Yakan left with 500 psychics. There is no pressure in my heart. In his eyes, the people in a small community were no match for his 500 people. Wang Yakan has been through many battles since he awakened his special powers. Since he was promoted to captain, he has never led so many people out. This was the first time he was fighting such a wealthy battle, and he was full of confidence. Su Yang, who hung up the phone, was already prepared. Not to mention the landmines buried in Fengyun community. He also arranged for Ning Kaidai to place the mines 1 kilometer away from the main road of Fengyun community. At the same time, those small aircraft were also arranged to be sent out. Always monitor every move outside. Su Yang did this not because he was afraid of Wei Hongming. Instead, kill all the people sent by the other side without leaving a single one alive. He knew that the other party had a lot of people with special abilities. If you could devour all of your opponent's supernatural powers, your own strength will be raised to a very high level. Don't dare to make any move. People will come to you to give you kills and experience. If you don't seize the opportunity, you would be letting the other person down. After doing all this, Su Yang took out 4 RPG rocket launchers. Throw it to Ning Kaidai and her 4 daughters. Take the 3 of them and practice well. Su Yang said, it won't be long before you can show off your prowess. When the sisters Su Muyu and Su Yunxi saw the rocket launcher, their eyes lit up, eager to try it out there. They have always wanted to help Su Yang, and it seems that this time they have a chance. When Tang Qing saw the rocket launcher for the first time, she felt resistance in her heart. But when he saw the twin sisters, he was not afraid at all, and very positive. It instantly aroused my desire to win. I haven't awakened any special powers, and neither do you. How much difference can there be between us? Isn't it just 2 shoulders carrying a head? If you can kill the enemy, so can I. Tang Qing was the first to pick up the RPG rocket launcher. Although it was a bit heavy, it made her shaky, almost fell. But Tang Qing still persisted. There was determination on his face. She put on warm clothes and followed Ning Kaidai, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu out of the villa. Put the rocket launcher on your shoulder. Ning Kaidai explained to the 3 people while demonstrating the movements. Hold the bazooka steady with both hands and use your waist to exert force. Aim at the target ahead. Hold your breath, then pull the trigger. Boom. While the 3 were listening attentively, Ning Kaidai pulled the trigger. A shell hit an empty residential building in the distance. The shell passed through a house's window and exploded inside. Flames shot up into the sky. The 11th floor was blown through, and thick smoke rose. Chapter 110. Boom. When Tang Qing and the other 2 saw this scene, they were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. Although they had also seen Su Yang using a rocket launcher to attack others. I have seen landmine explosions more than once, but none of them were as shocking as this time. After all, they were outside the villa and saw with their own eyes a shell being fired. And they will also be conducting live fire training soon. Su Yunxi and Su Muyu were very excited. Remember Ning Katie's actions just now. The 2 sisters carried the rocket launcher at the same time and installed the shells. He imitated Ning Kaidai and pulled the trigger at the building where the other party had just fired the shell. Boom, boom. The shell left the gun and flew out, dragging a long tail. The missile flew upwards. After a long while, the 2 missiles finally fell. Explode in front of that building. The snow on the ground was blown away. The 2 of them were knocked to the ground by the recoil. My arms and shoulders are numb. Only then did the 2 realize that the RPG rocket launcher was not so easy to control. Not only is it heavy, but the recoil is also very strong. Fortunately, Ning Kaidai had already told them what to pay attention to. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that the 2 of them would make mistakes and hurt themselves. Not bad. Ning Kaidai praised, this is already a great result for your first launch. Although the Su Yunxi sisters knew that the shells they fired were not successful, the other side just didn't want to attack them. That's what I said. But the 2 were not discouraged. I secretly made up my mind to practice well. Try to master it before the enemy arrives. At this time, Tang Qing also took a step forward with a rocket launcher. Ning Kaidai quickly held her waist and said softly, don't think about anything now, just concentrate. Keep your eyes fixed on the building you just saw. Hold on to the bazooka with your hands. Take a deep breath. Yes, that's it. Take a deep breath. Ning Kaidai was teaching her students like a very experienced teacher. Tang Qing followed her words and adjusted her breathing in an orderly manner. When Ning Kaidai felt that the other party was no longer so nervous, she said, fire. Tang Qing pulled the trigger. A roar sounded in my ears. The powerful recoil lifted the front end of the rocket launcher up. The shells are also fired upwards. But the effect is better than that of the 2 sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. The shell hit the roof directly. Everything on the roof was destroyed. Half of the roof was blown off. Seeing this scene, Tang Qing was quite satisfied with her performance. At this time, Ning Katie's voice sounded again. Remember the feeling of pulling the trigger just now, and try to adjust your sense of balance. Treat the bazooka as a part of your body. After hearing this, Tang Qing took the rocket launcher off his shoulder. Close your eyes and try hard to recall. Start breathing deeply again. After waiting for a minute, he took a shell from Ning Kaidai without hesitation. After filling, he once again carried the bazooka on his shoulder. Aim for the building in the distance. Pull the trigger directly. This time Ning Kaidai just stood beside her and did not support her like before. Under the powerful recoil, Tang Qing only felt a pain in her shoulder. But he still tried hard to steady the rocket launcher on his shoulder. Boom! There was another roar in my ears. Tang Qing watched the shell draw a trajectory and fly towards the building in the distance. Although the shells were still a little off target, but it's much better than last time. The shell landed on the 8th floor, turning the entire floor into ruins. Suddenly, flames broke out and concrete and glass flew everywhere. The furniture inside was engulfed in flames. Not bad, there is progress. Ning Kaidai nodded with satisfaction. She could already see progress in Tang Qing. It can be said that the other party's progress is still very fast, and I am willing to learn seriously. As long as you keep practicing like this, it won't take long before you can master it completely. There is no problem in actual combat. At the same time, she also looked at the two sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. You should practice like Sister Tang Qing. Su Yang said, as long as you are willing to practice and work hard, there will be enough shells. After hearing this, the two sisters immediately started training. The two men loaded the shells in unison and, imitating Tang Qing's actions, began shooting at the building in the distance again. The roar of artillery shells echoed throughout the neighborhood. The more than 500 survivors were so frightened that sweat broke out on their heads. These people have not awakened their special powers. Ever since the end of the world, the entire Fengyan community has been in turmoil. There was constant gunfire. When someone awakens his special powers, things become even more chaotic. There was only a few days of peace until Su Yang killed those people with special abilities. The whole community was in even greater commotion than before. Before, it was just the sound of gunfire. Now it has turned into a dense sound of explosions. They had already become panic-stricken and live in fear all day long. Although Su Yang did not attack them or harass them, but these people are just ordinary people after all, living in such an environment all day long. How can I not be scared? But they had no way out and dared not express any dissatisfaction. In this extremely cold apocalypse, there are survival supplies left behind by previous people. It's good enough to let them talk. What else do you want to force? It's impossible. This is the sorrow of ordinary people in the last days. You cannot even take charge of your own life. You can only go with the flow and live one day at a time. In this way, the three of them became more and more proficient through constant practice. Although he couldn't hit the target completely, he was able to keep the rocket launcher firmly on his shoulder, more adapted to the weight and recoil of the rocket launcher. The three of them spent the entire day practicing outside except for eating. It was not until the evening that the three men were finally able to fire the shells into the 11th floor. Watching the shells explode on the 11th floor, Tang Qing, Su Yunxi, and Su Muyu all had smiles on their faces. Finally finished the work. The building in the distance had been blown beyond recognition by the three men. Although it has not collapsed completely, it is already on the verge of crumbling. If there is another gust of wind, it will probably collapse. Ning Kaidai brought the three of them back to the villa. At this time, Su Yang had already prepared a large table of dishes. These are their favorite foods. And there is red wine. The arms and shoulders of the three men were numb at this time. I even couldn't lift the chopsticks. Su Yang and Ning Kaidai had no choice but to feed them themselves. Hey, after eating and drinking, Su Yang helped the three people take off their clothes. I found that the skin on their shoulders had been worn off. Even the blood stained the clothes inside. At this time, Su Yang admired them a little. They are all ordinary people who have not awakened any special abilities. But he had such a firm belief that he didn't say a word even after being tired all day. Even though his body was stained with blood, he did not complain. This shows that their willpower is very strong. Chapter 111. A Bad Start. Su Yang took out the medicine and applied it carefully to the three people. The three women did not utter a word in the face of such pain. The cold sweat on my head poured down like rain. Wait until after applying. The three of them put on bathrobes, walked into the swimming pool, and took a comfortable bath. Su Yang saw three enchanting bodies. A surge of anger welled up in my heart. He pulled Ning Kaidai into the swimming pool. 2 hours later, Su Yang carried the three girls out. Let them have a good rest. The three women slept soundly that night. But Ning Kaidai suffered a lot. It was not until the early morning of the next day that Su Yang woke up slowly. I found that there was no one around me. Get up and go downstairs. Only then did he see the breakfast the four people had left for him. He then knew that Ning Kaidai had taken the three girls to practice again. With a slight smile on his face, he ate his breakfast peacefully. The three girls practiced for another day. I have already mastered the shooting method of the RPG rocket launcher very skillfully. Can also shoot targets accurately. Ning Kaidai taught the three another shooting method. That is to shoot while lying on the ground. The three of them could even stand skillfully. I can practice very quickly while lying on my stomach. You can master it in less than an hour. I practiced like this for another day before stopping. Another day passed. Su Yang passed by a small aircraft outside. Finally, a group of people appeared in the field of vision. There were a total of 500 of these people. All of them are supernatural beings, braving the cold and walking in the snow. Kwangshan Wholesale Market is only more than 10 kilometers away from Fengyun Community. But it still took a long time to move forward in such cold and heavy snow. It is normal that we are only approaching Fengyun Community now. Su Yang watched the 500 psychics getting closer to Fengyun Community. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Then he shouted playfully, "Girls, follow me out to receive customers." Ning Kaidai and the other three girls curled their lips and changed into the high-tech combat uniforms that Su Yang gave them. He took the rocket launcher and equipment and followed Su Yang out. He didn't have to go out. However, in order to train Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing, it was decided to take them out for a trip. After all, flowers in a greenhouse will never grow. Even if the three of them did not awaken their special powers, they still had to go through the war. Only in this way can you have an unwavering heart. Su Yang helped people avoid the landmines in Fengyun Community, appeared outside the community. Then he slowly moved towards the enemy 1 kilometer away. "Captain, Fengyun Community is only 1 kilometer away. Why don't we rush over and take over the entire community so that we can report back?" someone suggested to Wang Yakin. "Okay." Wang Yakin nodded. "Brothers, you have suffered a lot in the past 3 days in order to hurry on your way. Let's have a good time once we take over Fengyun Community." He had already thought about it. After taking over Fengyun Community, all the women inside were rewarded to his subordinates. Wang Yakin clapped his hands, and the 500 men under his command. I suddenly became energetic, rushing forward madly. Boom! An explosion was heard. More than 20 people who were in the front were blown away. A 20-meter-wide pit appeared in front of us. A hot air stream blew over. There was a pungent smell of gunpowder in it. Flames shot up into the sky. The others were frightened and stopped immediately. "Oh no, there are mines!" Wang Yakin shouted, "Retreat quickly!" In fact, he didn't need to shout, as others had already realized that something was wrong. Retreat quickly. They have been fighting in the Kwangshan Wholesale Market for so long. Many people have been killed. We even encountered people with guns. This is the first time I have encountered a landmine. More than 20 companions were blown to pieces right before their eyes. I was totally confused for a moment. Everyone looked at Wang Yakin. Wang Yakin cursed inwardly. Who the hell has nothing better to do than plant landmines on the road? This guy is not deliberately ambushing us. He was afraid of causing unrest and worry among his men, so he did not say this. Instead, walked to the explosion. With a wave of his hand, a tornado formed. The snow ahead was blown into the wind. The ground about 30 meters ahead was exposed. Wang Yakin felt relieved only when he saw that there was nothing on the ground. He shouted, "I don't know which bastard buried the mine here, and we just happened to run into it. After we deal with the people in Fengyun Community, we will come back to deal with them." Wang Yakin glanced at the residential areas on both sides of the road, a hint of viciousness flashing in the corners of his eyes. It was as if he was telling his men that we were just unlucky. The mines were most likely planted by people from these two communities. "I'll deal with the other person when I get back." His younger brothers nodded, an expression of understanding. Wang Yakin gave the order again, set off again. The remaining 400 people moved forward again without any hesitation. But this time they didn't rush as fast as before. I also secretly pay attention to it. After the 100 people in front rushed out more than 50 meters, then the remaining 100 people continued to rush forward. Suddenly someone just felt like being tripped by something. One of them lost his balance and fell to the ground. Someone complained, "Fuck, you are a superpower, and you can still be tripped." "I was just careless. What's so funny?" The man stood up cursing. Then he bent down and picked up the thing that had tripped him in the snow. The moment he picked it up, his eyelids twitched wildly. I saw a heavy black object the size of a watermelon in my hand. There was still smoke coming out of the top. At this time, it was very clear what he was holding in his hand. A landmine. The man broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Just opened my mouth and screamed. With a loud bang, the mine exploded. The man's flesh and blood flew everywhere. Then a fire broke out. With him as the center of the explosion, the area within 30 meters turned into a sea of fire. More than 50 people with special abilities were reduced to ashes in the heat of thousands of degrees. More than 20 people were seriously injured on the edge of the explosion. Fell to the ground wailing. The more than 100 people at the front stood there in a daze. Neither moving forward nor moving backward is the right approach. At this time, Wang Yakan's face turned pale. I even have the urge to curse. You're lucky enough to encounter a landmine. I didn't expect there is more. They didn't even get close to the gate of Fengyun community. Almost 70 people have died. More than 20 people were injured. At once, nearly 100 combat forces were lost. Even if he completed the mission and returned this time, Wang Yakan knew that he would definitely be severely punished. Just when he didn't know what to do, suddenly, the guy in front shouted, "Captain, there are people coming. 1 man and 4 women? It seems like it's coming right at us." And they came from Fengyun community. He was holding a few large iron cylinders in his hands, which looked similar to rocket launchers. Su Yang, Ning Kaidai, and 3 other girls stood 500 meters away from each other. He looked at Wang Yakan and the others coldly and asked, "I guess you all came from the Kwangshan wholesale market, right? Your leader is Wei Hongming?" Chapter 112, Calculated to Death. Wang Yakan did not answer Su Yang's question immediately. Instead, he asked with a cold look, "You are Su Yang from Fengyun community, right? Did you plant those mines just now? Since you know my name, it seems that you were sent by Wei Hongming." Su Yang smiled and replied, "Yes, I planted the mine. It is carefully prepared for you. How about this gift? Are you satisfied with it?" Wang Yakan was furious after hearing this. "Su Yang, you are so despicable that you planted mines on the road we must pass. Shameless." Su Yang sneered, "Are you talking about yourselves? We are already in a situation where we fight to the death. Forget about me laying mines on the ground. Even if I launch missiles at your Kwangshan wholesale market, what can you do to me? It's a pity that Wei Hongming was too timid and didn't let everyone come out in full force. I just sent you guys here to die. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come out." "What a big tone," Wang Yakan said disdainfully. "With just the 5 of you, you think you can kill us all? I'm giving you a chance today. Come and surrender quickly, or I'll kill you without mercy, and you women will become my brother's playthings. I'm standing here. Come here if you have the guts." Su Yang snorted coldly, looking straight at the other party, his eyes like a sharp blade. The sting made Wang Yakan's eyes hurt. Suddenly, he felt a very dangerous feeling from Su Yang. Although the 2 sides were about 500 meters apart, but the feeling is very strong. Are there landmines ahead? Wang Yakan frowned, feeling very confused. Then he burst into laughter, looked at Su Yang and said, "Good boy. I almost fell for your provocation. You must have buried a lot of mines in the short 500-meter distance between us. You just wanted to provoke me and make me rush over with my men, so that we can all be killed by landmines. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Wang Yakan said arrogantly, "I will not let my brothers fall into danger if I know there is danger. Don't waste your energy." "Yes, there are landmines." Su Yang had no intention of hiding anything and directly said that there were a lot of landmines buried ahead. At the same time, he looked at the other party with contempt. "I am right in front of you, and you dare not step in? Why are you still showing off here? Take your people and go home quickly, so that way Hongming can come in person with his men. It's not that I look down on you. You guys are just incompetent and can't even withstand a round of bombing from my mines." After Su Yang finished speaking, he sneered again, took out a big loudspeaker in his hand, and the sound spread out quickly. "Even though I gave you a chance, you still couldn't make any use of it. We are standing here, but the other party doesn't dare to come. It's really disappointing. Let's go. It's still cold here. It's so comfortable to eat hot pot and sing songs at home." As Su Yang said this, he and Ning Kaidai and the other 3 girls turned around and were about to leave. Arrogant, arrogant. Wang Yajun finally couldn't stand the provocation anymore. With anger on his face, he roared loudly, "Su Yang, I'm going to kill you." After he finished speaking, the supernatural power in the crystal core between his eyebrows was mobilized. A powerful wind element spread throughout the body. Two rapidly rotating tornadoes appeared on Wang Yakan's body. Under his control, the two tornadoes merged together, become more powerful, flying quickly forward. All the surrounding snow was sucked into it by the powerful suction force of the tornado. The ground was exposed. The tornado extended forward for 100 meters. Only then did he stop. This is already the opponent's limit. When the tornado disappeared, the snow fell heavily. Everyone suddenly felt a vast expanse of white in front of their eyes. Wang Yakan controlled this extremely powerful tornado and cleared away all the snow within 100 meters in front of him at a rapid speed. The energy consumption is very high. Sweat broke out on his forehead. Soon it was frozen into small ice beads and fell at his feet. Even so, Wang Yakan looked at the road that had been cleared in front of him. He grinned. At a distance of 100 meters, there was not even a mine. I guess the other party was just trying to scare me. Wang Yakan snorted coldly. Bluff. Come on, brothers. Capture Su Yang and those four extremely attractive women. The people brought by Wang Yakan rushed forward without any hesitation. They had been set on fire by a landmine planted by the other side. I was very angry and furious, but they have always been wary of the power of landmines. I can only endure it and dare not move forward. Now that I realize that the other party was just bluffing, I finally feel relieved. Rush forward without hesitation. The distance of 100 meters, without any snow blocking the way, is a piece of cake for these psychics. It will arrive soon. These people had just crossed a distance of 100 meters. Then rush forward. Boom. The explosion sounded again. And it wasn't just one sound. A chain of mines was detonated. The explosion roared into the sky. The whole city was covered with flames. More than a dozen chain mines exploded one after another. More than 200 people were blown to pieces. The crystal cores fell like rain. Those following behind, retreat quickly. Even so, dozens of people were seriously injured in the explosion. At the moment the landmine exploded, Ning Kaidai used her supernatural powers to support a protective shield. They protected Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, Tang Qing, and Su Yang. Although she knew that the explosion of the mine at such a long distance could not reach them. But just in case, Ning Kaidai still did it. Snow and blood fell on the protective shield supported by supernatural powers. There was not a trace of filth on the four of them. After more than 200 people were killed by landmines again, the team of 500 people that Wang Yakan originally led had not done anything yet. There are only about 100 people left who are capable of fighting. The people who were originally ambitious are now like eggplants hit by frost. There is no fighting spirit at all. The face carries endless space. Wang Yakan's face was extremely gloomy. Seeing the enemy right in front of you, you dare not take a step forward. He felt that the other party calculated his every move exactly. It makes me feel deeply powerless. At this time, Su Yang's voice rang out again. I told you all that I had buried a lot of landmines. I told you to go back, but you refused to listen. You are such an idiot. When Wang Yakan heard these extremely sarcastic words, the anger on his face rose again. He roared, Su Yang, don't be so proud. When our army arrives, we will kill everyone in your Fengyun community without leaving a single person alive. You won't be able to see this scene. Su Yang teased, if you go back now, the casualties will be so heavy that it will be difficult for Wei Hongming to keep you alive. His words made Wang Yakan and the remaining 100 people change their expressions. Chapter 113. Bombardment. Wang Yakan's face looked extremely ugly. The other party really got it right. He brought so many people with him, but they didn't do anything and so many people died and were injured. After returning, he will definitely be severely punished by the leader Wei Hongming. The only outcome is to kill them all. Righteous military spirit. More than 100 people looked at Wang Yakan, hoping he would come up with a good idea. Now I can't go back even if I want to. They don't want to die. The only way is to capture Su Yang in front of him and destroy the entire Fengyun community. Make amends. But I don't know how many mines are ahead. The short distance of a few hundred meters was like an insurmountable chasm between them. Some people feel extremely sad when they think of the tragic deaths of their companions. My legs couldn't help but become weak. Su Yang, how about we make a deal? Wang Yakan's tone became much softer. Why do you want to make a deal with you? Su Yang asked, what qualifications do you have and what capital do you have? How about the fact that all of my more than 100 brothers are supernatural beings? Wang Yakan said in a shocking voice. As long as you provide us with a safe place, my brothers and I will all surrender to you and be at your disposal. Since I'm going to die anyway, it is better to choose to make peace with the other party. If they return to Kwangshan wholesale market, they will surely die. If they ran away, How could they resist Wei Hongming's pursuit with only more than 100 of them? Precisely because they are Wei Hongming's subordinates, they are well aware of how terrible the other party is. The only one who can save their lives at this time is Su Yang. Because the other party had buried many mines in the places that were the only way to enter Fengyun community. Even if Wei Hongming's army came, they might not be able to pass safely. They can also pretend to surrender as long as the other party tells them the safe passage. There are only 4 people on the other side, and we can take them down immediately if we get close to more than 100 people. In this way, your advancement and retreat are entirely up to you. The inevitable death outcome changes immediately. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How could Su Yang not see through the other party's thoughts? With a sneer on his face, he said to Wang Yakin, I don't even look down on more than 100 idiots like you. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're a little naive to play this trick on me. I told you before, if you want to fight, fight. If you don't want to fight, get out. Su Yang continued, I wanted to leave just now, but you insisted on provoking me. Now you have no chance to leave even if you want to. So all of you stay here. Haha. Wang Yakin laughed out loud after hearing this. You 5 people want to keep all of us here. What wishful thinking. If you have the guts, just come over here and see if I can kill you or not. Wang Yakin sneered in his heart. I was worried and didn't know what to do. The other party is so arrogant that he wants to keep them. Isn't that courting death? Just catch these 5 people and take them back. Maybe I wouldn't have to die. Wang Yakin clearly remembered what the deputy leader had told him before he arrived. We must catch this guy named Su Yang and bring him back. As long as you catch the other person, the mission is completed. By then, the merits and demerits will offset each other, and I will no longer be punished. Su Yang looked at the arrogant opponent and said calmly, You don't have to kill people yourself, just like the mines that exploded just now. I also want to keep you, but I don't need to get close to you. Killing you is easy. Su Yang had just finished speaking. Ning Kaidai, Su Yunxi, Su Muyu and Tang Qing carried the RPG rocket launchers on their shoulders. After loading the shells, he pulled the trigger directly. The shells left long trails of smoke, flying towards Wang Yakin and his group. After seeing this scene, Wang Yakin and more than 100 psychics' hearts were beating wildly. What the hell are these people? It doesn't matter if there are mines. Those 4 women were holding real rocket launchers. People with special abilities are used to dominating ordinary people. So once they encounter thermal weapons of mass destruction, they really don't know what to do, unless you are strong enough to resist. However, the strength of people like Wang Yakin is not yet at this level. The moment they saw the shells flying towards them, they turned around and ran. But how could their speed be as fast as a cannonball? Shells exploded among the crowd. 5 or 6 people were blown to pieces. The others were so frightened by the heat wave behind them that they didn't even dare to turn their heads. Then run in the direction you came from. Ning Kaidai and the other 3 girls didn't care at all about the more than 100 people running. After each of them fired a shell, they reloaded the shells. Pull the trigger without hesitation, for shells were fired again. Then continue firing. Just after each of them fired 5 shells. Su Yang waved his hand, and a large box of shells appeared in front of everyone. There are hundreds of pieces in each box. The 4 girls' eyes lit up. Without any pause, he started firing continuously. Load, aim, and fire. Reload, aim, and fire. After each person fired a dozen rounds again, the RPG rocket launchers began to turn red. It's very hot. Don't worry, there's more. Su Yang said, and waved his hand again. 4 brand new rocket launchers appeared in front of the 4 people. The 4 women threw the rocket launchers in their hands at their feet. Let the snow cool down. Pick up the new bazooka and continue shooting. After firing nearly 20 shells in a row again, the front was filled with large pits. The fleeing enemies fell one after another. More than 50 people have died. There are less than 70 people left. Wang Yakin and those who were still alive were already frightened silly. I didn't dare to stop at all and could only run for my life. They can't afford to offend such an enemy. This is a land massacre by artillery shells. Even if Wei Hongming came with all his troops, it would be a waste. The lethality of rocket launchers is not small, but it is still a little inadequate for moving targets. And the firepower coverage is still not enough. Su Yang said to Ning Kaidai and the other 2 girls, Throw down the rocket launchers in your hands. The 4 girls threw down their rocket launchers in unison. Su Yang took out 4 mortars from the space, with 4 boxes of shells. I said to them, Use this, it's more convenient. Ning Katie's eyes lit up when she saw the mortar, directly aimed at Wang Yakin and others who were fleeing. Loaded the shells into it. Bang! A shell was fired. Then fill the second round. Got kicked out again. Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing also followed her example, reloading shells. At one moment, 4 mortars opened fire at the same time. Shells were flying all over the sky, directly cover Wang Yakin and others. Watching the shells falling overhead, as dense as raindrops. More than 70 people, all of them activated their abilities to the maximum. Protect yourself, but it's of no use at all. All the shells exploded on these people. Blow up Wang Yakin and all the rest of the people to death. Chapter 114, Wrath. After killing everyone, Su Yang asked Ning Kaidai to control the electronic dog to collect all the crystal cores, then put the rocket launchers, mortars, and all the shells back into the space. He returned to the villa with the 4 girls. At this time, Su Yang found that Ning Kaidai was a little depressed. I immediately understood what the other person was thinking. Don't be discouraged. In a few days, it will be your turn to show your skills. Su Yang consoled him. The reason I didn't let you take action this time was just to train Yunqi and the other 3. When Wei Hongming and the others come in a few days, I will let you exert your full strength. Really? Ning Kaidai said with excitement. When the enemy comes, you won't use more powerful weapons to destroy them all, right? Of course it will be like this. Su Yang nodded, but I promise you, if the other party is not completely killed, I will leave the remaining people to you to deal with. Ning Kaidai nodded and agreed, okay. Although he is a small fish that escaped the net, it is good enough that he can go on the field and fight with the opponent to hone his combat power. Don't worry too much at this time. The most important thing is definitely to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. Just after everyone rested for a while, Su Yang ordered the electronic dog to put down all the crystal cores. Checked it out. He discovered that these 500 people actually provided him with 1,800 supernatural powers. Su Yang gave Ning Kaidai 300 powers without hesitation. If you swallow these crystal cores, it will be enough to raise your strength to the 3rd level of gold. When dealing with Wei Hongming and others, you can exert stronger combat power, and your own safety will be better guaranteed. Ning Kaidai didn't say much. Gladly accepted. Su Yang had told her before that to advance from silver level 9 to gold level 1 needs to devour 100 supernatural powers. At this time, she was exactly at silver level 9. After swallowing these, it is enough to greatly improve one's strength. After being promoted to gold level, not only can you evolve again, but you can also improve the strength of your previous skills. It can also awaken new superpowers. Ning Kaidai held the crystal core in her hand without hesitation. 300 supernatural powers entered the body. It brought about earth-shaking changes in her body. The level of life leaps again. The crystal core at the center of the eyebrows, which was emitting silver-white light, now turned golden, and her level was successfully upgraded to gold level 3. Ning Kaidai felt the surging energy in her body. The whole person becomes more confident. There is an infinite charm on her face that makes people obsessed. Su Yang also devoured all the supernatural powers in the crystal cores. 1,500 supernatural powers entered the body, all gathered in the lotus between the eyebrows. The moment his level was raised to king level 3, the flame in the center of the lotus burned even more vigorously. After doing all this, Su Yang and the 4 girls changed into bathrobes and jumped into the swimming pool. There is nothing more relaxing than taking a hot bath after a busy day, especially for Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing. After all, they haven't awakened their superpowers. The physique is no different from that of a normal person. It was a bit exhausting to carry such a heavy rocket launcher while fighting all the time. Soaking in the warm water, she moaned in comfort. Su Yang couldn't bear to hear that. But considering that the 3 of them were too tired, in the end, no action was taken against them. We can only target Ning Kaidai. Just like that, in an instant, the water in the swimming pool began to surge and form waves. Water splashed and mist rose. For hours later, the 2 walked out of the swimming pool amid the surprised and shy gazes of the 3 people. He was also considerate enough to change the water in the pool for the 3 girls. He used his special powers to evaporate the water drops on his body as if nothing had happened. Come to the kitchen together to cook. Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing curled their lips. They looked at each other and thought to themselves, we must awaken our abilities as soon as possible no matter what. Their small bodies were too fragile at this moment. There was no way they could stay alone with Su Yang for such a long time. If this continues, it won't be long before Ning Kaidai alone will be the only one enjoying Su Yang's favor. Even if the other person eats meat, you may not even get to drink the soup. This is not what they want to see. Su Yang didn't know what the other person was thinking. If you knew, you would definitely be very happy. The more competition there is between them, the better it will be for themselves. Su Yang has 4 girls to accompany him, and his life is very fulfilling and comfortable. But Wei Hongming and his deputy are different. I waited in the Kwangshan wholesale market for a week, but there was no news from Wang Yakin. Wei Hongming finally couldn't sit still anymore and asked, Wang Yakin has been gone for so long. Why hasn't there been any news yet? The deputy replied with a worried look on his face. I have had people check on them these past few days. Logically speaking, it's only more than 10 kilometers from here to Fengyun community. Even though the snow is very thick and traveling is inconvenient, we can still get there in 3 days at most. It only takes 1 day at most to capture the entire Fengyun community. Even if the opponent is very powerful, it would be easy for Wang Yakin and his 500 men to retreat. A week is enough for the round trip. I think there will be results today. Are you just waiting for the results? Wei Hongming asked unkindly. Can't you take the initiative to send someone to the front to take a look? I've already sent people there, but they didn't find any trace of Wang Yakin and his men along the way. The deputy's face twitched as he continued. On the 4th day, I also called Wang Yakin and his men, but the call didn't go through. What? Wei Hongming was furious. Why didn't you tell me such a big thing? We haven't been able to contact our people for such a long time. What if something happens? I've considered that it might be caused by a bad signal. The deputy quickly explained, Chief, you know that since the large-scale power outage, although there is still a signal on the phone, it's not as good as before. Sometimes there is even no signal. I think Wang Yakin and others may have encountered this situation as well. I was afraid that you would worry, so I didn't tell you in advance. Waste. Wei Hongming roared. A slap was delivered to the deputy's face, just when his hand was about to hit the other person in the face. But it stopped in front of the deputy. The other person was so scared that his body was shaking. Although Wei Hongming really wanted to continue the fight, he felt so angry that his heart was about to explode if he didn't. How could he have such a mentally retarded person under his command? And the other party is his deputy. Is it because I misjudged people and made the wrong use of them? Wei Hongming began to doubt his ability to employ people, but he still endured it. Although the opponent is stupid, he is very strong. There is a gold level second only to myself. You also need the other party to help you manage all your subordinates. If it had been his previous temper, this deputy would have been a dead body long ago. Chapter 115. The army approaches. Wei Hongming calmed himself down. Then he said, if you encounter something like this next time, notify me in time. The deputy replied shakily, yes. Then he asked, should I continue to contact them? After hearing these words, Wei Hongming's mood, which had just calmed down, almost exploded again. A surge of anger suddenly rose in my heart. I almost cursed. Fortunately, he controlled it. He roared loudly. What kind of connection is this? Wang Yakin and the 500 people he took with him must have died long ago. The deputy's face changed drastically when he heard this. No, that's unlikely. There are 500 psychics here, and they are led by Wang Yakin, a silver level 9 expert. No matter how strong the Fengyun community is, they can't kill them all in one swift move. And no news can be sent back at all. How can this be impossible? Wei Hongming said with a cold look in his eyes. Can you please stop thinking in the past? Now is the era of national awakening. There are many people who have awakened their superpowers. As long as the other party has enough survival supplies, they can continue to recruit psychics in the surrounding area. And Su Yang just happens to have a lot of survival supplies, even more than we do. Maybe Fengyun community is already very strong, and the 500 people before were just delivering food to them. Chief, what should we do then? The deputy lowered his head, not knowing what to do for a moment. If we fail to defeat the enemy, they can continue to expand their strength by relying on those survival supplies. It will be much more difficult to defeat the opponent in the future. Even when the enemy becomes strong enough, you can destroy your side. This is something he doesn't want to see. What else can we do? We can only fight. Wei Hongming said, no matter how many people the other party has conquered or how strong they are, we must fight and destroy them. After all, we have already torn our faces apart. It has become a situation where there is no end but death. This is also my fault. Wei Hongming sighed and said, when I talked to Su Yang on the phone before, he was so arrogant. I should have thought that his strength should not be weak, but I ignored it. But even though Su Yang used survival supplies to win over many people, his initial base was not as large as ours, his subordinates were definitely not as strong as ours, and they were not as loyal as ours. Those people he recruited must have ulterior motives. Even if he has the same number of people as we do, they are not as powerful as ours. After all, our people have been tempered through constant fighting. although Wei Hongming had conducted some investigations on Su Yang. But that is after the end of the world. All I know is that the other party lives in Fengyan community and has a villa there. Not much else is known. The more than 500 people he sent out were all killed, and he thought it was done by the enemy's men. It is impossible to imagine, whether before or after the end of the world. Su Yang never thought about forming a force from the beginning to the end. When there are too many people, unstable factors will appear. He would not allow these discordant elements to arise. With so many weapons of mass destruction, we are not afraid of any force. Oneself is the greatest force. I wouldn't bother to set it up. Still the same sentence. How wonderful it is to live happily with your woman in a warm villa like spring. Why bother? If Su Yang knew that the other party thought he had formed a huge force, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Laugh at your enemy's stupidity. With Wei Hongming's thinking, he could never have imagined that all his people were killed simply by artillery shells. As a Daxia person, the deep-rooted idea in my mind is that individuals simply do not have weapons of mass destruction. So before I saw it, I would never think about it in this way. After listening to his analysis, the deputy pondered for a long time. Tian raised his head and looked at the other party and asked, "Leader, when do we set out?" "Wait a little longer and see if Wang Yakin and his men can come back." Wei Hongming replied, "If they can't come back tonight, gather all the brothers tomorrow morning and head to Fengyun community. Destroy the enemy in one fell swoop." "Yes." The deputy turned and walked out. "Go to the Kwangshan wholesale market in person and wait for Wang Yakin's people. Hope someone can escape back. See if we can get some information about the other side from these people. Get to know more about Su Yang and his gang." But he was disappointed. I waited until night, but no one came back. The phone call was unavailable. Only then did he completely believe what Wei Hongming said, that these people might have all been killed. Early the next morning, the deputy gathered all the psychics in the Kwangshan wholesale market. Only 100 or so people with special powers, and those who have not awakened their special powers are left to guard the house. At Wei Hongming's command, more than 6,000 other people set off towards Fengyun community. Wei Hongming and his deputy were sitting in the car. Someone was clearing the snow ahead. Due to the large number of people, more than 6,000 psychics took turns clearing the snow. A path was soon cleared. Wei Hongming's car can move forward unimpeded. In less than 5 hours, the people from Kwangshan wholesale market had arrived 2 kilometers away from Fengyun community. They were only 1 kilometer away from entering the minefield that had been set up previously. Su Yang had already detected such a large group of people through a flying vehicle. Sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu were very excited as they watched so many people with special abilities coming on the screen. Asked, "Boss, should we go out and meet them?" After the last kill, the 2 sisters still couldn't forget it. "I want to show off my skills this time too." Anyway, they know that their boss has too many weapons of mass destruction. It is easy to deal with these people, and our side is not afraid of encountering danger at all. "No need," Su Yang replied with a smile. "Let them feel the fear deep into their bones first. If we go out now, wouldn't it be a waste of the mines laid by Kaidai? The mines have been buried and must be used." Faced with so many people with special abilities, Su Yang never thought about going out. Even if they go out, they will not let Su Yunxi and her 2 sisters and Tang Qing and the other 3 people who have not awakened their special powers go out. Wait until Wei Hongming and his group are almost all killed. Just let Ning Kaidai go out and clean up the mess. "Come, sit over here and watch the show with me." Su Yang patted his legs. The 2 sisters sat on it very obediently. Watching the screen, Wei Hongming and his group slowly approached. A distance of 1 kilometer is easy for more than 6,000 psychics. The snow ahead was cleared. Just as hundreds of people continued to clean up with shovels, a man suddenly felt his shovel hit something hard. Chapter 116 Heavy Casualties. The man exerted force and used the shovel to pick up the black, round object into the air. "Damn, it's a landmine," the man shouted after seeing clearly what was in front of him. "There are no mines." Someone joked, "Do you think we are playing a mine war?" Before he could finish, the mine exploded with a bang. 50 or 60 people around were reduced to ashes. When others saw this scene, their mouths widened in shock. "Fuck, there really is a landmine. What exploded?" Wei Hongming heard a loud explosion in the back. Then I saw flames rising into the sky ahead. 50 or 60 people were blown away. The body was devoured by the fire and died. Frowning, "There are mines ahead." A man who was clearing snow ran over and reported, "More than 60 brothers were killed in the explosion." When the deputy heard this, his expression also changed. It seems that Su Yang has anticipated that we will come to retaliate against him, and he has buried mines here in advance, just to stop us. Wei Hongming said in a deep voice. Don't be afraid, brothers. Continue to clear the snow, and cheer up. There won't be many mines, so let them be careful. As for those brothers who died, we must help them take care of their families. At the same time, you can divide their crystal cores. The young man who was clearing the snow's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then he ran forward. I didn't expect such a good thing to happen during my trip. There is an unwritten rule in Kwangshan wholesale market. That is, if a person with special abilities dies while performing a mission, the other party's family is taken care of by the living. It's called care, but in fact it just becomes someone else's private property. If there are women, the young and beautiful ones will be taken away by others. As for the elderly men, it doesn't matter whether they are taken care of or not. Now that the person is dead, how can he still take care of his family? That's why that person was so happy just now. Not only can you get the families of your deceased companions, but you can also get their crystal cores to further improve your strength. After he went back, he repeated Wei Hongming's order. Those who were originally a little scared now became alert. At the same time, another 50 or 60 people were added to help remove the snow. At this time they all became cautious. But the mines buried by Ning Kaidai are very particular. The distance is also controlled just right. No matter how careful he is, you can still encounter it. Once again, an anti-personnel mine exploded. The explosion covered an area of 30 meters, and more than 100 people died. Seeing someone die again, Wei Hongming was furious. He got out of the car with his deputy. Go to the front and command in person. Everyone put down your shovels. Those who have long-range attack skills should step forward and use their supernatural powers to clear the snow. After he gave the order, a group of people came up and absorbed the crystal cores of the more than 100 psychics who were killed in the explosion. More than 200 people stepped forward. Use supernatural powers. The supernatural power rolled up the snow on the ground and cleared the road. 100 meters ahead, several mines exploded one after another. Only then did Wei Hongming and his friends see countless large pits on the ground. All of them were bombed. It seems that Wang Yakin and the others all died in the landmines. Wei Hongming shook his head. He secretly hated in his heart. If I knew who planted the mine, I would cut him into pieces. He knew that the appearance of these landmines must be related to Su Yang. Looking at the countless deep holes on the ground, Wei Hong knew that the car could not be driven anymore. I can only walk on 2 legs. He said to his subordinates, continue to clear the snow. If the superpowers are used up, switch to the next group of people. Try to get to Fengyun community before dark. The more than 200 men did not hesitate at all. Use your supernatural powers together again. The snow was cleared again. 100 meters ahead, a number of mines exploded in the air again. The deputy waved his hand and the others followed. After walking a few steps, one of them suddenly stepped on a landmine. The mine was buried in the pit where the previous explosion had occurred. When the explosion occurred, the scorching temperature melted the snow. The snow and water filled the pit. Because the temperature was so low, it froze quickly. Ning Kaidai buried 2 mines inside. The 200 psychics did not trigger them when they were clearing the snow. At the same time, the 2 mines were blocked by the ice and no one noticed them. Just when someone stepped on it. Explosion. These 2 mines are extremely powerful. More than 500 people were killed directly. More than 300 people were injured. A large pit over 100 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. The surroundings have already changed beyond recognition. Wei Hongming's eyes were extremely cold. Cursing continuously, he led the team himself and came out in full force. Fengyun community is right in front of us. There are only 200 or 300 meters left. But there were heavy casualties. If the rusticity problem is not solved in time, it will be a serious blow to his prestige. Damn it! Wei Hongming cursed. The enemy is so shameless that they dare not fight us openly. Instead, so many mines were buried here, trying to stop our army's advance. It's so shameless. When we rush into Fengyun community, we will kill everyone there without mercy. Wei Hongming's words undoubtedly ignited the anger of all his subordinates. They have been fighting for a long time since awakening their superpowers. I have been through hundreds of battles, but I have never encountered such a shameless enemy. What era is this? Are you still playing with landmines? But it's true, facing these landmines, they really can't think of any good solution. Leader. At this time, a man stood up and said, I have awakened the metal power. The defense is extremely strong and is not afraid of these mines. I will lead the way for the brothers in front. As long as the ground I pass by does not explode, the brothers will move forward along the path I am taking. Wei Hongming and his deputies were very happy to see someone take the initiative to step forward. Wei Hongming looked at this subordinate who was only at the silver level, nodded and said, "If you can do it, it will undoubtedly be a great achievement. After you take over Fengyan community, I will promote you to captain and lead a team of 500 superpowers. I will reward you with 3 18-year-old girls, and you will also receive an extra 50 kilograms of food and 3 barrels of 10 kilograms of mineral water every day." When the others heard this, they were instantly filled with envy and secretly hated that they had not awakened metal abilities. This kid really reached the top overnight. You can become a captain at the silver level, and your strength will increase rapidly in the future. You will also get more resources. This is just a small matter. The key is the 3 18-year-old girls and the extra 50 kilograms of food and 30 kilograms of mineral water they received every day. Women can enjoy themselves, and when they have enough food and water, they don't have to worry about supplies. You can also support a lot of women. With these, he would undoubtedly be a small local emperor. "Chief, we are also people who have awakened the metal power." When he said this, more than 20 people stood up and volunteered. "We are also willing to clear the way for the brothers." Chapter 117. Crazy, filling the gap with the lives of his own men. Faced with the promise of promotion, wealth, and generous rewards for women, they could not resist the temptation. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Take a chance, and your bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. As long as I succeed and survive this time, it will be enough for me to live a life of wealth and glory. "Good, you have great courage." Wei Hongming praised. "The same goes for you. As long as you complete the task, you will also receive the reward I just mentioned." More than 20 people had smiles on their faces. After looking at each other, take a deep breath and prepare to charge forward. The first person to ask for help took the lead. His entire body was wrapped in metal, and his entire body was glowing with a cold metallic glow. Feet sank into the snow. Without any pause, just keep rushing forward. The 20-odd people saw the man and rushed out. They were not to be outdone. He also rushed out. Boom. The mine exploded behind him. The high temperature, air currents, fragments of mine explosions, and steel balls hit his back. The beating made a loud noise. Someone with strong strength blocked it and continued to run forward. Some people who were not very strong were directly killed in the explosion. The body was broken into 2 halves. Some were even blown to pieces. It was like steel that had been blown to pieces, without a trace of blood. The ground was littered with corpses. After the first round, nothing happened except the person who ran out first. He also ran the farthest and had already arrived at the entrance of Fengyan community. Just stood at the door waiting for the army to arrive. The others who were not killed in the explosion also followed. Originally, there were more than 20 people. Was there anyone killed directly by the explosion? 3 people were injured, but they looked like nothing happened. After all, the whole body is metallized. If you get hurt, you won't bleed and you won't feel much pain. The vitality is very strong. There is no need to be afraid of a minor injury. Wei Hongming and his deputies saw many more mines exploding. My heart was in my throat. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. And the survivors have already arrived at the gate of Fengyan community. He didn't have even a minute to mourn for his dead men. Ask someone to collect the crystal cores. With a wave of the hand, the army set off, following the path taken by those metal-powered minions. Walk forward for more than 100 meters. Not a single mine exploded. After walking another 200 meters, there was still no mine explosion. It's only the last 100 meters to the gate of Fengyan community. Suddenly, there was a roar of mines. A large chain minefield was accidentally stepped on by someone. More than 40 powerful mines exploded one after another. Some people didn't even have a chance to react. Directly killed by the explosion. The hot air waves melted everything. Shrapnel and steel balls flew out in all directions. More than 1,000 people were killed instantly. It seemed that all the shrapnel and steel balls were about to hit more people. Wei Hongming's deputy stood up directly. He pushed his hands forward and shouted, "Extreme freeze!" A huge cold current appeared, quickly condensed into an ice wall. The debris, steel balls, and the airflow from the explosion were all frozen. It saved many people from disaster. The deputy snapped his fingers lightly, and the shattered shrapnel and steel balls of the ice wall fell into the snow at his feet. Others breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Hongming's heart was bleeding at this moment. He roared, "I will not be a human being if I don't kill you." The sound spread into Fengyan community. Everyone heard it clearly. Even Su Yang, who was in the villa, heard it. Su Yang smiled and ignored the other party. He thought to himself, "Come on if you have the guts. I want to see how many of your men can get through this mine array." After the roar, Wei Hongming gradually calmed down, although he felt very sad that so many of his men died at once. But he wasn't terribly worried. At this point, he had already seen through the reason why the other party had buried so many mines on the road they had to pass. In order to stop his army, the other party definitely did not recruit many people with special abilities by doing this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have resorted to this method. As long as we can enter Fengyan community, we can catch Su Yang. There is no need to worry even if all your men are dead. He had so many survival supplies, plus Su Yang's. Recruiting another large army of psychics is not a problem at all. Wei Hongming said in a cold voice, "Everyone keep moving forward and join the dozen brothers ahead." When others heard this, they were very scared, but still moved forward. Fortunately, I arrived at the gate of Fengyan community after being frightened all the way. No more mines exploded. It gave them a sigh of relief. I saw the person behind me finally caught up. The dozen or so people with metal-enabled abilities were the first to enter the community. Especially the first one. He is the fastest and most aggressive. Even seeing so many people being killed in the explosion, it didn't make him waver in the slightest. At the same time, this person is also lucky. Run another 200 meters. And didn't step on many landmines. Even if a landmine exploded, it would be blocked by his metal body. The dozen or so people behind him looked at him. Everyone is envious. But since I had already asked for the order, I could only run forward again. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to sound. Again, 7 people were killed. At that time, only 5 people who had awakened metal powers were left. Including the lucky one before, there are only 6 left. Wei Hongming commanded all his men to follow the footsteps of those men, or walk through an area where a mine has exploded. It is indeed much safer. At a distance of 200 meters, only 2 mines exploded. In total, more than 100 people were killed. After collecting all the crystal cores, 6 people who have awakened metal powers set out again. The first person to rush out was that man. The man rushed out more than 300 meters in one go. Still no mines hit. Just when the other party was secretly happy about his good luck. Take a step forward. This time his luck ran out. A mine exploded beneath my feet. This mine is extremely powerful. The moment it exploded, the surrounding temperature rose to nearly 3,000 degrees. The other party didn't even have a chance to react. Even if the whole body has been metallized, under high temperature, it melts directly. The body turned into molten iron. A crystal core emitted a silvery white light in the flame. 3 of the remaining 5 people who had awakened metal powers died again. Only the last 2 are left. At this moment, the 2 of them looked at each other and their legs felt a little weak. Wei Hongming doesn't care about these things. If a person dies, he dies. He just needed to let the rest of his men follow the path those people had taken. Even if a few more mines explode, it doesn't matter if 300 or 400 people were killed. Even if it costs our lives today, we must create a passage. Catch Su Yang. Just wait until the remaining people die again. The 2 of them also tested the distance of 400 meters. Wei Hongming asked people to continue moving forward. Su Yang's villa can be seen at this time. No one is willing to step on the landmines. Wei Hongming didn't care and ordered, "Everyone, rush to the villa ahead." Chapter 118. Annihilation. In fact, Wei Hongming and the others were still a long way from Su Yang's villa. But the enemy is right in front of us. Wei Hongming couldn't stand it anymore. If we delay any further, we will waste time and our men will be killed by landmines. It would be better to let all his men cross this minefield as quickly as possible. As many as can survive. Anyway, he had already guessed that Su Yang might not have recruited anyone with special abilities. Moreover, it is possible that everyone in Fengyan community had been dealt with by the other party. Otherwise, the other party would not have been able to lay so many mines inside and outside the community without any scruples. Since you haven't recruited any men, as long as my people can break through this minefield, in the end, I will definitely be the winner. This is Wei Hongming's idea. After his men received the order, they all gritted their teeth and rushed forward. One runs faster than the other. They also know that as long as they run faster, their mortality rate will decrease. From the time they waded through the minefield with all their might, explosions continued to sound. One by one, the companions were devoured. Some companions also fell down and never got up again. But those who are running forward have no extra energy to care about their companions. I don't want to see what happens to them. Just run forward desperately. Some people are lucky. We drove fast all the way without being hit by landmines. Finally arrived in front of Su Yang's villa, waiting for the follow-up large force. Finally, when everyone had passed the minefield and arrived 50 meters in front of the villa, Of the more than 6,000 people with special abilities that Wei Hongming originally led, only 1,000 were left. These 1,000 people are all very powerful and have good luck. Wei Hongming came to Su Yang's villa. I saw that the yard was covered with glass. Precious flower seeds are planted inside, and the flowers are in full bloom. It's so beautiful. There is also a water system inside, with 30 koi swimming happily in it. A very large swimming pool, steaming. This is a complete paradise, isolated from the ice and snow world outside. After seeing this, Wei Hongming became extremely jealous. I had the idea of owning this villa. Not only him, but even his subordinates were going crazy with envy when they saw that there was such a paradise after the end of the world. I am very excited about this villa. If you can occupy it and live in it in the future, it will naturally be wonderful. Just when Wei Hongming was about to order an attack, Su Yang, wearing a bathrobe, walked out of the living room with the 4 girls. Right in the yard, we looked at each other through a layer of glass. Wei Hongming and others were stunned when they saw the 4 girls. This is especially true when seeing the 2 sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. The twin sisters were much more beautiful than the top female stars they saw on TV. I was wondering why it was so noisy outside. It turns out that an old friend is here. Su Yang chuckled and said, Wei Hongming, are you satisfied with the gift I gave you along the way? Hearing Su Yang's mocking words, Wei Hongming's face was filled with anger. Su Yang, you didn't expect that even though you laid so many mines along the way, you still couldn't stop me. Wei Hongliang sneered. I didn't expect that in addition to hoarding so many supplies, you actually have such a comfortable villa. And there are 4 top-notch girls accompanying her. I have to say you rich people really know how to enjoy life. Even though the end of the world has been here for such a long time, it still hasn't affected your quality of life. But from today on, everything you have will cease to exist. All your belongings, the villa, and those 4 women will all be mine. I'm going to take everything from you. You talk too much nonsense, Su Yang said coldly. Although you used the lives of your own men to pile up a passage, so what? Do you think you can do anything to me with just these few people? Even if I give you 10,000 chances, it will be useless. I have been waiting for you here for a long time, just waiting for you to come and die. Humph, you're still stubborn even when you're about to die. Wei Hongming snorted coldly. I wonder how long you can keep being so arrogant. Everyone rush over together. Whoever can catch this man first will be rewarded by me. I will let him have fun with one of these 4 women for 3 days. Wei Hongming gave the order. He has more than 1,000 subordinates, all with supernatural powers spread all over their bodies. Rushed towards the villa. Boom. An explosion sounded. A mine exploded. More than 100 people died. The others were so scared that they quickly retreated. Wei Hongming didn't expect Su Yang to be so afraid of death that he even buried landmines next to the villa. Just when everyone was filled with fear, Wei Hongming gave the order. The enemy is right in front of us. We must capture him at all costs. His men were stunned for a moment. Just when he was about to rush forward, Su Yang's voice rang out. Since you don't know whether to live or die, then all of you should stay here. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a noise on the 4th floor of the villa. A piece of the roof was opened. A close-in defense gun like a Gatling gun slowly rose up. This close-in defense gun can fire shells larger than 20 millimeters. Nearly 20,000 artillery shells can be fired in 1 minute. And it can automatically lock onto the target and track it. Can intercept missiles falling from high altitude. Although these men used to fight Wei Hongming were a bit of a waste of their talents, but the battle can be resolved as quickly as possible. The moment this close-in defense gun was raised, Wei Hongming and his deputies felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He shouted, Everyone give up the attack and retreat. It's too late to leave. Su Yang's voice was like a soul-locking demon from hell. The close-in defense gun opened fire instantly. The barrel rotates rapidly. Strings of fire snakes emerged. A powerful artillery shell was fired. Wei Hongming's men were cut off in half. Some were even beaten into minced meat, even though they retreated quickly. But it's not as fast as a bullet, and there is no way to avoid it. No matter how they escaped, they were all hit by the shells. A full minute later, all of Wei Hongming's men were killed. The ground was littered with broken limbs. The blood dyed the surrounding snow red. Some were even beaten into a pulp. The crystal core fell below. Wei Hongming had forgotten to devour the crystal core on the ground. He and his deputy were so frightened that their legs went weak. Too cruel, the deputy said tremblingly. 6,000 psychics, and they were all killed without even touching the opponent's finger. Where did he get all those weapons of mass destruction? You ask me, Who should I ask? Wei Hongming cursed. Only then did he realize that all of his men, except this deputy, had been wiped out. There was no longer any thought of continuing to be an enemy of Su Yang in his mind. I wonder which good person would install a close-in weapon system on the roof of his house for no reason. Isn't this bullying people with special abilities? Even though people with special abilities are much stronger than ordinary people, they are no match for these mines and close-in defense guns. Chapter 119. Ning Katie's Power. Don't just stand there. Follow me. Wei Hongming said to his deputy. Let's go. Can we still leave? The deputy was already frightened out of his wits. Why can't we leave? Wei Hongming said coldly. We are all gold-level masters. Although we have blocked the opponent's heavy firepower output, they can't stop us if we want to leave. I have observed for a long time that there may not be many people in the entire Fengyun community, and the number of people with special abilities is limited. The other side doesn't have the energy to send people to hunt us down. As long as we can return to our base camp alive, with so many survival supplies, we will be able to quickly form a large team again. It will not affect the future competition in Jeju City. The deputy nodded, turned around and followed Wei Hongming. Suddenly, there was a roar of a drone from behind. Hundreds of drones with special powers were targeting them. As long as the two dare to take a step, they will be bombed directly. Naturally, Su Yang heard clearly what Wei Hongming said. He mocked, It's already this late, and you're still dreaming. It's impossible for you to leave. Su Yang, what do you want? Wei Hongming's face was extremely gloomy. You can't be ashamed to kill someone. Since you didn't kill us just now, what do you mean by not letting us leave now? Wei Hongming roared loudly. I admit that I underestimated the enemy. I originally thought that you would recruit a lot of people with special abilities to fight for you. I didn't expect you would plant so many mines on my path. Most of my men were blown to death. What I didn't expect was that you even had a close-in defense gun. With our current strength, we are not able to defeat you. No match for your high-tech weapons. But you think you can kill our two gold-level masters with those drones and close-in defense guns? You are underestimating us. Gold level, so what? Su Yang sneered. It's easy to kill you. I didn't kill you just now because you are still useful to me. If you still want to escape without knowing what's good for you, as soon as I give the order, those drones will instantly drop a large number of artillery shells and bombs to blow you to pieces without leaving a trace. If you don't believe me, just try it. Seeing Su Yang so confident, Wei Hongming didn't dare to gamble. He has already seen the other party's methods. Knowing how terrifying the other party is. If I give him another chance, I will never choose to provoke the other party. Why didn't I think of this at the time? How could someone who could hoard so many supplies not have the means to protect himself? What do you want? Wei Hongming asked with gritted teeth. You either kill us or let us go. You can't just let us stand here as punishment, right? Since you want to leave, I'll give you a chance. Su Yang smiled and said to the two of them, As long as you can defeat my subordinate, I can let you go. If you lose, you will die. Su Yang pointed at Ning Kaidai. Wei Hongming and his deputy looked at each other. His eyes lit up. The two of them thought they were very powerful. Can't you handle a woman? He immediately nodded in agreement. Ning Kaidai was wearing the high-tech combat uniform that Su Yang gave her. It makes the figure look extremely attractive. She is both heroic and beautiful. It gives people an endless reverie. On his back was a tang sword that Su Yang had spent 1 million to make. The whole person's temperament is filled with a solemn and murderous aura. Walk slowly to the glass. The glass in the courtyard opened automatically. After Ning Kaidai went out, it closed automatically again. Become a perfect fit. End the battle as soon as possible. Wei Hongming saw the opponent walking towards him. He whispered to his deputy, If you can take him down, try to do it. If not, just kill him. Don't hold back. The deputy nodded. He pushed with both hands, extremely frozen. A strong cold current rushed towards Ning Kaidai. A thick wall of ice condensed along the way. The temperature dropped rapidly within a radius of 100 meters. It even dropped to more than 100 degrees below zero. Wearing the high-tech combat uniform given to him by Su Yang. Even though Ning Kaidai didn't use her special abilities, she didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. Base. The tang sword was unsheathed. A knife chopped forward. Many knife shadows appeared. The cold air that was rushing towards him was cut apart by a knife. The ice wall ahead exploded. Ning Kaidai turned into a residual shadow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the deputy's eyes. A knife slashed towards the local's neck. The ice dragon roars, the deputy yelled. An ice dragon as thick as a bucket rushed out of the body. A breath of icy flame was exhaled. He wanted to freeze the tang sword that Ning Kaidai was chopping at him, looking at the blade that is constantly solidifying. The supernatural power in Ning Kaidi's body rushed into the blade. The tang sword shook, and the ice was shaken away. A bright light burst out from the tang sword. A knife slashed the ice dragon. The ice dragon's huge body was split into two. It turned into ice chips and fell into the snow at feet. Then a burst of sword light burst out from the tang sword in Ning Kaidi's hand. He yelled, "Die!" At an extremely fast speed, he stabbed the opponent's chest with a knife. Ning Kaidai was originally a Special Forces soldier. She learned the skills of a killer in the army, which meant she specialized in putting the enemy to death. What's more, the supernatural power she awakened was that of martial arts. It allows her to fully display her various moves. Moreover, he is already a gold level 3 psychic. The opponent is only at gold level 1, so he is no match for me no matter what. The knife went straight to the opponent's vital point. The deputy's face changed drastically. Facing the opponent's extremely vicious knife, gather all supernatural powers into yourself. Freeze yourself in it. Bang! The tang sword stabbed into the ice. The ice continued to break. It looked like it was about to collapse. Wei Hongming couldn't bear it any longer. She had already seen that the other party's level was higher than hers. If you watch your men being killed, then the next one to die will definitely be yourself. Wei Hongming roared. A huge shock wave rushed towards Ning Kai. The shock wave is very powerful. The snow around was shaken up, and there is no form yet. Ning Kaidai sensed danger. Take back the tang sword. Slash forward in front of yourself. The blade light burst out. Chop that invisible shock wave into pieces. Then he drew his sword and slashed at the deputy. The ice around the deputy shattered and his head was chopped off. After seeing this scene, Wei Hongming retreated quickly. Want to distance himself from Ning Kaidai. He has an advantage in ranged attacks. If you let the other party get close to you, you will be the only one to die. Just at the moment Wei Hongming stepped back, Ning Kaidai took a step forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Ha! Wei Hongming roared again. This time, all the shock waves rushed towards Ning Kaidai who was moving. The tang sword in Ning Kaidi's hand produced sword flowers. Smashed the shock wave. At an incredible angle, a knife hit Wei Hongming on the head. I'm so unwilling. Wei Hongming's body fell to the ground and died. Chapter 120. One wave has not yet subsided. Another wave rises. Ning Kaidai killed Wei Hongming and his deputies cleanly and efficiently. Su Yang sent out an electronic dog to clean up the battlefield. Collect all the crystal cores. Ning Kaidai was assisting outside. At the same time, use drones to remove all the bodies. After getting everything done, suddenly, there was a roar outside Fengyun community. Su Yang quickly mobilized the small analyzer. Then I saw more than a dozen tanks coming at high speed. Dozens of armored vehicles followed behind. Kaidai, come in quickly. There are enemies outside. Su Yang's voice just fell. A dozen tanks have already driven in. A shell was fired at a building in the community. The roof was blown to pieces. Concrete was flying everywhere. The tank is very fast. After firing a shell, there is no pause. Go straight to Su Yang's villa. Su Yang's face was cold. It seems that the other party is coming for me. Quickly call all the electronic dogs back to the villa. At the same time, Ning Kaidai was also allowed in. The other party just killed Wei Hongming and his deputy, but they were not satisfied at all. At this time, I saw a lot of people coming. His eyes immediately lit up. It looks like we can start again. But she was not stupid enough to fight the enemy's tanks head-on. Wei Hongming and his people could not withstand the heavy firepower attack. I can't stop it myself. It won't be too late to attack again after destroying the enemy's tanks and armored vehicles. More than a dozen tanks rushed forward without hesitation. Just then, there was a loud bang. An anti-tank mine exploded. A tank was blown to pieces. The man driving the tank inside was killed. Although Wei Hongming's men had detonated most of the mines before, but there are still a lot of mines that have not been detonated. They are buried in various places in the community. The tank is so large that it is like a steel fortress. As long as the other party comes towards the villa, it will be impossible to hide. A tank was seen exploding. The other tanks stopped. The armored vehicle behind suddenly encountered a mine. It is also a very powerful anti-tank mine. More than 50 people with special abilities in the car were also killed in the explosion. The other armored vehicles also stopped. Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin jumped off the armored vehicle. The moment Su Yang saw Wang Jiamin, his face turned cold. The other party actually brought people to attack him. Could it be that the other party had a backup plan when building the war fortress for themselves? If this is true, everyone in Jianlong's security group will die. If I hadn't stockpiled so many heavy firepower weapons, I would really be afraid that the other party would have a backup plan. But now my own strength is extremely powerful. A large number of heavy firepower weapons are installed in the villa. Wang Jiamin certainly couldn't have imagined this. Then I'll give him a surprise. Let him know the consequences of having ideas about me. When Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin came, one was only at gold level 2 and the other was at gold level 1. But he hunted many people with special abilities along the way. The strength is growing rapidly. Tian Quan's level at this time has reached gold level 7. Wang Qianming gold level 6. And their subordinates are also extremely powerful. There are more than a dozen at the gold level alone. There are also countless silver level 9 ones. Most people have reached the silver level, so they are full of confidence. Even outside the community, there are many big pits. Although I knew it was caused by a shell explosion, I wasn't afraid at all. Until a tank and an armored vehicle were blown to pieces. I had a bad feeling in my heart. Tian Quan looked at the large pits and the smell of explosives everywhere on the ground and said in a serious tone, "There has just been a big battle here. It seems that the enemy used landmines to kill all the invaders. I didn't expect the enemy's mines to be so powerful that they could even destroy our tanks and armored vehicles. We really underestimated this guy named Su Yang. We didn't expect he could get these things. If there hadn't been some unknown enemy who had laid most of the mines for us, we would have been in a really difficult situation. If we want to reach the other party's villa, the casualties may be much greater than this." "Old classmate, what do you think we should do next?" Tian Quan changed the subject and looked at Wang Jiamin. Wang Jiamin pondered for a while and said, "I didn't expect Su Yang to be able to get so many mines. But so what? Someone has already helped us clear most of the mines. Even if there are some ahead, there shouldn't be many. Get everyone out of the armored vehicle. Tanks and armored vehicles all move forward. Let's follow." "Okay." Tian Quan nodded. There was waving. The armored door opened and everyone inside got out, holding a gun weapon in hand. Then the roar of tanks and engines was heard. Tanks still lead the charge. The armored vehicle drove behind, driving towards Su Yang's villa. Boom. Another mine exploded. Although this mine is quite powerful, it is not an anti-tank mine. But it did not cause any damage to the tank. The tank passed through the thick smoke and flames and continued to move forward without stopping. The armored vehicle bypassed the big pit and followed. After blasting a few more times, only one armored vehicle was destroyed. More than a dozen tanks were lined up in a row 100 meters away from Su Yang's villa. All opened fire at the villa. For the missiles launched, Su Yang had a sneer on his face. Nothing was done. Let the shells hit the walls of the villa and the glass in the yard. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen roars were heard. The entire villa was surrounded by fire. Su Yang and Ning Kaidai inside were not affected at all. Even the walls that were directly hit by the explosion and the glass in the yard were not damaged at all. The flowers in the yard are still blooming and the koi are still swimming. Tian Quan led 1,500 psychics armed with real guns and ammunition to the villa. I happened to see Su Yang sitting leisurely in the yard. "Su Yang, long time no see." Wang Jiamin said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be living a good life. It seems that when you asked us at Jianlong's security group to build a safe fortress for you, you had already thought about the end of the world and made preparations in advance. I want to know how you plan everything out." Su Yang shook his head and said, "How can I be so perfect in my plan? If I really had that ability, why didn't I expect that you would bring people to rob my villa? If I had known that your Jianlong security group had no credibility, I would not have let you help me build it. I wasted 3 billion. It's the end of the world now." Wang Jiamin said coldly, "There is no order in the world now. Whoever hits with his fist has the final say. What credibility is there? Now that I'm here, you know my purpose. I advise you to hand over the villa. As you can see, I have more than a dozen tanks and so many men with real guns and live ammunition. Even if your villa is strong, how long can it withstand it?" After hearing the other party's words, Su Yang felt relieved. Originally, he thought that the other party had a backup plan when building this safe fortress. Can be opened from the inside. But after hearing what the other party said, he immediately understood. The other party simply couldn't open it. I say this just to put pressure on myself. Want to defeat the enemy without fighting. Chapter 121. People should have self-knowledge. Since the other party has not left any backup plan, I'm not afraid of him at all. Su Yang slowly stood up and waved his hand, and Su Yunxi and Su Muyu appeared. Someone brought him a bottle of red wine. One of them lit a cigar for him. Su Yang first took a sip of red wine and then took a puff of his cigar. Smoke rings were slowly exhaled. He looked at Wang Jiamin coldly and said, "You brought so many people and came all the way to me, just to say this nonsense? You can have my war fortress, but it depends on whether you have the strength. If you can't break into my villa, no matter how much you say, it's all bullshit. If you really have this ability, I can still look up to you, but you are just like my previous enemies, a useless waste." Wang Jiamin was very angry when someone pointed at his nose and scolded him. Just as he was about to fight back, he was interrupted by Tian Quan. The other party asked with a faint smile on his face, "I guess you're brother Su Yang. I've heard Jiamin talk about you before. You said you had a lot of money and asked him to build this super luxurious and extremely safe shelter 3 months in advance. It makes me long for it. I also admire people like you very much." Tian Quan said this and lit a cigarette. He took a puff and said, "I guess you may have predicted that the end of the world would come. I really admire your ability to predict danger. Although your security fortress is very strong and even a nuclear bomb cannot penetrate it, have you ever thought about it? It wouldn't be pleasant if we were trapped in it forever. Although we cannot break into this fortress for the time being, we can prevent you from leaving. And we have enough patience to keep attacking your villa with these tanks and guns. As long as time goes by, it will be breached sooner or later. And we have so many people, 24 hours a day, non-stop attack. Do you think you can have time to rest?" The other party seemed to be speaking nonchalantly. "In fact, every word is a threat to yourself." Su Yang said coldly, "Are you scaring me? Do you think these threats will work on me? Your companions should know better than you how strong the defense of this safe fortress is. Besides, I have 4 adorable little beauties accompanying me. So what if I never go out for the rest of my life? You want to waste time with me, but can you afford it? There are so many of you, and you need to consume huge amounts of survival supplies every day. I want to see how much you can consume. Besides, don't think you can do anything to me just because you have a dozen tanks and some guns. If I'm unhappy, I can kill you all at any time." Su Yang said, looking at Wang Jiamin again. "You know better than me what is in this safe fortress. Sturdiness is just one of its characteristics. You should know that I asked you to install a counterattack system and a missile launch system before. There are plenty of slots for weapons." Su Yang said this and burst into laughter. After hearing this, Wang Jiamin's face darkened. Then he reacted, "Su Yang, don't make alarmist remarks here. I have installed a counterattack system, an attack system, and a missile launcher in it before. But do you have those weapons of mass destruction? You don't. In our Xia, weapons are the hardest to obtain, especially weapons of mass destruction. Even if you can get it abroad, you can't bring it back. The reason you told me this is because you are also afraid in your heart. Are you afraid that we will really block your door and keep fighting with you? Although you have created a lot of mines. So what? As long as we keep fighting you, what can you do to us when you don't have any offensive weapons?" Su Yang sighed and said leisurely, "The most taboo thing for people is arrogance. If you don't have self-awareness and offend people you shouldn't offend, the only thing you can do is die. Good words cannot persuade a damned ghost. You all know that I can even get landmines, so why can't I get weapons? Why can't I get weapons of mass destruction? Besides, if you guys can get tanks and so many guns, it shouldn't be surprising that I can get them, right? Humph, if you could get weapons of mass destruction, you wouldn't have been hiding in the safe fortress and not going out." Wang Jiamin didn't believe him at all. He then said, "The reason we were able to get the tanks was entirely because after the apocalypse, Brother Tian led his men to capture a military base where no one was. The people inside retreated in a hurry, leaving behind these tanks, guns, ammunition, and a missile. If you really don't know what's good for you, as soon as we give the order, the missile will come directly towards you. You should know that your safe fortress can only defend against nuclear bombs in theory. Whether it is possible to defend against truly powerful missiles is still an unknown. If you know what's good for you, come out and surrender. Give up the safe fortress. Maybe you can save your life. Otherwise, you will never get what we can't get. I can only disappear along with this safe fortress. It's just a missile." Su Yang smiled and didn't care. Instead, he chuckled and said, "It seems like you guys are determined to do it. You must be my enemy. I don't know who gave you the courage. If I don't show you my skills, you really think I'm easy to bully." Su Yang's words were extremely cold. "Since we can't come to an agreement, then let's fight. To be honest, the moment I saw you, I had no intention of letting you guys continue to live." After Su Yang finished speaking, he drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. After putting it down, he turned around and went back to the hall. Taking Su Muyu with him, Su Yunxi took the elevator to the third floor. Wang Jiamin and Tian Quan looked at each other. Both of them had cold eyes. Tian Quan said, "Since the other party is not willing to take any soft or hard actions, let him see our strength." After saying this, he waved his hand and more than a dozen tanks opened fire again. All the shells hit the glass in the yard. The glass didn't move at all. No trace was left. Only the koi in the yard became a little flustered. At this time, Su Yang came to the balcony on the third floor. He said to Wang Jiamin and Tian Quan through the glass, "Don't waste your energy. These tanks can't cause any damage to my safety fortress, but I can easily destroy your tanks." After Su Yang finished speaking, he took out the Angio anti-material sniper rifle. A hole as big as a gun muzzle automatically appeared on the window glass. Load an anti-material bullet. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger at a tank. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. The anti-material bullets directly penetrated the thick steel plate of the tank. Shoot the guy in the cockpit in the head. The bullet exploded in the tank. The tank was blown to pieces. Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin saw that the originally magnificent steel fortress was turned into a pile of scrap metal by the enemy's gun. My eyelids are twitching. The two of them thought at the same time. Did we hit a wall this time? Chapter 122, 500 kilograms high-concentration TNT bomb. Neither of them had expected that the other party actually had an anti-material sniper rifle. This thing is incredibly powerful, especially at such a close distance. Once a tank encounters this thing, it becomes a target for the enemy. One shot, one kill. Just when Su Yang was about to fire the second shot, it took the two of them to react. Tian Quan shouted, "Everyone, fire at the third floor. Don't give the other side a chance to continue shooting." In an instant, whether it was the dozen or so tanks, or the 1,500 men armed with guns, all of them opened fire at Su Yang's location on the third floor. The bullet hit the glass on the third floor balcony. Make a banging sound, but it did not cause any impact on Su Yang. Even the tank shells could not cause any damage to the glass. Su Yang aimed at a tank again and pulled the trigger. The bullet penetrated the tank's barrel, a direct hit on a freshly loaded shell. Boom! The shell exploded inside. The entire tank soared into the sky like a fireball. With a clang, it fell to the ground. It turned into a pile of scrap metal. At the same time, the shells inside exploded one after another. It almost affected other people. Those psychics holding guns saw that the guns could not cause any damage to the other party's villa. Some people pulled out grenades from their waists and pulled the safety pin. Throw it towards the third floor. Some grenades exploded as soon as they touched the balcony glass. Some were bounced back. Many people were frightened and retreated quickly. For a while, the entire Fengyan community was filled with gunfire. The explosions continued, especially Su Yang's villa, enshrouded in flames. The snow around is melting. There were even many big holes on the ground, but the villa is too sturdy. There was no breakage. Moreover, the people brought by Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin were not well-trained soldiers. Although the firepower is very strong, there were also many powerful grenades, but they were completely useless in front of Su Yang, this iron-blooded bastard. Some people were even injured by the grenades that bounced back, but the injury was not serious. People outside can't cause any harm to you. Su Yang felt much more relieved. Load the anti-material sniper rifle with another bullet. One shot pierced the third tank. The bullet exploded in the tank. This caused the shells inside to explode. Both the tank and the people inside were killed in the explosion. Su Yang didn't hesitate at all. He fired 3 more shots in quick succession. One shot blew up a tank. In less than a minute, all 6 tanks were scrapped. Seeing this, Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin's hearts were bleeding. This is their baby. He made great contributions to them along the way. Most of the enemies encountered were killed by these tanks. They also planned to use these tanks to dominate the entire Jeju city in the future. I didn't expect to lose so much in an instant, plus the one that was destroyed by the anti-tank mine before. 7 tanks have been destroyed by Su Yang alone. They couldn't afford the loss of even one, let alone 7. The two were very angry. Wang Jiamin looked coldly at the balcony on the 3rd floor of the villa. Pointing at the gun barrel sticking out, he said sternly, "Everyone, shoot accurately. Don't let the enemy damage our tanks again. We must not give the other party another chance to shoot." After he gave the order, everyone fired at the gun barrel at once. The gun barrel made a banging sound. He wanted to use this method to stop Su Yang from shooting, but Su Yang didn't care at all. Just pull the gun back. The cave entrance was restored to its original state. Block all bullets and shells. Don't give the other party any chance. Then he moved to another position, holding the anti-material sniper rifle in both hands. 3 more shots were fired, and the 3 tanks were destroyed in front of Tianquan and Wang Jiamin. Wang Jiamin took a deep breath and shouted, "Take out all the grenades on you and throw them at the roof of the villa. I don't believe this villa can hold up." In an instant, 1,500 people all picked up grenades and threw them towards the roof of the 4th floor. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued. There was a constant roar on the roof. Grenades were dropped densely on it and explode. However, there was still nothing wrong with the entire villa. "Quick, use the TNT bomb." Tian Quan's face darkened when he saw that it had no effect. "Blow up what he's pressing on. Blow this villa up into the sky." 5 or 6 people were carrying a 500-kilogram high-concentration TNT bomb. Then he went towards Su Yang's villa. The remaining tanks and other people retreated immediately after seeing this scene. This high-concentration TNT bomb is extremely powerful. A building of more than 10 floors can be destroyed in an instant. If you don't stay away, you will definitely hurt yourself. But Su Yang had no worries at all. He just focused on shooting at the remaining tanks. Ning Kaidai had planted many landmines near her villa. These people are simply unapproachable. It was just as he thought. The 5 or 6 men, carrying the TNT bomb, were just about 40 or 50 meters away from the villa. A mine exploded. Boom. Blow those people to pieces. At the same time, a 500-kilogram TNT bomb was detonated. The whole community felt as if an earthquake had occurred. Constant vibration. Even masters like Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin almost lost their balance and fell to the ground. Flames shot up into the sky. Dyed the entire sky red. The falling snow melted and turned into raindrops. The raindrops turned into mist again. For a moment, the sky above the entire Fengyun community became foggy. The yard outside the villa was directly destroyed. A large pit more than 100 meters deep appeared. The snow water rushed in. The sound of the explosion could be heard clearly by people within a radius of 40 or 50 miles. I climbed to the roof and looked at the fiery red sky in the distance. I thought that a very powerful psychic had appeared and was engaged in a shocking battle. Even Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin were shocked when they saw this scene. We usually see such explosion scenes on TV. I've never seen this in real life. The two watched as the entire villa was surrounded by flames and high temperatures. The heat wave hit me in the face, and I suddenly felt dry mouth and tongue. A bomb with such a powerful force can't destroy this villa, right? Tian Quan looked at Wang Jiamin with lingering fear. Wang Jiamin shook his head. It's hard to say. Theoretically, the enemy's security fortress can protect against nuclear bombs. As the fire gradually dissipated, the outline of the villa was revealed. It's still the same as when they first arrived. Except for the villa, the ground was completely filled with big pits. The villa is still in good condition, without any change. Even the glass in the yard didn't have a single crack. Moreover, the entire facade of the villa became brighter under the baptism of fire and high temperature. Chapter 123, Angry Out of Shame. Why didn't you cut corners when you were building this safe fortress? Tian Quan looked at Wang Jiamin with complaint. With their firepower, it is more than enough to deal with any major force. However, it could not cause any damage to the other party's small villa. The enemy was able to destroy so many tanks with just an anti-material sniper rifle. Such a huge loss was caused. Wang Jiamin also had an unpleasant look on his face, and he sighed and said, I don't know if the end of the world will really come. We are a security group and can build a doomsday safety fortress for our clients, but we are not fortune tellers and cannot predict when the end of the world will come. If I had known this at all, I would have done something about it long ago. Now is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. Tian Quan suppressed his anger and asked, What should we do now? Should we continue the attack, or should we first withdraw our troops outside the community, surround the community, and make plans later? Even a TNT bomb of such power can't do anything to this villa. The other side also has a powerful anti-material rifle. He always felt unsafe when he was too close. The key is that he doesn't want the several tanks that he has promoted to be destroyed again. This is his life. The villa can be captured, but it can be prevented from being taken by other forces. However, if the several tanks that were promoted were written off again, Tian Quan would be heartbroken. Wang Jiamin lowered his head and thought for a while, then looked at the other party and said, Why don't we use the missile in the military district and see if we can blow up the villa? If we do this, we will never be able to occupy this safe fortress. Tian Quan sighed and said, That missile is too powerful. Once launched and exploded, everything within a radius of 10 kilometers would be razed to the ground. It's a bit of a waste to do this to an iron turtle that can't move. I was planning to use it as our trump card. Let's think of other solutions. If we don't have to use it now, then don't use it. If it does launch, we must retreat at least 20 kilometers to be safe. Wang Jianjun nodded and agreed with the other party's idea. He also knew that the missile was not equipped with a nuclear warhead and probably would not be able to blow up the villa. It would be a waste if it were really launched. Tanks and armored vehicles should withdraw from the community first. Tianquan gave the order. The only 7 or 8 remaining tanks began to turn around. The same was true for the dozens of armored vehicles. Prepare to drive all the vehicles outside the community. At this time, Su Yang was looking at the outside of the villa with a shocked expression. The villa was riddled with holes after being blown up. There was nothing wrong with the whole villa. Makes him feel good. Really good. Su Yang praised. Although Wang Jiamin's character is not very good, the quality of the security fortress built by Jinlong Security Group is still quite good. Thinking of this, Su Yang shouted to Wang Jiamin outside, Wang Jiamin, thank you for building a safe fortress with such high defense for me. If you hadn't brought people to attack, I wouldn't have dared to believe that this safe fortress has such a high defense. Now I believe that this safe fortress may really be able to defend against nuclear bombs. My 3 billion was not wasted. Wang Jiamin's face changed drastically when he heard Su Yang's words. I was very angry. The other party said this to himself at this time. It is undoubtedly like slapping yourself in the face with a big slap. Every blow made a snapping sound. Su Yang, why are you so arrogant? Wang Jiamin shouted. Besides this iron turtle shell that can protect your safety for a while, what else do you have? Since I can help you build this safe fortress, one day, I will be able to break it. Then I will cut you into pieces. I have decided to take my people to surround the entire Fengyan community. If you dare to come out from there, you will be killed without mercy. I wonder how long you can keep your head down. After Wang Jiamin vented his anger, he turned around and said to all his men, let's go. At this time, Su Yang's voice sounded again. You are just dreaming if you want to break through my safe fortress. You are still far from being capable. This safe fortress not only makes me invincible. You seem to have forgotten that I also have an anti-material sniper rifle. To thank you for your dedication in building a safe fortress for me, I will use this sniper rifle to destroy all your tanks and armored vehicles. You dare. Wang Jiamin and Tianquan shouted at the same time, all tanks and armored vehicles, get out of the community. Just at the moment the engine roared, Su Yang stood on the balcony on the 3rd floor. Set up the anti-material sniper rifle. Pull the trigger at the tank that is fleeing madly. Although the tank was very fast, it was not faster than his bullets. A tank was shot to pieces while traveling at high speed. Then Su Yang pulled the bolt and loaded the bullet. Then shoot again. Another tank was destroyed. The effective range of the Angio Monster anti-material sniper rifle is 4.5 kilometers. Even if these tanks are running at full speed, you can't drive that far in a minute. And Su Yang has the potential to be a sharpshooter. One shot, one kill. Every hit is accurate. Within 1 minute, the enemy's only 8 remaining tanks were all destroyed. At the same time, they also brought more than 20 armored vehicles. After seeing this scene, Tianquan and Wang Jiamin became angry and ashamed. Roar to the sky. There will never be peace again. Their treasure was lost to the other party. There were only drivers in those armored vehicles. But there are a lot of survival supplies in the carriage. As the vehicle burned up a raging fire, the survival supplies inside were also reduced to ashes. Survival supplies are the capital for survival in the end times. In their eyes, it is sometimes more important than those tanks. Although their survival supplies are more than that. But those survival supplies are military supplies, used by troops during normal marches. There are lots of compressed biscuits and other foods. It is a great way to resist hunger. If they ate sparingly, the 20 carts of survival supplies would be enough to feed them and their men for several years. Su Yang, I will kill you. Tianquan roared to the sky. Even if Jesus came, he couldn't save you. After saying this, he ordered the remaining 40 or 50 armored vehicles to drive out of the community without any care. Boom, boom. On the way out, 2 more mines were detonated. 2 armored vehicles were blown to pieces. Seeing the armored vehicles disappear from his sight, Su Yang was not discouraged at all. Because those things will be yours sooner or later. Even if you don't want it, you still have to bomb the other party. Although the car and supplies ran away. But these people can't run away. At this time, he no longer thought about bombing the other side. Instead, you have to eliminate the opponent and their subordinates one by one. Since some people don't want to live a carefree life in the end times, then I will use these people's lives to kill this boring time. Chapter 124 Hard Fight with Cannonballs. Although the Angio Monster anti-material rifle has great power and long range, but you have to replace the bullet every time you fire a shot. It is not very efficient in killing large numbers of enemies. Su Yang put away the anti-material sniper rifle, directly replaced with a Barrett sniper rifle. The effective range of the Barrett is 2.5 kilometers. Extremely powerful. Another advantage is that it can fire continuously. It's perfect for dealing with these people with special abilities. Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin's roars could not be heard. Su Yang aimed at one of the opponent's men and shot him. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the bullets were like the god of death taking lives. It hit the man directly between the eyebrows. A body fell to the ground with a thud. This scene shocked everyone else. Although Su Yang had been shooting with a sniper rifle before, but he never took action against these people. They attacked tanks and armored vehicles. Everyone thought that the other party would not kill people easily. They didn't expect that the other party would actually attack them. The people were caught off guard. The opponent's villa cannot be breached. They could only passively take the beating. How can we deal with this if we can't even fight back? Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots continued to ring out, and Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin watched their men fall one by one. Gnashing teeth in hatred, he yelled again, Su Yang, just wait for me. Don't think we can't deal with you just because you hide in a turtle shell. At this time, Tian Quan finally made up his mind to launch missiles at the opponent's villa. But not yet. We have to wait until they retreat more than 20 kilometers away. At this time, he could only evacuate Fengyan community quickly with his many men. This way the enemy's sniper rifles will not be able to hit them. It will not be able to cause any harm to them. But Su Yang didn't want to let them go at all. Ning Kaidai was also called to the third floor. He gave the other party a Barrett rifle and placed boxes of bullets next to it. Beat them hard, don't let any of them go. After Su Yang finished speaking, Ning Kaidai also raised her Barrett sniper rifle and shot at the fleeing people. There was constant gunfire for a while. They both shot together. Every time a shot is fired, one life is ended. Although Ning Katie's marksmanship is not as good as Su Yang's, but that's only compared to Su Yang. Every shot can hit the opponent's vital points. If one shot doesn't kill the enemy, the second shot can also kill him. But Su Yang is different. With the blessing of the sharpshooter's characteristics, each shot was aimed straight at the opponent's head. The bullet broke through the opponent's supernatural barrier and shot him in the head. The enemy's head exploded like a watermelon. The body fell to the ground. Red and white were scattered all over the ground. The crystal core fell out, sparkling. Tian Quan roared. The whole person's body became extremely huge. Wings grew behind. His face was extremely hideous. Fangs grew in his mouth. The two claws are extremely sharp. He slashed at a bullet that was flying towards him. The bullet was cut in half. He flashed and was about to pick up the crystal core on the ground, but he was forced back by several bullets fired by Ning Kaidai. Tian Quan's face was gloomy. He waved his claws and caught a flying bullet in his hand. There was a metallic clanging sound. He pushed hard and the bullet flew out. He knocked away the 3 bullets that were coming towards him again. Humph! Tian Quan snorted coldly. It's a pity that you don't have weapons of mass destruction. If you only rely on sniper rifles, you won't be able to do anything to me. Bang! 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 As soon as the other party finished speaking, Su Yang fired a volley of bullets. Tian Quan resisted again, his claws swinging out continuously. Half of the bullets were cut in half and fell to the ground. The rest hit him directly on the head. Tian Quan took 2 steps back. The sniper bullet fell to the ground. Under the powerful impact, the bullet was deformed. There were only a few bullet holes on the opponent's head. Tian Quan's eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to pick up the crystal core on the ground and swallow it again. The moment he acted, Su Yunqi suddenly appeared on the balcony on the 3rd floor carrying a rocket launcher. A shell was fired towards the enemy. Tian Quan sensed the danger and blocked himself with his sharp claws. A powerful force rushed out from the body, blocked the shell. However, his body was pushed back by the powerful force. Boom! The shell exploded in front of Tian Quan. The powerful force blew him away. The huge body did a backflip in midair. The wings flapped continuously behind it to keep its body balanced. Then the fragments of the shells and steel balls hit all over his body. Tian Quan's claws grew rapidly in an instant. There was a faint light on the nails. Swing rapidly. It became an impenetrable net. Most of the debris and steel balls were blocked. The rest of the blows fell on him, embedded in flesh and blood. The blood just started to flow slowly. Tian Quan's muscles began to wriggle. The shrapnel and steel balls embedded in the restricted area fell at the feet. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It can be seen how terrifying the physical strength of a gold-level 7th-level mutant who can transform into a beast is. Moreover, it is extremely powerful and dares to withstand the shells fired from the RPG rocket launcher. Although I was also injured. But it doesn't affect the combat effectiveness at all. After blocking the attack, Tian Quan was about to attack again. Su Yunxi fired another shell. It's not just the two sisters. Tang Qing also had a rocket launcher on her shoulder. He just blasted at the opponent. But Su Yang and Ning Kaidai did not stop at all. Point the gun at the men brought by Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin. The Barrett sniper rifle fired wildly. Batches of people went down. Some had their bodies cut in half, and some had their heads blasted open. Some people were even hit by grenades while retreating. The body was blown to pieces. Others had their hearts pierced by rapidly spinning bullets. Then the ammunition inside exploded in the chest. There was a big hole in the entire chest. Fell directly to the ground. The two of them were like harvesting wheat in autumn. One stroke of the sickle can wipe out a large area. Tian Quan's eyes were extremely cold. Just when he was about to take on several shells flying towards him, he was very angry that so many of his men were killed. But I don't want to give up so many crystal cores. If he swallowed these crystal cores, it would be enough to greatly increase his strength. If he were to withdraw like this, he would be heartbroken. Just as the shells were about to fall on him, Wang Jiamin, who had not taken any action, suddenly appeared in front of Tian Quan. A hand was raised. The rapidly approaching shells stopped. His special ability is to control steel. Anything to do with iron can be controlled. But it was the first attempt to control a high-speed flying projectile. The veins on his forehead popped out. He tried hard to control several shells to stop 10 meters away from him. Then the outstretched hand gave a strong squeeze. Boom, boom. The controlled shells exploded directly. Under his control, the flying shrapnel and steel balls flew in the opposite direction. Chapter 125. Chasing. Although your beast ability is powerful, it is not suitable for long-range attacks against weapons of mass destruction. Wang Jiamin turned to look at Tian Quan and said, "Don't worry about these crystal cores for now. Quickly withdraw. The opponent's firepower output is too strong. Otherwise, we will all die here." After hearing this, Tian Quan looked unwilling. It flapped its wings behind it and turned to fly out of the community. At this time, Su Yunxi and the other two girls pulled the trigger again. The shells were fired at the enemy. Su Yang and Ning Kaidai then used Barrett to shoot. Bullets rained down on the enemy's fleeing men. Wang Jiamin made up his mind. The supernatural power is activated. Whether it was the artillery shells or the bullets fired by the Barrett, they all stopped in front. He swung his hand down and it fell to the ground. Boom. The shells exploded, splashing up countless snow. Wang Jiamin glanced viciously in the direction of the villa, turned and left. "Boss, are you just going to let them go like this?" Sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu had looks of deep reluctance on their faces. "Let them go?" Su Yang sneered. "How is that possible? Since they dare to attack us, it won't be that easy for them to leave." Su Yang took Ning Kaidai and the other three girls downstairs by elevator from the balcony. "Walk into the yard. Open a door." The all-terrain unmanned vehicle in the space was immediately released. More than 20 vehicles were released at once, all with heavy firepower. Chase in the direction the other party is running. Just when Ning Kaidai was about to take Su Yunxi and the others into a car to give chase. But he was stopped by Su Yang. "What's wrong?" Ning Kaidai asked. "These people said before that they occupied a military base." Su Yang explained, "There may be weapons of mass destruction inside. What if the other party gets angry and launches a missile at us? For your own safety, stay home. It's still safest in the villa." "No way. If the other party launches a missile with too much power, they might die too." Ning Kaidai shook her head. She didn't want to give up the opportunity to show her talents. "We are going to kill all these people." Su Yang smiled and said, "Even rabbits will bite when they are cornered. What's more, these are extremely vicious and evil people with special abilities. When your life is threatened, you won't care whether you die together or not." Ning Kaidai nodded, but finally did not leave the villa. He controlled more than 20 modified all-terrain unmanned vehicles to chase and kill. At the same time, let the electronic dog and drone collect the crystal cores left by the other party. If the other party really has powerful missiles, Su Yang wasn't really that scared. He has close-in weapon systems to defend against missiles. There are also interceptor missiles. The reason why the four girls were not allowed to go out was to be on the safe side. If it cannot be intercepted, the missile will fall and explode. The range of the attack is too wide. the four women will definitely not be able to return. More than 24 unmanned vehicles equipped with weapons of mass destruction were running at full speed, chasing towards the outside of Fengyun community. At this time, Tian Quan, Wang Jianjun and his men fled to the gate of Fengyun community. Tian Quan's ability is cancelled. It returned to its original state. He took out a military uniform from an armored vehicle and put it on. The whole person was very angry. He punched a pillar next to the gate. The entire pillar was shattered. The door became a little shaky. Fuck, I'm so angry. Tian Quan cursed. We have encountered all kinds of enemies along the way, but we were tricked by this guy named Su Yang. All our tanks were destroyed by the enemy. So many brothers died. Tian Quan counted and found that he had only met Su Yang for a short while. They lost exactly 500 brothers. Okay, don't be angry. Wang Jianmin comforted him. We have already thought about it before coming here. The other party has a safe fortress, and it is not easy to deal with. Although the loss is a bit bigger. So what? The other party can't run away. Once we become stronger, we will be able to deal with them sooner or later. We have already escaped, and the other party has no way to deal with us. As long as someone puts the entire neighborhood under surveillance and harasses them 24 hours a day, I don't believe Su Yang and those four women can stand it. That's the only way. Tian Quan nodded and replied. At this moment, Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin suddenly heard the roar of an engine, and the sound was getting louder and closer. The two men's faces changed. Could it be that the other party has caught up with us? Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin looked towards Fengyun community with cold eyes. They saw more than 20 cars driving towards them at a rapid speed. You're here. I was just wondering how to deal with them. Tian Quan sneered. If Su Yang and the others keep hiding in that turtle shell, maybe we won't be able to do anything to them for the time being. But the other party was so arrogant that they dared to come out and die. Today we will kill them all. Just in time to avenge my brothers. Wang Jianmin also has the same idea as him. He had already been really angry with Su Yang. If you don't vent, you'll suffocate yourself. Everyone get ready and start fighting back. Tian Quan ordered. The remaining 1,000 or so people pointed their guns at the speeding all-terrain unmanned vehicle. Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin also stepped forward. Just at this moment, a roar was heard. A launcher was raised on an unmanned vehicle. A small missile was launched. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the two of them. The two were shocked. Tian Quan quickly transformed into a beast. Wang Jianmin stretched forward with his right hand. We have to try to control this small missile. The missile came rushing in with tremendous force. Stopped in front of Wang Jianmin, but it still keeps spinning. A faint light rose from Wang Jianmin's body. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although the small missile was temporarily controlled by him, but it was too powerful and too fast. He consumes his energy too quickly. Wang Jianmin waved his hand and controlled the missile to fly in another direction. The missile directly hit a residential area 1 kilometer away. An entire building was flattened. There were continuous screams for a while. Wang Jianmin and Tian Quan saw this scene. The pupils kept contracting. Can a small missile have such great power? What the hell is this? Let's go. But at this moment, an all-terrain unmanned vehicle fired 3 more missiles identical to the ones just now. Moreover, RPG rocket launchers were raised on other all-terrain unmanned vehicles. Rocket launchers fired at them as if they were free. Tian Quan saw that things were not going well and shouted, "Everyone retreat!" Then he spread his wings and pulled Wang Jianmin up. Fly into the distance. But Wang Jianmin had no intention of controlling those missiles and artillery shells at all. It's hard enough to control one, let alone so many. It would be better for Tian Quan to take me away quickly. In fact, Tian Quan didn't need to give any orders, as his more than 1,000 men saw this scene. Turn around and run away. Some looked at the armored vehicles and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. But 100 or 200 people were still killed directly in the explosion. Watching the other person run away on the screen, Su Yang gave orders to the all-terrain unmanned vehicles, asking them to chase and kill without leaving a single one alive, and use infrared rays to input the appearance of everyone in Tian Quan's group into the computer. Chapter 126, Escape. Su Yang had no intention of letting any of these people go. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle accelerates at full speed. The speed reached 100 kilometers per hour. The launcher above continuously fires shells. They bombarded the fleeing people indiscriminately. Anyone below the gold level will be killed instantly if they are hit by the explosion. In an instant, the heads of those fleeing were filled with whistling shells. The shells landed among the crowd, and many people were blown directly into the air. The body was torn into pieces. The others were scared to tears. No matter how they ran, They would be under such dense artillery shells and small missiles. There is no way to hide from it, because the power of the shells is too great. Every time you send it down, you can send one piece away. This was even as these people were fleeing in all directions. If we run together, more people will die. And how could their 2 legs possibly outrun 4 wheels? All-terrain unmanned vehicle that can ignore obstacles. No matter how thick the snow on the ground is, it will not be affected. Catch those psychics who were not killed in the explosion. The Gatling gun fired a volley of bullets. Their abilities are simply impossible to defend against. A sieve made directly from beaten steel. Even those dozen or so gold-level psychics, very strong, blocked several shells. It was also hit by the small missiles launched subsequently. One shot hits the target. The body was evaporated completely by the powerful force. Only a golden crystal core was left and fell into the snow. And those dozens of armored vehicles were the most unlucky. Although the speed is fast, but it is also large in size. A barrage of shells flew past. All the people, the car, and the survival supplies inside were destroyed. In just one encounter, dozens of armored vehicles were destroyed. Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin were heartbroken when they saw this. I dare not land on the ground and can only fly in the sky. At the same time, avoiding the attack of artillery shells, Tian Quan grabbed Wang Jiamin with one hand. He flashed in the air and dodged 4 or 5 shells. Watch the shells land and explode in the distance. A strong airflow hits me in the face. Tian Quan's eyes gradually became colder and colder. The other party is not giving us a chance to live. Tian Quan's voice was extremely cold. Eyes are red. At this moment, he regretted very much that he should not have traveled all the way to Fengyun community. He should not be greedy and want to occupy Su Yang's safe fortress. Who would have thought that the other party would come up with so many high-tech weapons? There are so many weapons of mass destruction. With such powerful firepower output, it is possible to form a regiment level or higher force abroad. But the other party only needed 20 or so cars to accomplish the task. They couldn't see the people in the ATV. They didn't know that there were actually no people in the vehicles that were chasing them. If they knew this, I wonder how they would feel. This time, I really ended up losing more than I gained. Not only did they fail to breach the enemy's security fortress, even Su Yang himself was not hurt. However, more than a dozen of his own tanks were destroyed by others. Dozens of armored vehicles were destroyed. There was not a single piece of survival supplies left. Moreover, his men suffered heavy casualties. It was only a matter of time before they were all killed. There are not many now. When he thought of this, Tian Quan became furious. At this moment, several small missiles flew towards him and Wang Jiamin. Tian Quan's face darkened. The wings behind him flapped wildly. Increase your speed to the maximum. But the small missiles are too fast. No matter how he flew, he couldn't gain distance. And the distance between him is getting closer and closer. Think of a way quickly to block these small missiles. Tian Quan said to Wang Jiamin anxiously. There are too many missiles, and they are going too fast. Wang Jiamin replied with an extremely grim expression. I can only control them to stay for 2 seconds. I can't do it any longer. Tian Quan looked at a 20-story building in front of him. The reply was, 2 seconds is enough. Wang Jiamin moved his mind, and supernatural power rushed out from the crystal core between his eyebrows. Several small missiles that flew towards them stopped in midair. Tian Quan seized the opportunity. The body leaped up. He flew directly over the roof. Just as he flew past, the missile that was stationary broke free from its restraints and crashed directly into the building. Boom! An explosion sounded. The building was blown to pieces. The fire burned away. A powerful airflow hit the backs of the 2 men, pushed them dozens of meters away. The 2 of them looked back with lingering fear at the destroyed building. I couldn't help but shiver. Before the 2 men could react, all their men had been killed. More than 24 all-terrain unmanned vehicles rushed through the wreckage and raging flames of the building, coming quickly towards Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin. All the weapons in the car were aimed at the 2 of them. This is too much. Tian Quan roared. He spread his wings again and flew at full speed with Wang Jiamin. A stray dog is just like this. More than 20 unmanned vehicles chased the 2 men and fired shells at them. Before I knew it, I had already chased him for 7 or 8 kilometers. Although the 2 sometimes use buildings and residential areas as cover, I hope to stop the vehicle that is chasing me, but it's totally useless. Encounter a relatively low obstacle. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle didn't even need to slow down and just crossed over. Encountering a building or something, just launch a powerful missile in advance and reduce the entire building to ashes. Then he attacked the 2 of them. while rushing directly to the ruins. No matter what the two men did, they couldn't get rid of the 20 or so all-terrain unmanned vehicles. What should we do? If this continues, we will all die. Tianquan asked in a low voice. He has realized it. Even though he is a supernatural being, his strength exceeds that of ordinary people. Nor can they compete with these high-tech and weapons of mass destruction. And he knew that the other party had locked onto them. No matter where they run to, the other party will not let them go. And the superpowers will eventually run out. Once his supernatural power is exhausted, he can no longer fly. If you fall down, you will die. And if you didn't specifically jump into some small communities to fly in, he and Wang Jianmin had already been killed by missiles fired from the enemy's vehicle, and he was caught up by the other party. No matter how fast you fly, you can never be faster than a car driving at full speed. And these cars are pretty weird. The snow on the ground and the obstacles couldn't stop it. Even the fire and the ruins of the bombed-out buildings could not stop it. What should we do? Let's fight. Wang Jianmin replied with gritted teeth. Since Su Yang doesn't want us to live, then he can forget about living. Just launch a missile and kill him. But we are still within the range of the missile explosion. Tianquan's face immediately darkened after hearing this. The missile is so powerful that once it is launched, it will not distinguish between friend or foe. He doesn't want to die if he can live. After finally awakening the supernatural power, he can become the king in the end times. Being the superior person, he died together with the other party, which made him feel somewhat unwilling.